Stay at home, dad. Just lost my job, and the campus goddess is blocking my door with a child. Due to rejecting the hidden rules proposed by the HR manager's daughter, Wang Yao found himself unemployed as soon as his internship ended, leaving him in a melancholic mood. Just at that moment, Zhou Simin, the campus goddess from his university days, appeared in front of him, accompanied by two adorable little girls who looked exactly the same. Hanhhan, Xinxin, call him Daddy, Zhou Simin said. Chapter 1, The Campus Goddess Wants Me to Take Responsibility? In the summer of the Kingdom of Xia, in the magical city of Modu, at the Bund. Wang Yao, after a 3-month internship evaluation, we've concluded that your abilities are not suitable for our company. I'm sorry. When the HR manager delivered the news to Wang Yao, his fists clenched tightly without him realizing it. To be honest, Wang Yao had worked diligently and conscientiously throughout the internship, waking up earlier than the roosters and staying up later than the dogs, leaving no room for any slack. Among the other interns who started at the same time as him, he wasn't necessarily the top performer, but he was definitely among the best. So Wang Yao really wanted to ask, why? However, the question stayed in his throat and he swallowed it down. After packing up his things, Wang Yao held his office box and took the elevator down to the building's ground floor. There, he bumped into someone. To be precise, it was a woman named Luo Yuan. Seeing Wang Yao leave in such a despondent manner, Luo Yuan crossed her arms in front of her and sneered, "Oh, little handsome guy, you're leaving. You should have thought about this earlier. If you had just given in to me, you wouldn't be in this situation." Upon hearing this, Wang Yao immediately understood what she meant and gritted his teeth, "So it's you." Luo Yuan was also an employee at the company Wang Yao had just left. The difference was, she got in through the back door, as her father was the very HR manager who had just let Wang Yao go. When Wang Yao first joined the company, Luo Yuan, attracted by his good looks, began relentlessly pursuing him. Truth be told, Luo Yuan wasn't bad looking, though she was a bit on the chubby side. However, Wang Yao wasn't stupid. Inside the company, Luo Yuan had a terrible reputation. She was known for her temper, acting like a spoiled princess and throwing tantrums. There were also rumors about her messy personal life, making Wang Yao naturally avoid her. Returning to the present. Seeing Wang Yao getting angrier, Luo Yuan laughed even more shamelessly and admitted, "Yes, it's me. Wang Yao, it's not too late. If you agree to me now, I'll make sure you get your job back." Bar. Agreeing to you would make me the brother-in-law of every man on the street. Wang Yao's words, though not vulgar, hit right at the heart of the matter, making Luo Yuan stomp her feet in frustration. Seeing this, Wang Yao sneered and didn't bother with her, heading straight out of the building. As he reached the building's entrance, Wang Yao saw 3 people, a tall woman and 2 little girls. The woman, about 1.65 meters tall, was dressed in a beige dress, her hair flowing like a waterfall. Her clear eyes and oval face, smooth and fair skin, radiated an aura of intellectual beauty. The 2 little girls, about 3 years old, looked identical, the only difference being one wore her hair in a high ponytail, while the other had pigtails. They resembled the older woman, bearing a striking resemblance. Wang Yao couldn't help but glance at them for a moment. Don't misunderstand him. Sure, beautiful people or things tend to catch one's eye. But Wang Yao stared mainly at the woman, feeling a strange sense of familiarity. It seemed like he had seen her somewhere before. After thinking for a moment, he finally remembered. Before Wang Yao could confirm it, a female colleague, who had come down from the same floor, spoke up, "Wait, are you Zhou Simin, the campus goddess of Modu University of Finance and Economics? You probably don't remember me. I was 3 years ahead of you. And these 2, are they your daughters? It seems you got married and had children after graduation. You're so lucky. Let me see, after having kids, your figure hasn't changed, and your skin is still flawless. Really enviable." The chatty colleague said a lot in one breath. Zhou Simin replied with a polite smile, "Hello, senior." Then, Zhou Simin's 2 daughters, with their sweet little voices, both chirped, "Hello, auntie." After that, Zhou Simin, with the 2 little ones in tow, walked up to Wang Yao. Before Wang Yao could speak, Zhou Simin took the lead and said, "Hanhhan, Xinxin, call him Daddy." Daddy. Hearing Zhou Simin's words, the 2 little girls immediately complied. The difference was that Xinxin obeyed completely, while Hanhhan, with a high ponytail, looking a bit more mature, seemed a little reluctant. What's going on? Wang Yao froze for a moment, then burst into laughter, angry laughter. In Wang Yao's mind, it was obvious that Zhou Simin was trying to push him into taking responsibility. Indeed, Zhou Simin was stunningly beautiful, but even so, Wang Yao wasn't interested in this kind of thing. At this moment, seeing Wang Yao's expression, Zhou Simin seemed to realize he might have misunderstood and quickly explained, "It's not what you think. Wang Yao, do you remember that student social event in the first semester of our freshman year?" As soon as Zhou Simin mentioned it, Wang Yao's memories were jogged. In their freshman year, Wang Yao and some friends got heavily drunk one night. Half drunken, Wang Yao seemed to have saved a girl who was being harassed by a group of thugs. It also seemed like they had some intimate and unspoken moments together. And then there was no more. The next day, Wang Yao woke up in a hotel room alone. Even though there were suspicious red stains on the sheets, Wang Yao's logic told him that if something had really happened, the girl wouldn't just leave without a word. Now, Wang Yao finally realized that the girl from that night was none other than the woman in front of him, Zhou Simin. Just as Wang Yao was still in shock, unsure of what to do next. Target detected as a newly minted daddy, eligible for system binding. Ding! Congratulations, binding successful. Ding! The system has issued a new mission. Option 1, acknowledge your 2 daughters. Reward, 20,000 Huashir coins. Option 2, reject your wife and children. Penalty, system unbinds, and you'll get the title of Chen Shimai, spending your life in loneliness. Option 3, acknowledge your 2 daughters, move closer to Zhou Simin, kiss her on the cheek, and sincerely thank her. Reward, kiss for 100,000, 2 kisses for 200,000, and so on. Wang Yao was briefly stunned when he heard the voice in his mind. After all, as a new-age young man, who hasn't he read a few system-based novels? As for these 3 options, Wang Yao thought, is this for real? Option 2. Only a fool would pick that. Option 1 or 3. After a moment's thought, Wang Yao decided that, for the sake of a little money, he might as well take a chance. Chapter 02, I will never eat soft rice. So, under the watchful eyes of Luo Yuan, the senior female student, and the 2 little girls, Hanhhan and Xinxin, Wang Yao placed the office box in his hand down and then slowly walked over to Zhou Simin, pulling her into his arms. Then, without warning, in front of everyone, Wang Yao leaned in and kissed Zhou Simin's left cheek, making a series of mewer tilde sounds 3 times. Afterward, Wang Yao gently said, "Wife, you've worked hard all these years." Having done all this, Wang Yao licked his lips, feeling a little unsatisfied and slightly regretting not kissing her more. That said, 3 kisses were enough. First, Zhou Simin's face turned bright red from this unexpected attack. Second, if he had kissed her more than 10 times, it would have been seen as something affectionate between a couple. But for those who didn't know, they'd probably think it was a woodpecker pecking at a tree. Back to the present. Zhou Simin, still flushed, pushed Wang Yao's dirty hands away and stammered, "And no, it's not hard. Don't do this, I'm not used to it." Wang Yao didn't insist. Instead, he smiled and said, "I understand. You're shy with others around, right?" Upon hearing this, Zhou Simin gave Wang Yao a side eye and then asked, "Are you off work?" "Millimeter," Wang Yao replied. "Then let us go." "All right." After Wang Yao and Zhou Simin left, Luo Yuan, furious, muttered, "I thought Wang Yao was some innocent man, but it turns out he's just another playboy. Getting someone pregnant out of wedlock, what a shameless guy." Despite her indignant words, it was clear Luo Yuan was simply jealous. There's an old saying, you can't compare goods, nor can you compare people. Luo Yuan knew very well that she and Zhou Simin were not in the same league. At that moment, the senior female student who had been with them earlier, added a verbal jab, "Others are perfect match, a heavenly couple, and you, with your cheap tricks, dare to criticize. You!" Luo Yuan cried, stomping her foot in anger. This time, she actually broke the heel of her high heel shoes. But Luo Yuan had no way of getting back at the senior. After all, this senior had been working at the company for more than 3 years, a formal employee, and her position was just a notch below that of Luo Yuan's father, the HR manager. If she were to retaliate and fire the senior for no reason, the law would require compensation for several months of salary. Additionally, the senior's professional abilities were strong, so she could easily take her severance pay and leisurely find another job. Wang Yao, following Zhou Simin, got into a Wuding Hongguang car. Inside the car, Zhou Simin sat in the driver's seat, Wang Yao sat in the front passenger seat, and Hanhhan and Xinxin were placed in the backseat in their child safety seats. After driving for a while, when the two little girls had fallen asleep, Wang Yao hesitated for a moment before asking, "Why did you leave back then?" Hearing this question, Zhou Simin paused for a moment before responding, "That morning, when I woke up, I panicked. I don't know if it was out of fear or what, but I left in a daze. It wasn't until 3 months later that I realized I was pregnant." "Why didn't you come back to find me then?" Wang Yao asked. Implicit in his question was that, as the father of the children, he should have been involved in the decision of whether to keep Hanhhan and Xinxin. Zhou Simin replied, "You were a victim too. Also, the doctor said I had a cold womb. If I aborted, it would be very hard to have kids again. And 3 months isn't a short time if I didn't want them, there were risks. In the end, I'm a mother. Blood is thicker than water. Some things, I just couldn't do or bear." As Zhou Simin finished speaking, her voice became tinged with a hint of sorrow. "I'm sorry," Wang Yao apologized, feeling guilty. "It's okay," Zhou Simin replied, calming herself before continuing, "The reason I'm here to find you today is because I feel that Hanhhan and Xinxin can't grow up without a father. Are you willing to help me raise them?" "Of course, I'm willing." Wang Yao immediately agreed. Zhou Simin then asked, "I saw you holding an office box earlier. Did you quit your job?" "To be precise, I was tripped up by someone and didn't pass my internship," Wang Yao answered. "Oh," Zhou Simin casually acknowledged, clearly not pressing the matter. She seemed to have a good understanding of Wang Yao's situation already. After thinking for a moment, Zhou Simin encouraged Wang Yao, "Don't be discouraged. You're still young. It's not hard to find a good job. Why don't you go back to your place, pack up your things, and then return the apartment? You can move in with me for a while. That way, you can save some money. And during this time, you can take care of Hanhhan and Xinxin. On one hand, you'll have the chance to build a better relationship with them. On the other hand, it'll save some costs. Hiring someone to watch them can get expensive too." Wang Yao's eyes widened in surprise. "Wait, does this count as an invitation to live together? Things were progressing so fast, was that really okay?" Just as Wang Yao's thoughts ran wild, Zhou Simin suddenly said sternly, "Don't think too much. I have an extra bedroom at my place. I usually just use it for storage. I'll clean it up and let you stay there." "All right," Wang Yao readily agreed to Zhou Simin's arrangement. After a bit of packing, Wang Yao followed Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin to their place. Oh, by the way, during the trip, Zhou Simin told Wang Yao that the full names of the two girls were Wang Zihong Hanhhan and Wang Zixin Xinxin. Once they arrived, they took off their shoes. Zhou Simin said, "Wang Yao, Hanhhan, Xinxin, you three take a rest while I make dinner." "Okay, Mom. Love you," Xinxin said with a bright smile, even making a heart gesture with her hands on top of her head. Hanhhan, as the older sister, didn't say much. She only spoke when Zhou Simin entered the kitchen, saying to Wang Yao without any hesitation, "My scumbag dad, don't tell me you're planning to let my mom support you and eat soft rice." Scumbag dad. Her words sounded so harsh. However, Wang Yao didn't retaliate. After all, whether intentionally or not, Wang Yao had failed to live up to his responsibilities as a husband and father over the years. And when it came to eating soft rice, truth be told, Wang Yao's current situation did indeed resemble that of a kept man. Just then, a voice in his head spoke. System prompt, facing the older daughter Hanhhan's question, how should the host respond? Option 1, answer, I like eating soft rice. Reward, title Soft Rice King, 1 career focus %, plus 1 chance to be seen by a rich woman as a kept man. Option 2, answer, I will support myself. Reward, 20,000 Chinese yuan. Option 3, answer, I will never eat soft rice. Reward, divine level cooking skills. Without hesitation, Wang Yao chose option 3, and then, with great conviction, he said, Hanhhan, Xinxin, Dad will not eat soft rice or be a kept man. I'll work hard to make money, achieve something, and provide a good life for you and your mom. Our family will live well. Chapter 03, Support, I will always support. Bold words. Wang Yao said these heartfelt words out loud. In response, Xinxin smiled and praised him, saying, "Oh yeah, daddy is awesome." On the other hand, Hanhhan quietly muttered, "TCH," obviously not believing him. In the kitchen, hearing the commotion, Zhou Simin came out and asked, "What are you three talking about?" "Nothing much." Zhou. "What did you call me?" Wang Yao, without hesitation, said, "Now, calling you wife doesn't seem quite right. If I just call you by your full name, it might sound too distant. So, I've decided to call you Zhou as a nickname. You don't mind, do you?" Zhou Simin. After a moment of silence, Zhou Simin said, "If it makes you happy." Seeing that Zhou Simin didn't object, Wang Yao continued, Zhou, what's your bank account number? Let me send you some living expenses." Zhou Simin seemed to want to refuse at first, but Wang Yao quickly added, "Don't decline. Since I'm staying here, I can't just eat and drink for free, right?" At this, Zhou Simin finally gave him her bank account number. Once Wang Yao transferred the money, he said, "All right. Check if it's arrived." Hearing this, Zhou Simin took out her phone, opened her Industrial and Commercial Bank of China app, and upon seeing the most recent payment notification, her eyes widened in surprise. T10, 10,000. I did some odd jobs during college and earned a little extra. It's not much, but please accept it. These years, Zhou, you've raised Hanhhan and Xinxin on your own. It hasn't been easy. This money is just a small token of my appreciation." Seeing Wang Yao speak so sincerely and considering that her finances were tight recently, Zhou Simin didn't argue further. Of course, their odd jobs were just an excuse. The 10,000 yuan came from the first system task Wang Yao had completed, which had been part of a larger 300,000 yuan reward. As for the 3 months of internship earlier, Wang Yao had only earned the minimum wage in Shanghai, which barely covered rent and basic living expenses. Later, Wang Yao helped Zhou Simin to the sofa, got her settled, and gently said, Zhou, you've worked hard today. Let me handle dinner. Why you can cook? Underestimate me. Let me tell you the truth, my cooking skills are exceptional. Don't be too shocked later. Although he said that, Wang Yao's cooking skills had previously only extended to making instant noodles or scrambled egg fried rice. But don't forget, after completing the system task earlier, he had received the divine level cooking skills reward. The related information had been poured into his mind, and to be honest, his culinary skills now surpassed that of a 5-star chef. Not long after, in less than half an hour, Wang Yao had prepared sweet and sour pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, old hen soup, and garlic cabbage, 3 meat dishes, 1 vegetable, and a soup. Though simple, each dish was full of flavor and perfectly balanced. After tasting it, Zhou Simin and Xinxin both praised the meal non-stop. As for Hanhhan, the little one said, "It's just okay," but her actions contradicted her words as she continued eating non-stop. Was this saying one thing but doing another? Ahem. After dinner, Wang Yao even washed the dishes. This simple action was a clear indication that he had fully embraced the role of a stay-at-home dad. Then, Wang Yao took a comfortable hot shower, changed his clothes, and after saying good night to Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin, he headed to the tidied-up guest bedroom, ready to sleep soundly. 2 days later. Since it was a workday, Zhou Simin left for work early in the morning and wouldn't return until the evening. As agreed upon earlier, Hanhhan and Xinxin, who hadn't yet started kindergarten, were entrusted to Wang Yao for the day, officially turning him into a stay-at-home dad. However, Wang Yao didn't just relax during this time. Instead, he took Hanhhan and Xinxin, these 2 little ones, around. What were they doing? Answer: registering a company. Yes, that's right. As the saying goes, learn from failure. After his recent internship experience, Wang Yao had learned an important lesson: no matter how diligently you work as an employee, the rewards may not always match the effort. Rather than that, it's better to start my own company and be the boss. Even though the risks would undoubtedly rise sharply, Wang Yao was still undeterred. On one hand, he was determined to fulfill his promise to his wife and daughter. On the other hand, with the system backing him, Wang Yao wasn't too worried about failure. As for what kind of business he'd start, Wang Yao hadn't figured that out yet, but he firmly believed that things would fall into place as time went on. After running around to a few more relevant departments, it was nearly 3 p.m. when Yao decided to take Hanhhan and Xinxin home by taxi. Just then, with a sharp scream, Xinxin pointed to a spot and said, "Daddy, sister, there's an old lady who fell down over there." At these words, Wang Yao and Hanhhan both looked in the direction Xinxin was pointing. Sure enough, on the side of the road a short distance away, there was an old lady, who appeared to be in her 60s or 70s, lying motionless on the ground as if she had fainted. What to do? Seeing this, Wang Yao hesitated. Whether the old lady had fallen for real or was faking it to scam him, if Wang Yao went to help her, there was a good chance she might turn the tables and accuse him. At that point, the small amount of 20,000 yuan in his hands would likely not be enough to cover the compensation. Just then, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! Facing the seemingly fallen elderly stranger who may not rise again, what should the host do? Option 1, ignore her and walk on, then help the elderly woman up. Reward, 20,000 yuan, honest person, title, plus 1% for being easy to bully, plus 1% for being trustworthy. Option 2, pretend not to see and ignore her completely. Reward, 20,000 yuan, cold-hearted, title, plus 1% for cold-heartedness. Option 3. Damn it. In Wang Yao's view, though both options 1 and 2 had a 20,000 yuan reward, the accompanying titles were downright disgusting. Fortunately, there was option 3. Wang Yao said, "Hanhhan, Xinxin, helping a fallen elderly person is a virtue. So, in situations like this, we must help." But before that, he paused, then did something before approaching the elderly woman. Wang Yao walked up to the old lady and gently said, Grandma, are you okay?" As he spoke, he helped her up. Just then, the old lady opened her eyes and slowly regained consciousness. Where am I? Grandma, you tripped and fell. I helped you get up." The old lady seemed to be recalling what had happened and paused for a moment before saying, "Really? I'm getting old, my legs don't work as well anymore." "Young man, thank you." Before Wang Yao could respond with a, "You're welcome," the old lady suddenly grabbed his arm and shouted to those around them, "Hey, everyone, look. This young man pushed me down and is refusing to take responsibility." Chapter 04, Beauty and Anti-Aging Pill Recipe. Suddenly, out of nowhere. Before Wang Yao could react, the old lady's cries had attracted a crowd of onlookers. Seeing this, Hanhhan became anxious and, with tears in her eyes, said, "Grandma, my jerk, Dad was just trying to help you up. How could you turn around and blame him?" At these words, Wang Yao's heart warmed. It seemed that despite her verbal complaints, his eldest daughter was still protective of him deep down, Wang Yao thought. Looking at the situation, Wang Yao was much calmer than Hanhhan and Xinxin, who were both anxious and flustered. As for the scammer granny who had heard Hanhhan's words, she remained composed and coldly said, "Little girl, you can't say things like that just because he's your father. I'm just an old woman, how could I falsely accuse him?" At this point, the crowd began to murmur. Truly, the world is cold, and people's hearts are not what they used to be. How can such things happen in broad daylight? Yes. It's not scary to make a mistake, but the real problem is not being willing to take responsibility. If you think about it, we'll all grow old someday. Isn't it terrible to bully the elderly? Isn't it going to come back to bite you? You can't just take sides like that. The world doesn't always make the weak right. What if, like the little girl says, the old lady is actually wronging her dad? Well, it's possible. But in today's world, there are cameras everywhere. If the old lady is lying, she shouldn't be afraid of being exposed. "Excuse me, please step aside." "Mom? What's going on here?" Just as everyone was talking, a strong-looking middle-aged man suddenly emerged from the crowd. Seeing the old lady, he immediately pretended to be concerned and asked, "What happened, Grandma?" The old lady repeated her earlier story. Then, the middle-aged man showed an angry expression, grabbed Wang Yao by the collar, and shouted, "You dare hit my mom." Seeing this dutiful son about to get violent, the people nearby quickly stepped in to stop him. After some persuasion, the middle-aged man seemed to calm down and pointed at the old lady, saying, "Kid, you made my mom fall like this. Now tell me, how are you going to compensate?" At this moment, the old lady's legs were shaking uncontrollably. Wang Yao, however, calmly adjusted his collar and said, "Don't rush. If I can prove my innocence, what would happen then?" "Innocence? Are you really innocent?" As though provoked by Wang Yao's words, the middle-aged man grabbed Wang Yao's collar again. At the same time, he whispered in Wang Yao's ear, "Kid, don't struggle. There are no cameras in this area. I'm not asking for much, just 300,000. You're capable of raising 2 kids, you should have no problem coming up with this amount, right?" After speaking, the middle-aged man let go of Wang Yao. Wang Yao sneered coldly and said, as expected, "Everyone, come with me to that tree over there, and you'll understand." With that, Wang Yao calmly walked over with Hanhhan and Xinxin. Seeing this, the middle-aged man felt something was off and tried to stop them. But an onlooker stopped him, saying, "Hey, big brother, don't be in such a hurry. This young man is with 2 little girls, where can they run to?" Hearing this, the middle-aged man hesitated and didn't take any further action. When they reached the tree, Wang Yao extended his left hand and pulled out a phone from the branches, holding it up for everyone to see. It was a video showing him helping the old lady up. At this point, the middle-aged man still tried to argue, this doesn't prove you're innocent. Maybe after you pushed my mom, you were going to run away, but then felt guilty and came back. Such logic made no sense. If it were really like what the middle-aged man said, why would Wang Yao still deny it? Seeing that the middle-aged man and the old lady were still refusing to admit their wrongs, Wang Yao delivered the final blow. With his right hand, Wang Yao took out a second phone from his pocket. Yes, these days, with the money he had, Wang Yao bought a new phone, a top-of-the-line model. Using it, he played an audio recording. It contained every conversation from the moment he helped the old lady up until now. The recording included the old lady's change in tone from gratitude to turning hostile, as well as the middle-aged man's threatening words. At this point, the video and audio evidence were irrefutable. Seeing the scam completely exposed, the middle-aged man and the old lady quickly turned and fled, disappearing into the distance in no time. Ironically, the old lady ran faster than her son. The scene was hardly that of an elderly woman who had just fallen and been injured. After settling the matter, Wang Yao took Hanhhan and Xinxin back home. In the taxi, Wang Yao said to them, "Hanhhan, Xinxin, we must always have kind hearts and do good things. But of course, when doing good deeds, we must also be aware of our own safety, okay?" "Got it." Hanhhan replied, acknowledging Wang Yao's lesson. Xinxin, not quite understanding, took a while to nod her little head and muttered, "Millimeter." Once they got home, while the 2 little ones weren't paying attention, Wang Yao eagerly brought up a system panel that only he could see. When he went to their backpack section, there was only one item listed. It said, "Lucky Wheel X1." The previous divine level task had asked Wang Yao to set up a backup plan. If the old lady really did fall by accident, the reward would only be 20,000 yuan. But if it was a scam, Wang Yao would receive another spin of the lucky wheel, as long as he could prove his innocence. Wang Yao wasn't sure what the reward would be, but it sounded like some kind of lottery. "Ding, would you like to use the lucky wheel now?" "Yes." Without hesitation, Wang Yao chose yes. Suddenly, a massive spinning wheel appeared in front of him, with a pointer and numerous slots. The slots contained various rewards, including luxury cars, villas, large cash prizes, and more. After the wheel spun wildly, the pointer finally landed on. "Ding, congratulations! The host has won a lucky blind box." Wang Yao. Wang Yao felt a little speechless at this reward. Personally, he wasn't interested in blind boxes at all. Wanting to make a big profit from them. You only need to understand that while the blind box is open blindly, the person packing it surely knows what's inside, so it's impossible to get something valuable. As he muttered to himself, Wang Yao reluctantly opened the lucky blind box. Then another voice echoed, "Ding, congratulations! The host has received a random recipe." Enough already. This is like nesting dolls. Impatiently, Wang Yao quickly opened the random recipe, and the system said, "Ding, congratulations! The host has received the beauty and anti-aging pill recipe." Chapter 05, The Water of Wealth Should Not Flow to Outsiders. At first, Wang Yao didn't think much of the recipe. However, after a brief moment of realization, he immediately took it out of the system's backpack and began to carefully study the details of the beauty-enhancing pill recipe. After about 10 minutes, Wang Yao was completely stunned. He took a deep breath and said excitedly, "This is a huge win." According to the recipe, the beauty-enhancing pill could truly live up to its name. It might not turn an ugly woman into a beauty, but it could certainly improve one's appearance significantly. Moreover, it could regulate a woman's menstrual cycle and improve her overall health and demeanor. The ingredients in the recipe were common and inexpensive. After estimating, the cost for a 7-day course of treatment would only be around 100 yuan. Wang Yao thought that he could sell it as a box for 3 to 500 yuan, and it would surely sell out quickly. "Oh, you think that's too expensive?" he chuckled. "Not a chance. As the saying goes, everyone has a love for beauty, and women, in particular, tend to have a stronger desire for it." Although Wang Yao wasn't an expert, he had heard that many women spend tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands on their appearance. Well, maybe these people were in the minority, but every adult woman always had cosmetics in their daily routine. To them, a few hundred yuan could only buy a lipstick or a couple of cosmetic products, but it could significantly improve their looks and health. They would definitely flock to buy it. Thus, Wang Yao could make a hefty profit, while their women would gain beauty and health, a perfect win-win situation. Thinking about this, Wang Yao couldn't help but laugh and feel delighted. He was in a good mood as he sat down for dinner with Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin. Puff! He chuckled aloud again. This caught the attention of Zhou Simin and the two little ones, who looked at Wang Yao curiously. Zhou Simin smiled and asked, "Wang Yao, have you encountered something happy?" Wang Yao collected himself and smiled in response, "Yeah, something really exciting. But don't worry, we'll finish eating first. After I wash the dishes, I'll tell you about it, Zhou." "Alright," Zhou Simin nodded. After Wang Yao finished his duties as the family chef, he joined Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin on the sofa. The TV was playing an animated show, and Hanhhan and Xinxin were so engrossed in it that they didn't notice Wang Yao's arrival. Only Zhou Simin shifted slightly to make room for him and looked at him, waiting for him to speak. Wang Yao's eyes, however, couldn't help but wander down to Zhou Simin's soft, delicate feet. He swallowed hard. Ahem. To be clear, Wang Yao wasn't a pervert or a foot fetishist, but her feet were undeniably attractive. Shaking himself out of his daze, Wang Yao finally raised his gaze and looked at Zhou Simin properly. It was then that he truly realized how stunning she was. No, scratch that, she was absolutely breathtaking. Of course, it made sense. If Zhou Simin weren't so beautiful, how could she have been the widely acknowledged campus goddess of the Financial University of Magic City? Even now, after becoming the mother of Hanhhan and Xinxin, her beauty was just as stunning, if not more so, with a mature elegance added to her charm. At that thought, Wang Yao's mind inevitably wandered to other ideas. And as if the universe was granting his wishes, the system promptly issued another choice task. Sensing Wang Yao's gaze, Zhou Simin shrank back slightly, her face flushing with a hint of embarrassment. What is it, Wang Yao?" she asked, her voice a little flustered. This snapped Wang Yao out of his thoughts. He paused before answering, Zhou, do you know what I've been up to these past few days?" "Looking for a job?" she asked. "No," he replied. "I've been registering a company." "You're starting a company, becoming a boss?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Yes. After the incident last time, I thought it's better to work for myself rather than for someone else. I plan to name the company Xingyao, which means shining like a star, bright, dazzling, and eternal." "Did you play too much Mobile Legends?" she asked, teasing him. "Oh, never mind the details." Wang Yao waved it off. "I plan to start with beauty and wellness products." "Do you have any experience in this field?" she asked. "I have a family recipe for beauty," Wang Yao said. "Once the company is up and running, I'll use it as the flagship product. Zhou, would you be willing to be my brand ambassador?" "Well." Zhou Simin hesitated. Zhou, the endorsement fee won't be small," Wang Yao said. "It's not about the money." "Wang Yao, are you sure this recipe will be effective?" "What about any side effects?" she asked, concerned. "Don't worry. The results are great. Once we've developed it, you can try it first. If it works, then you can officially sign on." "Okay, I'll help you," Zhou Simin agreed. "Hey, we're partners in this. Besides, it's better if the water of wealth stays within our own family," Wang Yao joked. "Stop teasing me," Zhou Simin said, her face flushing even more. After their conversation, Wang Yao had secured Zhou Simin's help. Meanwhile, the system task was also successfully completed. As the saying goes, good wine fears no deep alleys. Wang Yao was contemplating how to market the beauty-enhancing pill while washing the dishes. Finally, when he saw Zhou Simin, the answer clicked in his mind. At the same time, the system presented two options for him. One was to find another celebrity to endorse the product, the other was to persuade Zhou Simin to agree. As for the rewards, the first option offered a fixed 100,000 yuan, while the second gave him another spin of the lucky wheel. No matter how he looked at it, the second option was far better, and Wang Yao wasn't about to make a foolish choice. After another round of washing dishes, Wang Yao headed to the guest room to rest. Alone in the room, he saw that no one was around, and once again, he activated the lucky wheel. As he clicked yes, he muttered to himself, "Fortune favors the bold." With a whoosh, the wheel spun wildly. When it finally stopped, the pointer landed on a clear item. Wang Yao frowned when he saw it. Beep. Congratulations, host, you've won a bowl. Wang Yao. Damn system, are you mocking me? Was it trying to tell him to beg for food with this bowl? Wang Yao silently cursed, then retrieved the newly won bowl from the system's backpack. Chapter 065 Blessings and 8 Peaches Bowl. Take it in your hand and look at it carefully. Only after such a close look did Wang Yao realize that the workmanship of this bowl was quite delicate and beautiful. Could it be that this bowl is an antique? Wang Yao muttered. However, Wang Yao didn't know much about antiques. As for asking the system about the specific origin of this bowl, Wang Yao thought that if the other party wanted to say it, they would have already said it, instead of using the adjective a bowl. After thinking for a moment, Wang Yao said to himself, never mind. Let's check online first to see if there are any antique cities in the Magic City. I'll go there on a cloudy day and let the real experts help me take a look. With this thought, Wang Yao made some preparations. The next day, early in the morning, Wang Yao took Hanhhan and Xinxin to Yunju Antique City. It's called an antique city, but it's actually a building. The first to 9th floors have a business area of 20,000 square meters. When he arrived at the place, Wang Yao didn't think much and took the elevator directly to the 8th floor. According to the internet, the 8th floor is the most prosperous in Yunju Antique City. When he arrived at this floor, Wang Yao looked left and right, picking and choosing. Finally, a store called Zhang's Antique Store looked the largest and most impressive, so Wang Yao took Hanhhan and Xinxin in together. After entering the store, he looked around the store. Wang Yao only saw that in front of the counter, there was a middle-aged man who looked quite mercenary, cracking melon seeds leisurely. For a moment, Wang Yao felt something was wrong and wanted to back out, but when he thought about it, he walked straight over. When he arrived in front of the other party, Wang Yao said, "Boss, I have a top-notch product here, please help me take a look." After speaking, Wang Yao took out the bowl from a handkerchief. Glanced sideways. In an instant, Zhang Yuan, the owner of this antique shop, saw that the bowl in Wang Yao's hand was not simple. But his face remained calm. Looking at Wang Yao, he chuckled and shook his head and said, "Your bowl is not worth much. Let's put it this way, if you really want to sell it, I will be kind and take it for 3,000. Sister, can't 3,000 buy a lot of delicious food?" Hearing this offer, Xinxin thought it was not bad. When she thought about exchanging it for food, she almost drooled. In response, Hanhhan said fiercely, "Shut up, you little foodie, don't talk." Oh. The two little guys had different attitudes. Looking at Wang Yao again, at this moment, he just wanted to say, 3,000. You are sending away beggars, right? Of course, with Hanhhan and Xinxin watching him, Wang Yao couldn't lose his composure. However, Wang Yao couldn't sell it at this price. Immediately, he prepared to take back the bowl and turned away. Zhang Yuan. Boy, why don't you play by the rules? In Zhang Yuan's imagination, Wang Yao would be dissatisfied with the price and beg him to add a little more. After some persuasion, he agreed to add some money and successfully won the deal. In reality, Wang Yao resolutely turned and left. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan reached out to stop Wang Yao and said with a smile, "It seems that you are also an expert. Well, I'll tell you the truth, this is indeed an antique. I'll give you a real price, 200,000, how about it? As long as you agree, I, Zhang Yuan, can transfer the money to you now." 200,000, isn't it still too low? Seeing that Wang Yao was still going to raise the price, Zhang Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "Little brother, it's not that I don't want to. Look at this bowl, what is this painted on the bowl? It's a bat. Isn't it the cause of the disasters in the past few years? Hearing this, Wang Yao realized that the thing that looked like a moth was actually a bat. Yes. The bowl Wang Yao brought was not plain white, but had some things painted on it, including a bat and a few peaches. However, Zhang Yuan's explanation was completely nonsense. Let alone whether the bat was the culprit. These two things were completely unrelated. In addition, Wang Yao suddenly realized that peaches and bats have the same meaning in Chinese. Originally, based on the price of 200,000, Wang Yao thought that if Zhang Yuan raised the price a little, he would sell it. Now, Wang Yao has completely given up the idea. In addition, Zhang Yuan was not honest at all, so Wang Yao no longer wanted to sell it to him. Coincidentally, at this moment, another voice sounded, "Boss Zhang, you want to buy this 5 blessings and 8 peaches bowl with 200,000 yuan, aren't you a little too greedy?" Seeing someone say the name of this bowl, Zhang Yuan knew that he couldn't deceive Wang Yao today, and he couldn't help but get angry and asked in a stern voice, "Who are you?" Marcy Yuan. When the other party introduced himself, Zhang Yuan immediately wilted. With a smile on his face, after pretending to slap himself, Zhang Yuan said, "It turned out to be Master Mar. I didn't recognize the great man, please don't be offended. It's okay. See all this." Wang Yao saw that this Marcy Yuan was a knowledgeable and honest person. So, he went over and said, "Brother Mar, my name is Wang Yao. Can you tell me the specific origin of this bowl?" "Okay, I'll tell you, Brother Wang. Look, there are 5 bats and 8 peaches on this bowl, so it's called the 5 blessings and 8 peaches bowl. This style basically comes from the Kangxi, Yongjing and Qianlong dynasties of the Qing dynasty. Specifically, according to the saying Yongbar Qinjiu, it should be the late Yongjing period or the early Qianlong period. In terms of meaning, the 5 bats represent the 5 blessings, and the 8 peaches represent the 8 immortals crossing the sea to celebrate the birthday. Based on this, your bowl can also be it's called the Fushou Shuangquan bowl. Finally, let's talk about the price. This style is more common in plates and dinner plates. The auction prices over the years are at least several million or even tens of millions. As the saying goes, things are more valuable because they are rare. The price of your bowl can be estimated to double. The only pity is that your bowl is from a folk kill rather than an official kill. The so-called folk kill and official kill are to see if there is any dynasty or year on the object. If there is, it is official, and if not, it is folk. Generally speaking, the price of similar antiques from official kilns is higher than that of folk kilns. Marcy Yuan spoke a long string of words. After listening to the other party's story, Wang Yao felt that he had really learned a lot this time. It's not over yet. After a pause, Marcy Yuan said, "Brother Wang, if you are interested in selling your 5 peaches and 8 blessings bowl, I am willing to bid 10 million to buy it." Oh my! Wang Yao was shocked when he heard the offer. From 200,000 to 10 million, a 50-fold increase, a full 8 figures. Seeing that Wang Yao did not reply, Marcy Yuan thought that Wang Yao was not satisfied with the offer, and then explained, "Brother Wang, it is true that if you put this 5 blessings and 8 peaches bowl in a large auction house, it is expected to be sold for millions, or even 20 million. However, this requires a process. If you have never done it before, it will take at least half a year. In addition, the auction house is not free, and it charges a high handling fee. In summary, my offer of 10 million is very fair. I didn't say it was unfair." Wang Yao muttered in his heart. At the same time, the voice of the system sounded in Wang Yao's ears again. Chapter 07 Huangdi Weijing Part 1. Ding, facing Marcy Yuan's offer of 10 million, does the host want to sell the 5 blessings and 8 peaches bowl in his hand? Choice 1, do not agree to sell, go through the auction house route. Reward, Lucky Wheel X1, short-sighted title, after wearing it, you can only see the immediate benefits, not the long-term vision. Choice 2, agree to sell, but you have to pay more. Reward, Lucky Wheel X1, human insatiable title, wearing greed plus 1%. Choice 3, agree to sell at this price. Reward, random mini-game X1. Note, after completing the mini-game, you will get the corresponding reward. Wang Yao. After a little hesitation, Wang Yao finally decided to choose 3. Admittedly, Wang Yao has already tasted the rewards of the Lucky Wheel of Options 1 and 2, and they are indeed very fragrant. However, the subsequent title is too shady and does not want Wang Yao to choose. Besides, Wang Yao also saw that Ma Siyuan is very powerful. Since he was planning to start a business, he naturally wanted to have more friends and more paths. Not to mention, 10 million yuan had already exceeded Wang Yao's psychological expectations, so there was no need to bother about hurting people's feelings for a few 100,000 yuan. Finally, Wang Yao was also a little curious about the random mini-games with new rewards. So, laughing to himself, Wang Yao said, "Since Brother Ma really wants it, then let's do as you said, 10 million yuan. Let's leave each other contact information, and I, Wang Yao, will be your friend." Okay. After that, Wang Yao reported his CMB card number. Ma Siyuan took out his mobile phone and operated it, and soon, the notification sound of 10 million yuan arriving sounded. Hearing the sound, Wang Yao was so excited that he almost jumped up with excitement, but on the surface, he pretended to be calm. Then, Wang Yao reported his mobile phone number to Ma Siyuan, and the other party handed over a business card. After taking it in his hand and looking at it, Wang Yao said, "Brother Ma, in addition to collecting antiques, you also opened a company specializing in futures trading." "Yes. Brother Wang, if you have business in this area, remember to take care of me." "Of course." At this point, Ma Siyuan looked down at Hanhhan and Xinxin and said, "Are these two little ones your daughters?" "Yes. So beautiful and cute. Brother Wang, you are so lucky." Hearing this praise, Hanhhan and Xinxin raised their heads at the right time and said in a crisp tone, "Thank you, Uncle Mar. Good boy. Enviable, unlike me, who is still alone now." Ma Siyuan said self-deprecatingly. And Wang Yao was a little surprised. In his opinion, Ma Siyuan was at least 10 years older than him, but he had not yet started a family. Of course, this was someone else's private matter, so Wang Yao couldn't say much, not to mention that a bachelor like Ma Siyuan would definitely have no shortage of beauties around him. The two chatted for a few more sentences. Then, they parted ways and went back to their own homes. When they got home, while Hanhhan and Xinxin were taking a nap at noon, Wang Yao called up the system interface again and went to the backpack page. "Ding, do you want to use the random mini-game X1? "Yes. Random start." "Ding, congratulations to the host for randomly getting the mini-game real-life version of Jump." Without waiting for Wang Yao to react, the system asked again, "Ding, do you want to start the game?" "Yes." Although Wang Yao hadn't figured it out yet, it didn't stop him from trying. Anyway, this game had to be played anyway, so it was better to play it sooner rather than later, no matter if it was a mule or a horse, and pull it out for a walk first. Unexpectedly, the next second, Wang Yao seemed to be pulled away by something. After losing consciousness for a short time, Wang Yao went to a completely unfamiliar space. Looking around, he found that he was growing on top of a rectangular block. What's going on? Just when Wang Yao was confused, lines of text appeared in front of him, introducing the rules of this small game. Speaking of which, it is indeed very similar to the small program game in WeChat a few years ago. The difference is that this time, Wang Yao personally operated and experienced it. In addition, the rewards are still random. However, according to the rules, the level of the reward will double for every 10 boxes jumped. After knowing all this, Wang Yao confidently played this real-life version of Jump, but the result was ouch. When Wang Yao stumbled and failed to jump, and fell off the box, his consciousness returned to his body. Back to reality, Wang Yao couldn't help but curse, "Fuck you." Back then, when I played Jump on WeChat, the highest record was more than 3,000 points, hundreds of boxes. As a result, in this real-life version, I only jumped 31. Shame, really shame. While complaining, Wang Yao was also thankful in his heart that it was 31. If he failed after jumping to 39, he would be even more angry if he was one step away from increasing the reward. Just as Wang Yao's thoughts were flying. Beside his ears, the system prompt sounded again, "The host scored 31 and can get the third level reward. The reward is randomly selected." Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the first part of the ancient Chinese medicine book, Huangdi Weijing. After that, an epiphany. A huge amount of Chinese medicine knowledge was poured into Wang Yao's mind. And it was not crammed, but a real integration, just like Wang Yao's previous god-level cooking skills. After a pause, Wang Yao came back to his senses and couldn't help but sigh, "It's terrible. Can Chinese medicine really do that? At night, when Zhou Simin came back from get off work, Wang Yao had already prepared the meal, but her face looked a little ugly. When Zhou Simin sat on the sofa, Hanhhan and Xinxin, two caring little cotton jackets, climbed up on the left and right, and rubbed her belly with their little hands. Zhou Simin was very pleased. Thank you, baby. Seeing all this, Wang Yao asked, Zhu, are you not feeling well? It's okay, it's an old problem, I just need to rest. Is a relative coming? Yeah. With a shy voice, Zhou Simin said again, Wang Yao, I won't eat dinner. Okay, Hanhhan, Xinxin, you two go wash your hands and get ready for dinner. The two little guys nodded and did as they were told. At this point, Wang Yao felt that maybe he could use what he had learned today to help Zhou Simin. At the same time, it was so coincidental. For this, the system issued another task. So, whether out of concern or selfishness, Wang Yao no longer cared, went to Zhou Simin and suggested that, Zhu, I know a little acupuncture, otherwise, I'll give you a few needles to try. This. Try it, maybe it will work. Okay. Unable to resist Wang Yao's enthusiasm, Zhou Simin finally agreed. After saying hello to Hanhhan and Xinxin, and asking them to eat first, Zhou Simin and Wang Yao went to the master bedroom together. After coming in, Wang Yao asked Zhou Simin to take off his coat, then lift his top up, and lie on his back on the bed to facilitate the needle. Zhou Simin was still a little embarrassed about this. But there was no turning back after starting, so he had to do it. Outside the house, Hanhhan and Xinxin saw that Wang Yao and Zhou Simin had not come out for a long time. Out of curiosity, the two little ones got off the table and squatted at the door to eavesdrop. Just at this time, inside the house, Zhou Simin shouted. Xinxin heard it and immediately said, Sister, is Dad beating Mom? Chapter 08 Palladium 100 kilograms. No. He denied Xinxin's statement. Hanhhan crossed his hands in front of him, frowned, and said analytically, In my opinion, the two of them are probably doing something shameful. Little devil. Seeing Hanhhan say this, Xinxin scratched her head and asked, What is shameful? That's it. He was speechless for a moment. That's right. Compared to Xinxin's cuteness, Hanhhan is much smarter and more mature, but after all, what can a baby of more than 1 or 3 years old understand? After holding it in for a while, Hanhhan said, In short, let's not disturb them. Oh. Xinxin agreed. Then, the two little guys continued to eat. The scene returned to the master bedroom. The reason why Zhou Simin screamed was purely because Wang Yao's acupuncture technique was so good and comfortable that she couldn't help it. Realizing that she had lost her composure, Zhou Simin quickly covered her mouth with her hands, and then blushed again. In order to ease the embarrassment, Wang Yao took the initiative to ask, Zhu, is my acupuncture technique okay? Very good. Wang Yao, thank you. You helped me with the acupuncture, and I feel much better now. That's it. After a round of acupuncture was over, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin came out of the master bedroom. And Hanhhan and Xinxin had finished their meal long ago, and sat on the sofa obediently to watch cartoons together. Hearing the noise, the two little guys looked at them. Then, Xinxin jumped off the sofa, ran to Wang Yao and Zhou Simin and said, Mom, can't you sleep with Xinxin and sister today? Zhou Simin. Wang Yao. Who said that? That, my sister said that. She said that Mom wants to be with Dad. When Zhou Simin asked, Xinxin immediately sold out Hanhhan decisively. However, Zhou Simin did not get angry, but patiently explained to Hanhhan and Xinxin, and then resolved the misunderstanding. Turning back, Zhou Simin, who was angry and embarrassed, glared at the place where Wang Yao had stood originally. Fortunately, as the initiator, Wang Yao knew very well that a fire in the city gate will affect the fish in the pond, and had already slipped into the second bedroom and hid. Wang Yao, who was rubbing his feet with oil, confirmed that he was safe. Opening the system again and turning to the backpack interface, Wang Yao used the lucky wheel opportunity he had just obtained by acupuncture for Zhou Simin without saying anything. Wahua tilde. It started to spin. Wang Yao said expectantly, I wonder what good things I can get this time. When the wheel stopped completely, Wang Yao looked at the grid where the pointer pointed and it seemed to be a big stone. Stone? Let's start with something real. The next second, Wang Yao heard. Ding, congratulations to their host for winning 100 kilograms of palladium. Note, with formal invoice. What is it? Wang Yao had heard of gold and platinum, but what is palladium? Based on the principle of ask if you don't understand, Wang Yao went online to check and search, and then he found that he was just ignorant. The so-called palladium, with the element symbol Pd, is one of the rarest precious metals in the world. It looks similar to platinum. In its natural state, it will show a silvery white luster and will never fade. It is also a kind of catalyst, widely used in petrochemical, medical, as well as automobiles, watches, etc. As for the price, it is more expensive than gold and platinum. Wow, I'm so surprised. After understanding all this, Wang Yao roughly knew the value of this 100 kilograms of palladium. However, how should such a valuable thing be sold? In his mind, Wang Yao had a flash of thought, remembering that palladium seemed to be a kind of futures, so. Ding, how does their host plan to sell this 100 kilograms of palladium? Choice 1, find a large offline gold shop for consignment. Reward, Lucky Wheel X1. Choice 2, find Marcy Yuan and persuade him to buy it. Reward, Random Minigame X1. The selection task is here again. Wang Yao chose the second one without hesitation. In Wang Yao's opinion, Marcy Yuan's personal strength is enough, and he can probably eat this 100 kilograms of palladium. When the rewards are similar, why bother to go far away? Without further ado, Wang Yao immediately took out the business card he had received from Marcy Yuan this morning, and at the same time took out his mobile phone and dialed the number on it. Beep, beep, beep. Hello. After the phone rang 3 times, it was connected. Brother Mar, it's me, Wang Yao. Oh, it's Brother Wang. What's the matter with you calling me like this? Well, Brother Mar, since you are doing futures business, do you accept palladium? Of course I will. What's the matter, Brother Wang, do you have a way? To be honest, Brother Mar, I have exactly 100 kilograms of palladium on hand. How much? 100 kilograms. Hearing Wang Yao repeat it, he knew that he had not heard it wrong. On the other end of the phone, Marcy Yuan, who was a little lazy at first, became a little energetic. Brother Wang, is this palladium of yours? Legal. Brother Mar, I can provide you with a formal invoice for this batch of goods. Hearing Wang Yao say this, there is probably no problem with the source. Marcy Yuan said, okay. Brother Wang, when do you plan to trade with me? The sooner the better. Or, on a cloudy day. Okay. In this way, Wang Yao and Marcy Yuan agreed on a meeting place on the phone. The next day. At noon. In a tea house, when Marcy Yuan came in, Wang Yao raised his hand and said, Brother Mar, here. Seeing Wang Yao, Marcy Yuan came over, but behind him, there was an old man with something in his hand. After meeting, Wang Yao shook hands with Marcy Yuan and said, Brother Wang, this is the professional I brought with me to inspect the goods. After all, for such a big deal, you have to be a villain first and a gentleman later. Do you mind? It should be. Where is the goods? Here. At this point, Wang Yao kicked the metal lump under the table with his foot. After that, the old man brought by Marcy Yuan used the precision instruments he brought to test the 100 kilograms of palladium. Taking advantage of this gap, Wang Yao and Marcy Yuan drank a cup of tea. Oh, Brother Mar, here are the invoices. Yes, okay. Brother Wang, are you going to take these 2 little cuties with you? I have no choice. Their mother has to go to work. Hanhhan and Xinxin are not old enough to go to kindergarten. I have to take the trouble to take them with me. You can leave them to the nursery. That's fine. But while they are still young and I am not busy, I still want to be closer to my 2 daughters and spend more time with them. The 2 chatted for more than 10 minutes. The testing work has also come to an end. The old man said to Marcy Yuan, Master Mar, this is real 999,000 pure gold. There is no problem with the purity. The weight is calculated by volume, most of which is 100 kilograms, and the error will not be 10 grams. Old Li, thank you for your hard work. Seeing that there is no problem with the goods, the next step is to calculate the price. After a pause, Marcy Yuan said, Brother Wang, we can buy palladium at a price of 470 to 480 yuan per gram. In view of the good purity and complete procedures of your batch of goods, I will give you an upper limit. In this way, 480 times 1 times 0 is 48 million in total. What do you think? Chapter 09 Extended Rolls-Royce Phantom. 48 million. Even though Wang Yao had a rough estimate of the price of his batch of goods before coming, he was still quite excited when he heard the offer. After all, this is nearly half of their small goal. Fortunately, the first time is the second time. Pick up the cup, drink a sip of tea. Wang Yao calmed down and smiled. Okay, then everything is up to Brother Mar. Next, Mar Siyuan took out his mobile phone again and paid Wang Yao. At this point, the money was paid, and Wang Yao did not stay for long, and took Hanhhan and Xinxin, the two little guys, back home. Afterwards, he took advantage of the free time at noon. Wang Yao decisively used the newly acquired random mini-game. Just as Wang Yao was rubbing his hands, thinking that this time, if he jumped again in the real-life version, he would definitely set a new record, and he couldn't pull it like last time. Unexpectedly. Random start. Ding, congratulations to their host for randomly getting the minigame, the real-life version of Contra. After a little surprise, when the system asked again whether to start the game, Wang Yao decisively chose yes. Sure enough. As Wang Yao made his choice, he was pulled into a strange space again. Then, when the rules of the game were introduced, Wang Yao knew that this was the FC horizontal version of Contra that he played when he was a child. There are a total of 8 levels. Similar to the previous mini-games, after each level passed, the random reward Wang Yao received at the end will be upgraded by 1 level. I'm good at shooting games. Laughing to himself, Wang Yao was still quite confident about this Contra game. Thinking back to the past, he had successfully passed this classic game. Result. Wang Yao was defeated by the boss of the 3rd level and only passed the first 2 levels. After regaining consciousness, Wang Yao couldn't help but curse, damn it. You only have 1 life? If it were me, I could use the cheats up, down, left, right, Alibaba, to get 30 lives. It's impossible not to pass these 8 levels. Complaints aside. At least Wang Yao passed 2 levels. Then, the system's voice came to his ears. Their host successfully passed 2 levels and can get the 2nd level reward. The reward is random. Hearing this, Wang Yao looked forward to it again. He was curious about what he could get. As for what he wanted specifically, in Wang Yao's opinion, if he could get the 2nd part of Huangdi Weijing and complete this long-lost ancient Chinese medicine book, it would be pretty good. Unfortunately, things did not go as he wished. Fortunately, when Wang Yao heard about the reward this time, he was still very satisfied after being stunned for a while. At night, when Wang Yao, Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, Xinxin, a family of 4, sat at the dining table to eat together. After thinking about it, Xinxin still said, "Mom, where are you going to take me and my sister to play this weekend?" Hearing this, without waiting for Zhou Simin to answer, Hanhhan took the lead and said, "Xinxin, don't be so selfish. Mom has been in poor health these days, and she needs to rest more. But, we didn't go out last week. Mom also promised Xinxin that she would go this weekend." Speaking of this, Xinxin lowered her head, looking aggrieved. As a foodie, she seemed to have lost her appetite even when eating. As a bystander, Wang Yao realized that today was already Friday, and he hadn't been working for a few days, so he couldn't get through the day. Seeing this, Wang Yao interrupted and asked, Zhu, have you promised Xinxin?" "Yes." "Then we have to do it. As parents, we should teach our children to keep their promises, and we should practice what we preach. Of course, now that I am here, I will arrange and handle everything, so you don't have to worry about it." Okay. Thank you, Wang Yao. So how do you plan to arrange it?" Faced with Zhou Simin's question, Wang Yao told her his plan. The next day, I slept in. It was more than 10 o'clock in the morning when Wang Yao, Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin got up one after another, washed up, changed their clothes, and went to their underground parking lot together. Drive? Right. It's just that Wang Yao's family is not driving the Wuling Hongguang that Zhou Simin drove before, but another high-end car parked next to it. What is this? Zhou Simin asked out of curiosity. In response, Wang Yao smiled and replied, "Extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom." Even though she had never seen it, Zhou Simin had heard of it and couldn't help but open her mouth into an O shape. Isn't this expensive? The price plus the license plate is almost 20 million. Where did it come from? Rented? No. Shaking his head, Wang Yao said, Zhu, I wanted to find an excuse to lie to you. However, you are one of my closest people, so I still don't want to do this. But to be honest, I can't say it. Later, I will tell you when I have a chance. Seeing Wang Yao's sincere face, Zhou Simin didn't continue to ask. There is no doubt that this luxury car is naturally the reward Wang Yao got for playing 2 levels of the real-life Contra yesterday. Then, Wang Yao and his 4 companions got on the car and sat down in the front and back rows. The next second, he took out 2 puddings and a box of milk and distributed them to the mother and daughter. Zhu, Hanhhan, Xinxin, it will take us about an hour to get there, so eat something to fill your stomach first. Thank you. Thank you, Dad. After that, Wang Yao finally started the accelerator and set off. After driving for a while, Wang Yao pressed a button, and in an instant, everyone felt that the seats below seemed to move. Don't be nervous, this is the massage function, which is very comfortable with the leather sofa. Wang Yao explained. Before he finished, Wang Yao pressed another button. On the top of the vehicle, a pattern similar to the starry sky appeared. Wow, it's so beautiful. Looking up her little head, Xinxin saw this scene and clapped her hands happily. Don't worry, there's more. The third button was pressed, and 2 small TVs were pulled out from behind the seats of Wang Yao and Zhou Simin. After starting, cartoons were played in front of the 2 little guys. They ate and watched. Along the way, Hanhhan and Xinxin did not make any noises, and they enjoyed it very much. Zhou Simin was very happy to see all this, and smiled naturally. Wang Yao took a glance and immediately thought, is this the so-called one smile that can conquer the whole city? Ahem. Instantly, Wang Yao came back to his senses. He warned himself in his heart that he should concentrate on driving and not be distracted. Otherwise, if he was not careful, that would be driving improperly, and relatives would shed tears. After a while, Zhou Simin turned around and sat down and said, I didn't expect you to be good at coaxing children. It seems that I was right to ask you to take care of Hanhhan and Xinxin these days. Look, you are also doing a good job as a dad. Thank you Zhu for the compliment. Children are actually very easy to coax. Not to mention, our 2 daughters are so cute and obedient. After these words came out, Zhou Simin blushed a little shyly again. Wang Yao did not continue to tease him. After driving all the way, after 50 minutes, his family of 4 arrived at the destination of this trip, the ancient village wetland park. Chapter 10 He is just a child. Wow, it is 10 minutes earlier than expected. The reason is that Wang Yao's extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom is so cool. The other vehicles were afraid of being hit by each other, so they kept away from each other. Therefore, Wang Yao drove all the way here without any obstruction and traffic jams. Besides, this ancient village wetland park is a place in the suburbs of Magic City. The reason why Wang Yao chose to come here is that in addition to the few people and beautiful scenery, the most important thing is that you can have barbecue here. Yes. Yesterday, Wang Yao's arrangement was to bring Zhu, Hanhhan, and Xinxin here to enjoy the scenery, play and have some barbecue. This taste, wow tilde, it's very comfortable just to think about it. Find an open space in the park. Wang Yao took out the barbecue grill, charcoal fire, food, etc. that he bought yesterday from the trunk of the car one by one. He spread a picnic mat on the ground and asked Zhou Simin to sit down. Then he took out 2 small kites and a small windmill and handed them to the 2 little guys. At this point, Wang Yao said, Zhu, you have a good rest. Hanhhan and Xinxin, you go play by yourselves first. Dad will grill meat and vegetables, which will take some time. I will call you over when it's done. Okay. They agreed in unison. Hanhhan and Xinxin, the pair of little sisters, went to play by themselves. Of course, the 2 little cuties didn't run too far and were still in the sight of Wang Yao and Zhou Simin. While blowing the windmill and flying the kite, Hanhhan and Xinxin laughed from time to time. Children's happiness is sometimes so simple. Seeing this, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin also laughed. This is happiness. It is said that a person's heart is worth more than money. Happy Wang Yao no longer cared why the system did not issue him any selection tasks for this family trip. However, Hanhhan and Xinxin had been playing for half an hour. Suddenly, Xinxin looked in a direction, stretched out her little finger and said, Hey, sister, look. Looking at the direction Xinxin pointed, Hanhhan frowned and said angrily, Dad, Mom, someone is scratching our car. Huh. Hearing this, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin also turned back immediately. From their perspective, although they could not see it completely, they also saw a hand, which was really drawing there. Fuck! Immediately, Wang Yao cursed in his heart. At the same time, he immediately ran over and arrived in time before their culprit escaped. Unexpectedly, he saw a little boy about 8 or 9 years old. No, that's not right, it should be said that it was a naughty child. Looking at the other party, Wang Yao said, "Kid, where are your parents?" Seeing that he was caught, the little boy was a little flustered and shouted loudly, "Dad, Mom." After a while, a couple in their 30s came over. During this period, Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin also arrived. Seeing this, the little boy's parents quickly became confused. Then, the little boy's mother said, "Well, I'm sorry. My child is young and ignorant. Can you please forgive me?" Without waiting for Wang Yao to reply. At this moment, the system issued a task. Ding, how should the host treat the unrepentant brat? Choice 1, accept the boy's mother's apology and stop caring about it. Reward, 200,000, title of Prime Minister with a big heart, and plus 1% of generosity. Choice 2, do not accept the apology and ask for a suitable compensation from the other party. Reward, a can of 91st century Coke. Note, drinking it can slightly change your physical condition. 1 or 2. This time, Wang Yao hesitated for a long time. At first glance, it seems that the title this time is quite normal. In fact, not. Nothing else. The origin of the saying, Prime Minister with a big heart, has several versions, but almost all of them describe the story of a concubine of a certain dynasty who cheated and finally chose to tolerate. Considering this, if Wang Yao chose one and accepted this title, it seems a bit like, be good, wear your hat well. Even if it is not true, it is quite aggrieved. At this moment, seeing his parents backing him up, the little boy was no longer panicked, and even rolled his eyes at Wang Yao and stuck out his tongue. Oh my! How arrogant after doing something wrong. At this point, Wang Yao decisively chose option 2 and said, "Madam, your son scratched my car, why are you apologizing to me?" This. After being speechless for a moment, after a few seconds, the little boy's mother said, "Sir, my son is still young, why do you care so much? If your son just accidentally scratched my car, I wouldn't do this. But look, the scratches on my car are almost like graffiti, here, and they are all sunken. Obviously, your son did it on purpose. Not only did he scratch it, but he also kicked it several times. But is just a child." In a hurry, the little boy's mother still said this, and didn't even replace it with a new one. Wang Yao sneered, "Then let me ask you, isn't your son a human being? Why are you still cursing? Of course my son is a human being. Then should a human being be responsible for his own behavior? But my son." Without waiting for the other party to repeat, Wang Yao said, "Mr. Lu Zun once said if you don't treat him as a human being when he is young, he won't be a human being when he grows up." At this point in the argument, the little boy's mother wilted, Then I want my son to apologize to you. Not only an apology, but also compensation. You. One. The little boy's mother was furious and yelled, Okay, then how much do you want to pay? 100,000. Damn. Are you crazy? Why don't you just rob? My car is an extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom. The new car cost 19 million. For the damage your son has done, it will cost hundreds of thousands to paint and repair the dents. Even if I bought full car insurance for this car, 70% can be reimbursed. The rest needs to be borne by you. If you really want to calculate it in detail, it's probably close to 200,000. I'm very polite to ask for 100,000. It was very eloquent and well reasoned. The little boy's mother wanted to say something, but was stopped by her husband. The little boy's father took his son to Wang Yao, patted the naughty child on the head and said, "Apologize." At this point, the little boy was scared and quickly bowed his head to admit his mistake. "Uncle, I'm sorry." After that, the little boy's father said, "Sorry, I've caused you trouble." Then, the other party transferred 100,000 yuan according to Wang Yao's request. Logically speaking, the matter was over, and the boy's parents were ready to take him away. However, with his mother's murderous eyes, he would be beaten when he got home. In response, Wang Yao said, "Sir, children need to be taught, and beating is just a means. We parents should tell our children what to do and what not to do, instead of just beating or spoiling them. Well, thank you. You're welcome. Wait until the boy and his family leave. Par. From the beginning to the end, Zhou Simin applauded Wang Yao at this time. Then, Zhou Simin bent down and said to the two little ones, Hanhhan, Xinxin, your father has given you a vivid lesson. You should remember the truth, okay? Well, I will. Hanhhan agreed straightforwardly. What? Xinxin scratched her head again, with a puzzled expression as if she didn't know what happened. Seeing this, Zhou Simin smiled helplessly at her cute little daughter, and then said, as a human being, you must be responsible for your own behavior, no matter how old you are. Of course, you are still young and don't understand many things. Your mother and your father will do their best to teach you well. Okay. After this explanation, Xinxin finally turned pale, nodded her little head, responded in a baby voice, and showed a bright smile. Chapter 11. Back to the pre-liberation period. The episode came to an end. After that, it returned to the rhythm of the picnic barbecue. After Wang Yao prepared all kinds of skewers and brought them up on a large iron plate, he and Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin started to eat and share. However, Hanhhan and Xinxin were still young after all, and some meat skewers were stuck to the barbecue iron sticks, and they were a little difficult to bite off. Seeing this scene, Wang Yao smiled, put on plastic gloves, and planned to help. Unexpectedly, after working for a while with his head down, Wang Yao looked up again and saw. Zhou Simin held Xinxin's little head with one hand and held the other's hand holding the iron skewers with the other hand to help him pull them down. Looking at Xinxin, the way she bared her teeth and worked hard was really cute and funny. Wang Yao couldn't help but laughed out loud. Zhou Simin turned around and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "No, nothing. Zhou, isn't it good to be like me?" Zhou Simin. Why didn't I think of it? However, Zhou Simin, who didn't want to admit that he was stupid, found an excuse to argue, it's convenient to eat ready-made food. But you still have to pull the skewers yourself. This way, it's more ceremonial and tastes better. To be honest, Zhou Simin did have some truth in what he said. So, Wang Yao joined in, and the two of them helped Hanhhan and Xinxin to eat skewers like this. The pleasant Saturday barbecue outing ended just like that. Wait until about 5 o'clock in the afternoon. After cleaning up the garbage, Wang Yao started his extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom and took the two adults and one child home. At night, in the second bedroom, Wang Yao secretly drank the can of 91st Century Coke, and as a result, he just sweated a little more. Regarding this effect, Wang Yao complained again, "Damn, I thought that drinking this can of Coke would not only turn me into a Superman, but at least I would have to clean my marrow and get rid of a lot of dirt. In the end, this is it." Then, on Sunday, Wang Yao's family of four did not go out and stayed at home for a day. After that, another week of work began. In 3 days, Wang Yao found a high-end 4S shop and repaired the damage caused by the naughty child. It must be said that the after-sales service of luxury cars is still excellent. When it was completely repaired, Wang Yao's extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom was completely brand new. Just as Wang Yao was taking Hanhhan and Xinxin to drive the repaired car home. On their way, Wang Yao passed the commercial center of the Bund. While waiting for the red light, he saw a towering and majestic office building. Xinxin Building. Without looking up, Wang Yao recognized the office building at a glance. Normal. After all, among the Grade A office buildings on the Bund in Shanghai, Xinxin Building is at least in the top 10, if not the first. With a good location and good scenery, the rent is naturally rising. At this point, Wang Yao suddenly thought that since he wanted to register a company, he must recruit people and arrange an office location. At present, the process of registering a company is basically completed. So, does the office location also need to be finalized? If it were a few days ago, Wang Yao would not have thought about it, nor would he have been able to think about it. Now, Wang Yao is well-fed and not panicking. After a little thought, he decided to get a territory in this Xinxin Building. Just do it. After Wang Yao parked his car in a nearby parking lot, he entered the revolving door of the Xinxin Building with Hanhhan and Xinxin. After a while, a staff member at the front desk came to Wang Yao and asked, "Sir, what can I do for you?" So polite. On the one hand, it is such a high-end place, and the quality of the staff is generally not bad. On the other hand, Wang Yao's clothes are no longer street stall goods, but a set of famous brands. As the saying goes, clothes make the man, and the saddle makes their horse, the treatment is naturally different. Get straight to the point. Wang Yao said his purpose. The other party said, okay, please wait a moment, and left temporarily. Not long after, a person in charge came over. Under his guidance, Wang Yao, Hanhhan, and Xinxin took the elevator to the 26th floor of Jingguan building. Sir, our office is of high standard grade A standard. As you saw when you came up just now, there are 8 elevators in total. Even during rush hour, there is basically no congestion. And the floor where we are located has an area of 561 square meters of vacant office units, and a usable area of 548 square meters. The monthly rent is 65,000 yuan. Spread out, the daily rent per square meter is about 3.95 yuan. Less than 4 yuan, it is a very favorable price in the Bund Commercial Center. With a professional smile, the lady in charge introduced. After listening, Wang Yao was a little entangled. It's not that he thinks it's too expensive or bad. But after Wang Yao came here, he didn't want to rent it anymore, but wanted to buy it. Ding, facing the future office location of Xingyao Company, will the host rent or buy it? Choice 1, rent for 3 years first. Reward, random mini game X1. Choice 2, buy it directly. Reward, lucky wheel X1. Hearing the task coming, Wang Yao did not hesitate and chose the second one. In addition to following his heart, after the first 2 attempts, Wang Yao felt that he had no talent for real-life games, so he might as well rely on luck to give it a try. With this thought, Wang Yao said to the lady in charge, then, what if I want to buy it? Sir, are you serious? Of course. Please rest here for a while. I will go find the property owner and talk to you in detail. If it is just a simple lease, the lady in charge will be able to make the final decision, but if it is a sale, she can't make the decision. Wait for more than 10 minutes. A man in a suit who looks to be in his 30s and slightly fat rushed here. Dai Qing. Wang Yao. The 2 sides shook hands first. Then, Dai Qing handed over a huazi, and Wang Yao waved his hand and said, thank you, I don't smoke. Seeing Wang Yao's refusal, Dai Qing lit one for himself, took a puff, and puffed out smoke. At the same time, Wang Yao pulled Hanhhan and Xinxin back. It's no wonder that second-hand smoke is more harmful than direct smoking. As the father of Hanhhan and Xinxin, Wang Yao must protect them. However, at this moment, the honest Xinxin stepped forward and said, Uncle Dai, smoking is not good. Dai Qing was stunned by Xinxin's teaching. Then, Dai Qing extinguished the cigarette in his hand and said, well, you are right. Sorry, I didn't notice that there was a child here. Apologized. Dai Qing then got to the point and said, Brother Wang, do you want to buy my office unit? Yes. I think this place of Boss Dai is quite suitable for me. Okay. Then I'll give you a fair price. Dai Qing held up a finger and said, 100,000 per square meter, a flat price of 54.8 million. If Brother Wang thinks it's suitable, we can sign the contract and go through the transfer procedures. Wang Yao. Even though Wang Yao had been prepared before, he was still surprised when he heard the price. But once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. Besides, Wang Yao's thinking is relatively conservative. In his opinion, renting is not his own after all. If you have money on hand, it is better to buy. After a pause, Wang Yao said, Boss Dai, is your office building rough? Office buildings are rough. When a company moves in, they will simply decorate and arrange it according to their needs and preferences. Then I'll add another 30,000. There, you give me an independent office. Here, you give me a conference room. For the rest, you give me 60 workstations. Some computers, office chairs, air purifiers, and green plants, all arranged for me. Is that okay? Okay. Get it done within a month. No problem. Spend money to buy convenience. Since the big money has been spent, there is no need to worry about the small money, just let others take care of it. At this point in the conversation, Wang Yao and Dai Qing have reached an agreement. After signing the contract, Wang Yao immediately transferred the money to Dai Qing. Looking at the 8-digit number in his CMB card turning into a 6-digit number, Wang Yao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. It's really like going back to the pre-liberation era. Chapter 12 Tai Chi. Too hasty. Of course, the loss is only temporary. Wang Yao believes that with the system and his own efforts, the money he spent today can be earned back 10 times, 100 times, or 1,000 times in the future. The company's office location has been settled. This time, Wang Yao really took Hanhhan and Xinxin home. For some reason, the two little guys were in good spirits today and did not sleep at noon. As a result, Wang Yao was unable to find an opportunity. Until Hanhhan and Xinxin went to bed at night and Zhou Simin went to the bathroom to take a bath, Wang Yao found an opportunity and used the newly obtained lucky will while sitting on the sofa in the living room. Small money, small money, small money. While spinning, Wang Yao kept repeating. Wang Yao, who bleeds a lot today, is satisfied with the specific reward as long as it is valuable. It's a pity that things don't go as planned. Ding, congratulations to their host for obtaining the national martial art Tai Chi. Tai Chi, the kind that old men and women in the park practice all day long. In his heart, Wang Yao couldn't help but complain. The next second, when a large amount of inheritance about the national martial art Tai Chi was poured into Wang Yao's brain, he realized that he was wrong, and he was very wrong. Excited and itchy, Wang Yao stood up from the sofa and prepared to practice. Unexpectedly, Wang Yao had just started to pose, and Zhou Simin came out while wiping her hair with a towel. Wang Yao. Zhou Simin. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a while. Subconsciously, Zhou Simin said, Wang Yao, are you dancing awkwardly? Good guy, it would be better if he didn't say it, but it was even more awkward once he said it. At this point, Wang Yao silently said in his heart, as long as I'm not embarrassed, then others will be embarrassed. On the other side, Wang Yao jumped and turned his wrist and said, I've been running all day today. I'm a little tired. Let's stretch my muscles. I'm going to take a shower. Zhu, you look like a lotus in clear water. You're so beautiful. Walking to Zhou Simin, Wang Yao said this at the end. Zhou Simin blushed and ran into the master bedroom in small steps. With a click, she closed the door. 2 more days passed. At around 9 o'clock on Friday night, Wang Yao heard the voice and looked down at the WeChat message. He immediately clenched his left fist and silently said, yes. Afterwards, Wang Yao said to Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin, Zhu, my dear daughters, I have to go out for something. I should be back before 12 o'clock. Wang Yao, why are you going out? Oh, I made an appointment with a senior to have supper and talk about something. At this point, Wang Yao looked at Zhou Simin and said happily, why, don't you believe me? How about you go with me? Forget it. If we both leave, will Hanhhan and Xinxin be left at home? I'm worried. You go early and come back early, and be careful on the road. Okay, I obey. After agreeing, Wang Yao got up and set off. When Wang Yao really left, Hanhhan said, Mom, did you really let Dad go out like this? Hearing this, Zhou Simin patted Hanhhan's little head and said, he's a smart kid. Don't think too much, I believe him. After spending 10 days together, Zhou Simin felt that Wang Yao was a very honest and considerate man. Not to mention, their relationship. Admittedly, it's a bit strange now. They are not lovers or husband and wife, but they are definitely relatives. How can we not trust our closest relatives? Arriving at the agreed street shop, Wang Yao sat down for a few minutes, and a young man who was not tall, not handsome, but very elegant, patted his back and sat down. Then, the other party said, you invite me here. It's nice here. Senior, you forgot that we came here to eat several times when we were still in Shanghai finance. It's a different time. Now I have an annual income of nearly 1 million yuan with year-end bonus and stock options. This night snack stall of 100 or so yuan is not worthy of my status. How about we go to a more upscale place? Don't. Since we are here, it's fine here. At this point, the young man showed a clean smile. It was very obvious that the words just now were purely a joke with Wang Yao. The other party's name was Xuchang, 3 years older than Wang Yao, and the two were both alumni and fellow townsmen. During school, the two had a good relationship. In addition, Xuchang studied financial management, with good grades and strong abilities. After graduation, he joined a listed company, started from the bottom, and now has become a senior professional manager. In short, he is a rare talent. Therefore, Wang Yao asked Xuchang out tonight, on the one hand, to reminisce about the past, and on the other hand, to poach him. After a few beers and a few snacks, Wang Yao did not hide anything and directly stated his purpose of coming. Wang Yao, are you serious? Senior, do I look like I'm kidding? As long as you come to my company, I can immediately increase your current annual salary by 50%. You know, expensive things are good in everything except being expensive. Wang Yao was not acting on impulse, but he knew clearly that his senior was worth the price. Next, Wang Yao showed Xu Chang the negative picture of the property certificate of the Grade A office unit he had bought earlier. After realizing that Wang Yao was not joking but serious. After thinking for a moment, Xu Chang said, "Okay, since you, Mr. Wang, have invited me so kindly, I will not refuse." Senior, did you agree? Yes. Wang Yao, to be honest, it is not easy to work in a big company. I have been thinking about resigning for some time. What's the situation? For the sake of interests, they are scheming against each other. I just want to be honest. It's just work. Why is it like a palace drama? If it is a conscientious competition, it will be fine. But they are also playing dirty tricks and making troubles. I am very tired. Har har. It seems that my appearance is quite timely and helps you, senior, to successfully escape from the sea of suffering. That's right. After both parties agreed to the matter, Wang Yao and Xu Chang enjoyed the supper even more. Unexpectedly, at this moment, something unpleasant happened. Boss, I'm here to deliver to you again. As usual, 1,000 yuan. Brother Scar, didn't you come here this month? I came here, why don't I remember? Stop talking nonsense. If you keep talking, this box of wine will cost more than 1,000 yuan. After hearing this conversation, Wang Yao and Xu Chang looked back. In front of the owner of this late-night snack shop, there were more than a dozen people standing. The leader, Brother Scar, had a fierce scar on his face, and he looked very violent. And in front of him, at his feet, was their goods, this time, a box of ordinary beer. Seeing all this, Wang Yao was already gloomy. Ding, facing the gangsters cashing in protection fees, does their host care or not? Choice 1, stand by and watch, pretending not to see it. Reward, none of my business, title, where selfishness plus 1%. Choice 2, intervene and teach a lesson. Reward, a random special function, valid for 1 day. Do you still need to choose this? Seeing such injustice, Wang Yao naturally shouted when he saw injustice, and took action when it was time. At that moment, Wang Yao stood up, walked in front of Scar Brother, and joked, just a box of beer, sold for 1,000 yuan. Damn, is your bottle made of gold, or is the beer made of gold? Seeing Wang Yao meddling in other people's business. Boy, do you want to stand out? Do you know who I, Scar, After saying that, Scar Brother stretched out his hand and wanted to grab Wang Yao's collar. But Wang Yao grabbed his wrist in the middle, and with a backhand, he was pressed to half kneel on the ground. Then, Wang Yao kicked the other man in the ass, and the other man immediately rolled out and fell to the ground. Fuck. Brothers, fuck him. With an order, more than a dozen of Scar's brothers attacked Wang Yao. In response, Wang Yao also responded easily, using the Tai Chi he learned 2 days ago to beat them one by one. Okay. It's not just the Tai Chi. Before that, the can of Coke from the 91st century, which was more than 7,000 years old, that Wang Yao drank also played a great role. Not to say that Wang Yao is comparable to a special forces soldier, but at least he is several times stronger than the average person. Otherwise, the situation will become. Brain, I learned it. Eyes, I saw it. Hands, you can't do shit. Feet, I'm tired, destroy it. Ahem. Back to the topic. This fight attracted a lot of onlookers. Looking at this real version of I want to fight 10 people, some people took out their mobile phones to play videos. Some people started to discuss. Oh my god. Is this a movie or a real thing? It must be real. Didn't you see the faces of those hooligans were beaten black and blue, and some were bleeding? Awesome. Can you tell what kind of skills this young man has? This kind of skills is rare nowadays. In my opinion, it should be Tai Chi. At that time, an old man who looked about 50 or 60 years old spoke. Most people sneered at this statement, and some people sneered, Tai Chi. Is it that slow and leisurely, sissy boxing? You know shit. After a curse, the old man explained, the so-called Tai Chi is based on Tai Chi and Yin and Yang, and then derived from hardness and softness, fast and slow, floating and sinking, virtual and real, etc. Therefore, Tai Chi can be slow or fast, and can also be hard with softness, and soft with hardness. In addition, it has been hundreds of years since Tai Chi was founded. During this period, many different schools have been derived. In my opinion, this should be Chen style Tai Chi. Chen style Tai Chi abandons some soft power, uses fists and feet as whips, and focuses on beating and internal power. The wind rises when the fist is out, like firecrackers. Therefore, this kind of Tai Chi can also be called too hasty. Chapter 13. Dad is a hero. Hearing the old man's convincing and well-reasoned words, many onlookers changed their views and chose to believe. As the old man's off-site commentary came to an end, Wang Yao had knocked Scar and his dozen of brothers to the ground, unable to get up again. At the same time, the police also arrived. The leading police officer asked, "Who called the police?" "I heard that there is a gang suspected of being a gangster here, collecting protection fees in disguise, and there was also a beating incident." "It's me." At this time, Xu Chang stood up. "Yes." When Wang Yao and the gangsters started fighting, Xu Chang called the police immediately. After all, this is a society ruled by law. Besides, Xu Chang was afraid that his junior and future boss would suffer a loss if he fought against the other party alone. I never thought that Wang Yao's fighting ability was so strong. Walking to Wang Yao's side, Xu Chang gave him a thumbs up and whispered, "Awesome." Then, the police learned about the general situation. He shouted, "Take them away." Then, the other party walked up to Wang Yao and Xu Chang and said with a smile, "Thank you for your bravery. But we still have to trouble you two to go with us and make relevant records." "Okay." Without thinking, Wang Yao and Xu Chang agreed in unison. After the record was completed, Wang Yao and Xu Chang prepared to leave together. Before leaving, he happened to catch a glimpse of the gangster Scar again. Wang Yao didn't say much, but just gave him a sharp look. "Experience it yourself." Scar naturally noticed it. In his opinion, Wang Yao's look was equivalent to saying, "Next time, if I see you doing bad things again, I will beat you up." Outside, Wang Yao and Xu Chang separated and went back to their own homes. Using the key to open the door, Wang Yao turned on the light in the living room while lowering his head to change his shoes. Afterwards, when Wang Yao looked up, he was slightly startled. Nothing else. Because of what happened tonight, Wang Yao got home after a lot of trouble. At this time, Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin should have been asleep. However, now, at this moment, Zhou Simin was alone, sitting quietly on the sofa. Not good. Logic told Wang Yao that he was so late than he promised before he went out, so Zhou Simin was definitely waiting for him to get angry and blame him. Just when Wang Yao thought that a storm was about to come. Turning around, Zhou Simin looked at Wang Yao and said as if relieved, "It's good to be back. I was worried just now, afraid that something might happen to you." Seeing Zhou Simin so considerate, Wang Yao felt more guilty and said, "I'm sorry, Zhou, I made you worry." "It's okay, I'm glad you're okay." After saying that, Zhou Simin stretched, yawned, and walked to the master bedroom. For this reason, Wang Yao, who wanted to explain it in detail, thought it would be better to talk about it on a cloudy day. The next day, at noon. Because it was Saturday, Zhou Simin did not go to work, and Wang Yao's family of four had lunch at home together. At the dinner table, Wang Yao was about to find an opportunity to speak. However, before Wang Yao opened his mouth, beside him, Hanhhan, who was eating and watching short videos on Zhou Simin's mobile phone, suddenly said, "Hey, the person in this video, it can't be you, Dad." Hanhhan's words attracted everyone's attention at once. Everyone looked at the mobile phone screen. The short video that Hanhhan was watching was titled, "National Martial Arts is Not Dead. Justice Execution." Real version of I Want to Be 10, a young man used Chen-style Tai Chi to beat up many gangsters. With the explanation of the marketing account, Wang Yao just wanted to say, "Are you playing awkwardly?" No need to think, the content of the short video was exactly what Wang Yao did last night. Opening the comments, some people exclaimed, praising that Chinese martial arts can indeed be used in actual combat, while others questioned that this was fake, thinking that it must be staged and not real. In response, many people stood up and said that this was true, it happened yesterday, and they were at the scene. After reading this, Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, Xinxin, the mother and daughter, turned their heads and looked at Wang Yao. At this point, Wang Yao explained everything from beginning to end. "So that's it." Zhou Simin said, "Wang Yao, why didn't you tell me when you came back yesterday? It was very late at that time." I saw you, Juju, looking sleepy, so I planned to tell you today. I never thought that you saw it before I said anything. The misunderstanding was resolved, Zhou Simin smiled, and her heart was happy. And inexplicably felt a lot more secure. Previously, Zhou Simin saw that although Wang Yao was quite tall, about 1.8 meters tall, he was quite thin. Although he was not so thin that he could not carry anything, he was probably not very good at fighting. Now, with the facts in front of him, Zhou Simin changed his stereotype and knew that Wang Yao was a man with explosive fighting power. With him around, he was really safe, well, purely in the literal sense. The next second, Xinxin said, "Wow, Dad is a hero." After saying that, Xinxin came over and kissed Wang Yao on the face. Medic, come quickly, I am so exhausted, my little daughter is so cute and can talk." Wang Yao was overjoyed by Xinxin's sneak attack. Completely ignoring the kiss, Xinxin transferred the oil stains on her mouth to wipe her mouth in disguise. Another 3 days passed. Counting on his fingers, there were only 2 or 3 days left before Wang Yao's Xinhao company was successfully registered. According to the relevant departments, this whole process takes about 14 working days. As the deadline approaches, Wang Yao's primary goal is naturally to make money. However, the system seems to be dumb these days. It was a pity that Wang Yao had not been given another selection task. Fortunately, the last time, Wang Yao received a random special function with a validity period of 1 day. After completing the task, Wang Yao got a very subtle special function. With it, plus the place he was going to today, he should be able to make a lot of money. There is no time to lose. Early in the morning, Wang Yao took Hanhhan and Xinxin and set off together. Halfway through, Xinxin, who was a little foodie, said that she didn't have enough breakfast. Wang Yao had no choice but to get off the car, find a cake shop, and buy a loaf of bread and a box of milk. Afterwards, Wang Yao was about to return, but was stopped by a tall and strong bald man halfway. "Excuse me, do you have anything to do?" Wang Yao looked at the other person and felt that he seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it for a while. Is the person in this short video you?" Then the bald man took out his mobile phone and pointed the screen towards Wang Yao. At this point, Wang Yao frowned, thinking that this bald man could not be the brother of the gangster Scar, who came to avenge him today. Of course, Wang Yao was not afraid. He admitted generously, "Yes, it's me." "Very good." Seeing Wang Yao admit it, the bald man raised his eyebrows and seemed very excited. Then he said, "Seeing that you have a deep attainment in Tai Chi, I want to make friends with you and learn from you." Chapter 14, One Cut to Heaven, One Cut to Hell. "Wang Yao? Are you here to pick a fight with me?" However, after hearing what the bald man said, Wang Yao also remembered who the other person was. Hanhhan is a kickboxing athlete. In recent years, he has challenged a number of so-called martial arts masters and won all of them. While gaining fame, he has also been the subject of a lot of controversy on the internet. At that moment, Wang Yao understood that Hanhhan had taken a fancy to him again and wanted to step on him to reach a higher level. Wang Yao frowned and said, "Not interested. I have something else to do, Hanhhan, please make way." "You recognize me? Why don't you dare to accept my challenge? Are you scared?" A poor way of provoking someone. Wang Yao responded, "Why should I fight you? If I lose, I'll be hospitalized. If I win, I'll go to jail. If it only brings harm and no benefit, I'd be a fool to agree to it." As he spoke, Wang Yao stretched out his left hand and gently pushed Hanhhan. It seemed casual, but in fact Wang Yao's move was powerful and he pushed Hanhhan several meters away inadvertently. The other party staggered back a dozen steps before regaining his balance. Taking advantage of this gap, Wang Yao rushed to the side of the road, got into his extended version of the Rolls-Royce Phantom, fastened his seatbelt, stepped on the accelerator, and sped away. Get rid of this annoying guy. Half an hour later, Wang Yao finally arrived at today's destination. I saw a sign on the left side of the first-floor entrance of a large commercial building, which read, Magic City Spring Jade Exchange Conference. Yes. This is the place where jade is bought and sold. In addition to finished products, there are also raw stones. The so-called raw stone refers to the jadeite that is covered with a layer of weathered skin when it is mined. With current technology, it is impossible to know the quality of the inside. Only after it is cut can its true quality be known. This cutting process is called stone cutting. The buying and selling of this kind of raw jade is full of uncertainties, so it is called gambling on stones. That's right. Wang Yao came here today just for this. Of course, Wang Yao's trip was not like those curious outsiders who came here to try their luck and dream of getting rich overnight. He has a surefire way to win. Do you still remember the special abilities that Wang Yao acquired a few days ago? Specifically, it is nothing else but perspective. This special ability is probably the dream of many LSBs. Although Wang Yao had some lewd thoughts when he got it, he still restrained himself. Firstly, Wang Yao is now a married man. Secondly, using such an ability to do such dirty things can only be said to be petty and narrow-minded. Applying it to gambling on stones is equivalent to Wang Yao, who can see through everything. It is impossible to lose, the only question is how much you earn tilde. Bringing Hanhhan and Xinxin, Wang Yao entered the gate of the Jade Exchange meeting. As soon as he arrived at the hall, Wang Yao discovered that there were quite a few people selling raw jade materials there. Just as Wang Yao was about to get closer to take a look, suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder from behind. At first, Wang Yao thought that it was Hanhhan's ghost that lingered. Until Wang Yao turned around and asked in surprise, "Brother Mar." "Har, Brother Wang. I didn't expect to see you here." Well, the person Wang Yao met was Yuan. Seeing the person coming, Hanhhan and Xinxin politely said in unison, "Uncle Mar." He smiled and nodded in response, then Yuan asked, "Why, Brother Wang, do you also study jade?" No. I was just curious and came to watch the fun." "Oh, I see." While chatting with Yuan, Wang Yao activated his special ability of perspective. For a moment, he seemed to feel a flash of golden light in his eyes, and in an instant, he became different. Fortunately, only Wang Yao himself could feel this change, but others could not notice it. Looking around, with the help of his ability of clairvoyance, the raw stones in this hole no longer had any secrets for Wang Yao. After a little searching, Wang Yao found a piece of pretty good material. Wang Yao walked over and asked, "Boss, how much do you want for this rough stone?" 80,000. "Hey, are you bullying my brother? Your stone is worth at most 50,000. "Brother Mar, it's okay. Boss, I want your piece. Where can I pay?" After hearing what Wang Yao said, the stall owner directly took out an integrated POS machine and set the amount. Then, Wang Yao took out his mobile phone, called up the payment QR code, and asked the other party to scan it. Payment successful. Then, Wang Yao asked again, "Boss, can you cut stones here?" "Sure. You've done my business, so I'll help you solve it for free." "Okay, thank you, just wait a moment." As he spoke, Wang Yao took out a black marker from his pocket and drew a few lines on several places on the raw stone. "Boss, cut it as I draw it." "No problem." Behind Wang Yao, seeing him do this, Yuan couldn't help but shook his head. Not to mention whether this piece of material can produce green. Even if it can, if Wang Yao cuts it like this, if he accidentally cuts the green, the stone will be ruined if he cuts it in half. However, this time, Yuan didn't say much. On the one hand, Wang Yao had just rejected him once. On the other hand, every failure makes one wiser, and Yuan felt that suffering a small loss could also help his younger brother learn his lesson. After all, the business of gambling on stones is very complicated. From ancient times to the present, countless people have drowned in it. Is that so? 1 knife, 2 knives, 3 knives, 4 knives. Following the lines drawn by Wang Yao, the stall owner used a stone cutting machine to cut it one by one, and what appeared was all green, full of green. At this moment, the stall owner's heart was bleeding. He thought that if he opened the business himself, he would make the money, but now, the opportunity to make money has become Wang Yao's. Even so, the stall owner still gave a thumbs up and praised, "Wow! High-quality green ice jade, little brother, you are so lucky." After a pause, the stall owner said, "Little brother, do you want to sell this material? I'll give you 6 million. Faced with this offer, Wang Yao did not answer immediately, but turned and glanced at Yuan. "I understand." Yuan said, 7 million. "Okay." After gritting his teeth, the stall owner agreed. With this operation, Wang Yao made a net profit of 6.92 million. It's not over yet. It's just the beginning. Next, Wang Yao opened 3 more pieces of good stuff in a row, and each time he made at least 50 times the profit. Seeing all this, Yuan was shocked. Once or twice may be a coincidence, but if it happens many times, it must be a sign of strength. At this point, Marcy Yuan realized that he seemed to be completely unable to understand the young man he had accidentally met in Yunju Antique City. Marcy Yuan was not the only one who was surprised. Hanhhan and Xinxin, the two daughters of Wang Yao, also feel more and more that their father is really amazing. The difference is that Hanhhan, who is a little more arrogant, is more reserved and not too outspoken, while Xinxin, who is cute, already has stars in her eyes and said directly, "Dad is awesome, he made so much money all of a sudden." Facing his little daughter's praise, Wang Yao felt a little flattered, but he quickly shook his head to sober himself up, and warned himself, gambling on stones, if it has anything to do with gambling, how could it be a fun thing? One knife to heaven, one knife to hell, no joke. And the probability of hell is much higher than heaven. As for how smoothly I was able to do this, it was purely due to my clairvoyance ability. As Wang Yao won big in every gamble, a large crowd of onlookers had gathered around him, Hanhhan, Xinxin, and Marcy Yuan. An uninvited guest was also among them and approached them. Chapter 15, Mini Games. Now, those who are here to watch the fun, please make way. A man wearing colorful clothes, sunglasses and a mohawk hairstyle appeared in front of Wang Yao and his group, escorted by 4 bodyguards in suits. Seeing the other person, Wang Yao complained in his heart, "Oh my god! What kind of non-mainstream style is this?" On the surface, Zhang Wang Yao. The two greeted each other but did not shake hands. Then, Zhang laughed strangely and said, "Oh, Boss Mar is here too. Humph. Zhang, your show is getting bigger and bigger." Hearing this, Wang Yao instantly realized that Zhang and Marcy Yuan did not get along. Without waiting for Wang Yao to ask, Marcy Yuan leaned close to his ear and took the initiative to say, "Brother Wang, Zhang, formerly known as Baldhead Arsan. He is said to be a gangster, but in fact he is just a beggar. But just a few years ago, this guy, for some reason, got a piece of raw jade. He mined a piece of yarn green jade from it, and started to rise from then on. Over the years, he also accumulated some wealth, and was even called the king of gambling on jade by some flatterers. Bar. Anyway, I looked down on him. Got it. This Zhang is just a nouveau riche. Cough cough. Well, Wang Yao was like that too, but he knew it and still restrained himself. On the other hand, Zhang, after being poor for a long time and suddenly becoming rich, his mentality is probably unbalanced. He acts in a domineering and arrogant manner, which will definitely offend people. Come back. Looking at Wang Yao again, Zhang said, "Brother Wang Yao, you are very lucky today. You have opened several pieces of jadeite in succession. I admire you. It's just so." Facing Zhang's praise, Wang Yao said expressionlessly, "What can I do for you?" "Oh, I'm here to see that brother Wang Yao is so capable, so I want to play a little game with you." "What little game?" Seeing Wang Yao asking the question, Zhang clapped his hands 3 times in a row. At his signal, the 4 bodyguards in suits behind him brought something up. Then, Zhang said, "This is a Buddha statue carved from Hanhhan white jade, weighing 30 kilograms. The 2 of us will each pick 3 pieces of jade raw materials, and then open them to compare the prices. If you win, I will give you this Buddha statue. But if you lose..." At this point, Zhang raised his right hand, holding a small, seemingly worthless rough stone in his hand, and said, "You need to spend 100 million yuan to buy the stone in my hand." Oh shit. After hearing this, Wang Yao finally understood the value of this little game. At the same time, Marcy Yuan said to Wang Yao, "The price of Hanhhan white jade alone is more than 3 million per kilogram. From this point of view, this game is fair. But brother Wang, I advise you not to play with Zhang." "Why?" "It's very simple." Although Marcy Yuan looked down on Zhang, the other party's attainments in gambling on stones were indeed not low. Moreover, this little game was proposed by the other party, so he must have come prepared and was sure to win. At the same time, Hanhhan and Xinxin pulled Wang Yao's clothes and said, "Dad." As they spoke, the 2 little guys shook their heads. It was obvious that both of them saw that the other party had ill intentions and did not want Wang Yao to participate. However, at this moment, Wang Yao heard the system's voice. Ding, facing the invitation of the upstart Arsan to play a small game, "Do you want to participate? Choice 1, play it safe and refuse. Reward, 1 million. Option 2, agree and win. Reward, the second part of Huang Di Wai Jing. Oh my god. Hearing that there was hope to complete this ancient Chinese medicine book, Wang Yao couldn't help but smile and said, since Brother San wants to give me a big gift, I really have no reason to refuse. Brother San? Hearing this name, John San couldn't help but twitch his face. John San was sure that Wang Yao was scolding him in different ways. Besides, what does this mean? Do you think you are sure to win? Forcefully suppressing his anger, John San saw that Wang Yao had taken the bait, so he said, okay. Brother Wang Yao agreed, so everyone present here, please be our witnesses. After saying that, John San and his 4 lackeys took the lead and entered the center of the venue of the Jade Exchange meeting. At this point, Marcy Yuan said with some sadness, alas. Brother Wang, you are so confused. Don't worry, don't worry. Wang Yao remained calm, and said to Marcy Yuan and the 2 kids with a smile, Brother Mar, Hanhhan, Xinxin, don't worry. I will definitely win this little game. After saying that, Wang Yao also walked in. In the next 2 hours, in order to ensure his victory, Wang Yao used his ability of clairvoyance to look at all the jade raw materials in the center of the venue. I have to say, it is worthy of being a grand event held twice a year in Shanghai. Among the many raw stones, there are quite a few good ones. Wang Yao naturally selected the 3 best ones. Afterwards, Wang Yao and his group met Zhang San again. Zhang San said, hey, it seems that Brother Wang Yao has made his choice just like me. Yes. Then let's start cutting the stone without further delay. That's exactly what I meant. The first to be solved were Zhang San's 3 stones. When the 3 pieces of jade raw materials were opened, they all turned out green, and the quality was quite good. Seeing this, the people who were watching the excitement began to talk. Awesome. You are worthy of being the king of gambling on stones. This is called winning 3 prizes in a row. Wow, wow. These 3 pieces of jadeite are worth over 10 million, right? You are blind. Whatever you add up, any one of these alone would be 8 figures. Adding them all together, I'm afraid it would be close to 9 figures. No doubt about it. This guy named Wang Yao is still too young after all. Zhang San was very satisfied after hearing these words. You know, Zhang San can achieve this result because, on the one hand, he has a unique vision, on the other hand, he is one of the organizers of this Jade Exchange meeting. As an insider, he has the right to know in advance some raw stones that are likely to be valuable. At this point, Zhang San smiled at Wang Yao wantonly. That arrogant expression seemed to be saying, the referee, the side referees, the host and the co-organizer, all the units are my people, how can you fight me? Brother Wang Yao, do you still want to compete? Brother San, you shouldn't open champagne at halftime. Also, these pieces of yours don't look very valuable. Still trying to be tough. Although he was furious, Zhang San smiled and said, okay, I'll wait for Brother Wang Yao's performance. Oh, and let's say these 3 jades are worth 80 million. If you can exceed this price, I lose. Okay. Minigame, continue. Next, Wang Yao put the first gambling stone into the stone cutting machine. However, when the first cut is made, what is revealed is not green, but a gradient color. The onlookers, including Marcy Yuan, shook their heads. Zhang San laughed wildly, har har har. Brother Wang Yao, do you want to cut another piece? Nature. Wang Yao answered straightforwardly. Zhang San said no more. In his opinion, Wang Yao would not cry until he saw the coffin. However, after a few more cuts, Marcy Yuan, Zhang San, and those who were watching the fun and knew what was going on were all shocked. One of them couldn't help but swear, oh my god. Green, red, and purple. This is a special piece of Fudu Show 3-color jade. Chapter 16 Funds in Hand, Recruit Troops. Yes. Jade comes in more than just green. In addition to the most common colors, there are blue, red, white, yellow, and the most mysterious, purple. The gradient color you saw when you made the first cut was the middle area where these 3 colors intertwined. Because the green, red and purple colors complement each other, and because it is endowed with the meaning of fortune, wealth and longevity, the value of this piece of jade alone is almost as much as the sum of Zhang San's 3 pieces, or even more. Seeing this, Zhang San became a little dispirited. He could only pray in his heart that Wang Yao's remaining 2 pieces of jade raw materials would not yield anything. In that case, he could still make an excuse and say that this little game was a draw, with no winner or loser. Unfortunately, things did not develop as Xinxin wished. Not only did Wang Yao's second rough stone turn out to be green, but when the whole stone was fully revealed, everyone was shocked again. It was because this was a piece of extremely high-quality imperial green glass. Numb. Seeing this, Xinxin was completely numb. But all this is not over yet. When it came to Wang Yao's third piece of jade material, after the first cut, everyone saw an extremely beautiful purple color. Based on this, just when everyone thought that this was another piece of multicolored jade, when the weathered skin was completely cut off, there was only purple color. Wow, this is a piece of top-grade purple jadeite, also known as royal violet jade. Snap. At this point, the spectators, including Marcy Yuan, gave Wang Yao a warm round of applause. Needless to say, he won this little game completely. Hanhhan and Xinxin, the two little ones, also knew that their father had won. The two of them then linked hands and began to perform a duet to express their happiness. Brother-san, I think I won this little game, right? Turning around, Wang Yao asked Xinxin with a smile. Xinxin wanted to deny this. But it is really impossible to do it. These three pieces of mine are probably only worth tens of millions, while Wang Yao's three-color jade of Fu, Lu and Shou, the imperial green glass type and the royal violet jade are worth at least over 200 million. The gap is too big. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Xinxin had no way of turning the table and turning hostile, no matter how he saved his reputation. In the end, Xinxin could only show a smile that was uglier than crying and said, "Brother Wang Yao, you are awesome. I admire you." After saying that, Xinxin signaled with his eyes, and his four bodyguards in suits brought the previously agreed upon Hanhhan white jade Buddha statue to Wang Yao and put it down. Then, in order to avoid further verbal ridicule from Wang Yao, Xinxin and his men left in shame without looking back. Seeing the troublemaker leave, Marcy Yuan praised Wang Yao, "Brother Wang, you are awesome. It's okay." Smiling to himself, Wang Yao said, "Brother Mar, are you interested in these 4 pieces of jadeite?" Well, as soon as Wang Yao got these jades, he planned to sell them. Previously, the prices of the pieces Wang Yao had obtained were average, so he could sell them to retail investors on the spot. However, he wanted to sell these 4 pieces quickly, and Marcy Yuan should be the best buyer. "Okay, I'll take them all. 350 million, Brother Wang, what do you think?" "Thank you, Brother Mar." The reason why Marcy Yuan agreed so readily. On the one hand, Marcy Yuan saw a good show. After some operations, Wang Yao gave Xinxin, whom he disliked, a severe setback. On the other hand, Marcy Yuan was also in the jade business. He used this price to buy Wang Yao's batch of jadeite, and then sold it after fine processing, which would still be profitable. Afterwards, Marcy Yuan transferred money to Wang Yao. When it was done, Wang Yao took out his mobile phone and looked at his bank card balance, which had increased from 6 digits to 9 digits. He was naturally in a good mood. With this large amount of funds, Wang Yao can confidently recruit people and build up his newly established Xingyao company smoothly. Next, Wang Yao took Hanhhan, Xinxin, and Marcy Yuan to the Jade Exchange meeting, strolled around and chatted for a while, and then prepared to say goodbye and leave. Why? Firstly, after this Jade Exchange, there are not many good materials left. Secondly, Wang Yao has such a discerning eye, and these sellers and stall owners are also shrewd people. The raw stones that he likes are either not for sale or the prices are increased by dozens of times. In this way, there is really no profit. Before the two parties parted, Marcy Yuan said that in half a month, he would take Wang Yao to a good place to meet some people and expand his network. Without hesitation, Wang Yao agreed. 2 days later, the company registration process was finally completed. A week later, in the Jingguan building, Wang Yao bought an office unit. Although Dai Qing had not completely finished the decoration, fortunately, the office area was roughly ready. At the same time, Xu Chang also completed the resignation process of his previous job. The two of them decided to post the job recruitment information online first and then start the interviews. Once the idea comes out, just do it. Then, on Friday morning, Wang Yao got up early, washed up, and then stood in front of the floor-length mirror in the living room, looking at himself while adjusting his clothes. Shirts and suits are fine. The only thing was the last tie. Wang Yao spent a long time tying it, but still felt it was not quite right. If not. Today is Wang Yao's first day as a boss interviewing someone, so he thinks he should improve his image. Right at this moment. Behind Wang Yao, a voice sounded, "Let me do it." The person who spoke was none other than Zhou Simin. He turned around, and Wang Yao did not refuse, but said, Zhu, then I'll trouble you." Just like that, Zhou Simin walked over and stretched out his hand to help Wang Yao tie his tie. During this process, although the two of them were not at a negative distance, they were close enough, and the atmosphere was inexplicably ambiguous. In order to ease this atmosphere, Wang Yao suddenly had an idea and subconsciously said, Zhu, you are so good at tying, could it be that you often help your boss like this? Hearing this, Zhou Simin looked up, glared at Wang Yao, and said unhappily, "Why, are you jealous? Good job." After these words were spoken, the atmosphere became even more tense. Zhou Simin blushed again. She helped Wang Yao tie his tie and tidied his clothes. She explained, "I helped my dad tie his tie a few times before. After a few times, I got the hang of it." "Oh, it's my father-in-law." Wang Yao naturally wouldn't be jealous after hearing this answer. Moreover, as a boss-level figure that he would have to face in the future, he was still a little bit afraid from the bottom of his heart. After packing up his things, Wang Yao prepared to leave. Before leaving, he asked one last question, Zhu, today, it's up to you to take Hanhhan and Xinxin to your company. Is that okay? Chapter 17, Knock You. It's okay. Wang Yao, don't worry. Zhou Simin explained, my company has a baby care room and a nursery. Before, I couldn't find anyone to look after Hanhhan and Xinxin, so I took them there. That's good. Hearing this, Wang Yao praised, your company is quite humane. In the future, Xingyao Technology must follow your example and improve employee benefits. After making sure there were no problems, Wang Yao really set off. 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Jinguang Building, 26th floor. In the office, Wang Yao stretched and said, I'm tired. Really tired. I didn't expect that interviewing people would be so tired. Compared to my previous job, this is not relaxing at all. Hearing this, Xu Chang beside him smiled and said, Boss Wang, if you are tired, go home and have a good rest. Anyway, there are not many people left to be interviewed today. Senior, we are alone here, so just call me by my name. I am not used to your address. Shaking his head, Xu Chang said, whether it's in the company or during working hours, there are rules to follow. Otherwise, if you're not careful and other employees see you, they'll gossip about you. Well, what Xu Chang said makes sense. Nodding, Wang Yao said, okay. Manager Xu, I'll leave this to you. After saying this, Wang Yao, the boss, left early. Instead of going home, Wang Yao planned to visit Zhou Simin's company. On the one hand, since he was no longer a lonely man, Wang Yao began to worry more about Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin, the mother and daughter. He missed any of them a little after not seeing them for most of the day. On the other hand, for some reason, Wang Yao's intuition today made him feel a little uneasy. Another place on the Bund in Shanghai. In a company, Zhou Simin was working on printing documents. At this moment, behind Zhou Simin, a middle-aged man with a big belly and a bald head came over and said, Xiao Zhu, are you ready for the meeting materials I need? Okay, Manager Wang, I'm here. As he spoke, Zhou Simin handed over a pile of documents that had already been sorted out on his desk with both hands. Holding it in his hand, Manager Wang took a look and nodded, not bad, not bad. Xiao Zhu, I remember you have been in the company for almost a year, right? Yes, Manager Wang. Thanks to your care, I joined the company before I graduated from my senior year. Now, it's less than a month away from a full year. Yeah, that's good. One of the promotion rules in our company is to look at the number of years of service. Once you've completed a year, I'll apply to my superiors to see if I can give you a promotion. Really? Thank you, Mr. Wang. Hearing this, Zhou Simin was very happy and thanked him quickly. It's nothing. It's not easy for a little girl like you to take care of 2 children. As he spoke, Manager Wang stretched out his greasy big hand and pretended to casually grab Zhou Simin's delicate hand. The moment they touched, Zhou Simin felt as if she had been electrocuted and immediately retracted her hand and stepped back. Seeing that he failed, Manager Wang smiled and said, I'm sorry. Zhou Simin felt a little embarrassed to attack the other party because he apologized proactively. Fortunately, at this moment, Zhou, mother. When the voice came out, Zhou Simin looked in the direction of the sound and saw Wang Yao, Hanhhan, and Xinxin standing not far away. How did Wang Yao get up here? It's very simple. Before coming in, Wang Yao registered his personal information with his ID card and explained his intentions, and then he came in smoothly. Afterwards, Wang Yao found Hanhhan and Xinxin in the nursery. Seeing that it was almost time to get off work, he took the two little ones to find their mother Zhou Simin. I never thought I would see such a scene. Even though Zhou Simin didn't actually suffer any loss, Wang Yao was still very angry. Then Wang Yao strode up to Zhou Simin, grabbed her wrist and said, "Follow me." Seeing this, Manager Huang was a little embarrassed, but he still said, "Who are you? It's not time to get off work yet, you can't take Xiao Zhu away like this. I'm her husband. And, you big fat pig, I'm telling you, she's done with it." After saying that, Wang Yao took Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin out of the company, went downstairs and got in the car. After getting in the car, Zhou Simin explained it again for fear that Wang Yao might misunderstand. This is the first time something like today has happened. However, in the past, Manager Huang was quite concerned about Zhou Simin. Now it seems that he probably has bad intentions and ulterior motives. After listening to Zhou Simin's story, Hanhhan said, "Dad, you have to believe in Mom." Xinxin immediately agreed, yes, Mommy will never lie to Daddy." Hearing this, Wang Yao smiled and reached out his hand, patted the two little guys' heads, and said, "Little fool, did Daddy say he doesn't believe it? Besides, why would that fat pig compete with me?" When Wang Yao said this, Zhou Simin and the two children all breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Wang Yao said, "But Zhu, you still have to quit this job. It's not that I don't trust you, it's that I don't trust that pig. If you don't want to stay at home, you can come to work in my company. Anyway, I'm still short of staff." This. Without waiting for Zhou Simin to say anything, Wang Yao added, "Do you not want to go to work, or do you not believe in your ability to work? Don't worry, I will treat everyone equally and will not favor you." Provoked by Wang Yao, Zhou Simin said, Okay, I promise you." Seeing Zhou Simin agreed, Wang Yao smiled. Just now, the system issued a selection task for this, and the reward for persuading Zhou Simin to come to work in his company is a single-family villa in Thompson Epine. To be honest, Wang Yao didn't care too much about the reward this time. In this way, the most important thing is to allow Zhou Simin to escape from the sea of suffering and stay by Wang Yao's side. At the same time, Zhou Simin's cell phone rang. After taking a look at the incoming call information, it was Manager Huang, and Zhou Simin wanted to reject the call. Wang Yao gestured to Zhou Simin and gave him the phone. After taking the phone and answering the call, Wang Yao cursed directly, "Should I knock you? You fat pig, you are already married and you are a married man, but you still harass my wife, how shameless. Should I knock you? Do you hear me? Should I knock you?" After saying that, Wang Yao did not hang up. Instead, he handed the phone to Zhou Simin and said, "Come on, Zhu, curse a few words too. Isn't this bad?" Although she said no, Zhou Simin still took her phone and mustered up the courage to yell at Manager Huang on the other end of the line, "Should I knock you? Huang, you took advantage of me, should I knock you? Manager Huang." At this point, Manager Huang, who didn't want to be scolded anymore, decisively hung up the phone. Afterwards, Wang Yao stepped on the accelerator, started his extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom, and headed towards home with his wife and daughter. Do you think that's the end? No. At night in the second bedroom, Wang Yao called Xuchang and asked him to check whether there was any black material on the man surnamed Wang. In Wang Yao's opinion, if you are willing to dig, you will definitely find the kind of guy who is obsessed with his sex life and cannot control his lower body. Once the black material involves suspected illegal activities, the other party will be sentenced to several years in jail. After hanging up the phone, Wang Yao sneered and said to himself, "I have always been a narrow-minded person. Especially, it involves the people closest to me." Chapter 18 Soul-Stealing Needle Technique. Next, Wang Yao's company has not yet officially opened for business. Therefore, Zhou Simin, who had already resigned, took a rare few days of rest at home. All right. Although she was taking a rest, Zhou Simin still had to take care of the two little ones, Hanhhan and Xinxin. Fortunately, they were obedient enough and she was not too tired. Oh, right. During this period, Wang Yao and his family moved. After all, wouldn't it be a huge waste if the single-family villa in Tangchen that was acquired earlier was left empty? So, at Wang Yao's suggestion, their family of four moved from their rented small house into the Debe. In addition, by understanding Zhou Simin's work ability, Wang Yao temporarily prepared to let her serve as his secretary in the future. Well, to be honest, Wang Yao is not a secretary for work, nothing. Cough cough. It's purely about making the best use of people's talents. Therefore, under Wang Yao's persuasion, Zhou Simin agreed. And so, 4 days passed. Tuesday, around noon. Wang Yao and Zhou Simin's new home is relatively close to the Jingguan building where Xingyao Company is located. So, these 2 days, Wang Yao chose to go home for lunch during his lunch break. At that time, Wang Yao and his family were eating while watching the Shanghai midday news on TV. Among them, there is a piece of news. According to the latest news from our station, Mr. Tang, one of the founding fathers of the country, who was 90 years old at the time, had been living in the Magic City. This morning, he suddenly became critically ill and is on his deathbed. In order not to seek special treatment, Mr. Tang's family refused our interview. But I hope everyone can pray for Mr. Tang. Let this ancestor who fought for us in that war-torn era, sacrificed his life and blood, survive this difficult time and live a few more years. Speaking of this, the female host couldn't help but tears up in her eyes. In front of the TV, Zhou Simin burst into tears. Seeing this, Wang Yao immediately took out 2 tissues and gave them to Zhou Simin, and comforted her. Zhou, don't be too sad. In this life, we can't escape the 4 words: birth, aging, illness and death. There are some things we have to learn to accept. I know, but I just feel uncomfortable. Well, Wang Yao wasn't in a good mood actually. Could it be that good people really don't live long? In Wang Yao's opinion, for a hero like Mr. Tang, 90 is too young, and even 100 years is not enough. Perhaps I can. Wang Yao Gang was muttering to himself when his cell phone rang. After taking a look at the incoming call information and answering the call, Wang Yao asked, "Brother Mar, is there something you want to talk to me about?" "Oh, Brother Wang, last time I said I would take you to a place where you could see the world and meet some people, but now I'm afraid that won't happen." "Oh, it's okay, Brother Mar." "Hey. Brother Wang, have you watched the midday news in Shanghai?" "I'm watching, what's wrong?" "In fact, the cloudy day is Mr. Tang's 90th birthday. The place I mentioned is his birthday party. It's a pity that the heaven is blind." "I see." Hearing this, Wang Yao's eyes suddenly lit up. At the same time, the system's voice sounded again. "Ding, I heard that Mr. Tang Nianzu is seriously ill. Will their host help him?" Option 1, keep quiet and don't take action. Reward, none. Option 2, take action and try to contact Mr. Tang's family. Reward, Lucky Wheel X1, Young Man Title, Recklessness Index plus 1%. Option 3, ask Marcy Yuan to help with matchmaking, rescue, and succeed. Reward, 1 random mini-game, 1 random future black technology. Without hesitation, Wang Yao directly chose 3. Even if it means taking the risk of failure. Now, Wang Yao, who has learned the entire ancient book, Huangdi Weijing, has a strong attainment in Chinese medicine. Although he is probably not familiar with the top masters in the country, he is not completely sure that he can really cure Mr. Tang. If he fails, even if Mr. Tang's family does not pursue the matter, Wang Yao is afraid that he will be in big trouble. But, so what? At this moment, Wang Yao murmured, the sons and daughters of China should sacrifice their blood for the Shenyuan clan. After saying this, which left Marcy Yuan on the other end of the phone confused, Wang Yao said, "Brother Mar, can you help me meet Elder Tang? I have a way to cure him." "Wang, Brother Wang, are you serious?" 70% sure. Wang Yao gave his estimated probability of success. At that moment, Marcy Yuan swallowed his saliva, realizing that this might be an opportunity for him, so he gritted his teeth and said, "Okay. Brother Wang, send me your home address. I'll come over right away and take you there." "Good." After hanging up the phone, Wang Yao explained in detail to Zhou Simin, who only understood half of what he had heard. "Wang Yao, can you do this?" Indeed, Zhou Simin had enjoyed Wang Yao's acupuncture last time. But this time, it was completely different from treating Zhou Simin's woman's disease. Don't worry, it's okay. At this time, Wang Yao's cell phone rang again. As soon as he picked up the phone, Yuan said that he had already arrived outside the villa. Come on, Dad. Before Wang Yao left, Hanhhan and Xinxin encouraged him in unison. In response, Wang Yao tapped his cheek with his right index finger. The two little guys immediately understood what he meant and kissed him on the face, one on the left and one on the right. With this blessing, Wang Yao felt that his chances of success had increased by 1 point. After leaving the villa, Wang Yao got into Yuan's Ferrari sports car and drove at high speed, and soon arrived at the residence of Mr. Tang's family, an ordinary apartment building. There were quite a few people gathered in the 90 square meter room. Without waiting for Wang Yao and Yuan to tell him his hidden intentions, a conversation was heard in the bedroom. Dr. Sun, even you can't do anything. Shaking his head, Sun Yinqing said, I gave old Tang the yin-yarn life and death needle, which was passed down from my ancestors. After the 2 needles of life and death, logically speaking, there should be some reaction. But now, you have to be mentally prepared. It's over, it's all over. Hearing this, the Tang family was desperate. You know, Sun Yinqing is a genuine professor at Shanghai University of Chinese Medicine. Not only is he a well-known master in the domestic Chinese medicine community, but according to legend, he is also the descendant of the ancient king of medicine. He has no idea what to do and is afraid that he is in great danger. At this moment, Wang Yao said, can you let me try? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned at first, then looked towards Wang Yao. Seeing how young he was, an elder scolded him directly, nonsense. Who are you? This is not your place to talk. Just as Yuan was about to explain something for Wang Yao, Sun Yinqing looked at Wang Yao. For some reason, his intuition told him that this young man was not simple. With this thought in mind, Sun Yinqing asked, Young man, are you going to use Chinese medicine or Western medicine to treat old Tang? Traditional Chinese medicine. Okay. Chinese medicine emphasizes observation, smell, questioning, and palpation. You can start by observing, and just by looking, analyze and judge, and tell me what old Tang's current condition is like. Can. After saying that, Wang Yao also entered the bedroom and looked at Mr. Tang, who was lying on the bed in a coma for half a minute. Then, Wang Yao said, Tang Lao, now all the internal organs are in a state of decline, especially the heart and lungs. In short, there is a problem with the heart and lungs, which has caused complications. In my opinion, Mr. Tang is probably a heavy smoker. Of course, this is not intentional, but passive. In that chaotic era, Mr. Tang must have suffered a serious injury. Given the backward medical conditions at that time, he had no choice but to use tobacco to relieve pain and stop bleeding. That's how he developed this bad habit. Hearing this, not only Sun Yinqing was shocked. Next to him, Mr. Tang's eldest son, Tang Wuqian, was also shocked. As the eldest son of the Tang family, when he was a child, he often listened to his father, Mr. Tang, telling stories about past events. More than once, he heard his father say that he was seriously injured and almost died, and even a small piece of his skull was knocked off. In order to make his son completely believe it, old Tang took Tang Wuqian's finger and pressed a certain spot on the top of his head. It was indeed soft, and it would indent with a little force. So, without waiting for Sun Yinqing to say anything, Tang Wuqian said, Old son, let this young man have a try. Yeah, that's what I meant. After receiving the nod, Wang Yao took out his set of ordinary silver needles from his bosom. Wang Yao lifted the quilt covering Mr. Tang, took a deep breath, and began his acupuncture treatment. Watching Wang Yao's rapid needle insertion, Sun Yinqing's expression changed from puzzlement to an earthquake-like pupil. He asked in surprise, Is this the soul-stealing needle technique? Chapter 19 How did the pig die? Seeing Sun Yinqing so surprised. At the side, Tang Wuqian asked with confusion, Old son, what is the soul-stealing needle technique? If you want to fight for your life, you can only use the soul-stealing acupuncture method. This is the description of this acupuncture method I saw in a damaged copy of an ancient Chinese medical book. Unfortunately, it has long been lost. I never thought that I would see it in the hands of such a young man today. According to legend, this legendary acupuncture method has a total of 7,749 needles. The order, position, strength and depth of each needle are very particular and must not be deviated by the slightest. Otherwise, all previous efforts will be wasted and there will be no chance to start over. Once it is successful, no matter what disease it is, the recipient will have his lifespan increased by 1 century. Because this acupuncture method is too heaven-defying, it can only be used 9 times in a person's lifetime. And in the end, it may be stopped by heaven. So mysterious? Sun Mingqing finished this long string of words in a very eloquent manner. Wang Yao was just about to place his 49th and final stitch. Unexpectedly, when the silver needle landed on Mr. Tang's acupuncture point, it seemed to be blocked by something and could not go in. Boom tilde tilde tilde. At the same time, dark clouds suddenly gathered outside the house, strong winds blew, and then lightning and thunder appeared. Feeling the pressure, beads of sweat appeared on Wang Yao's forehead. Oh my god! Could it be that in the end, we are still going to fail? Wang Yao thought to himself. Just when Wang Yao was getting anxious, a beam of golden light suddenly appeared from nowhere and forcibly dispersed the sudden thunderstorm. Where does the golden light come from? Maybe it was the power of thought generated by everyone's prayers after hearing the news. With nothing blocking him, Wang Yao finally delivered the final shot. After finishing, Wang Yao breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the sweat from his head with his hand. Then, Mr. Tang spat out a mouthful of black blood from the corner of his mouth. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked again. Fortunately, Sun Mingqing immediately felt Elder Tang's pulse, and then he smiled and said, "It's okay. Elder Tang's pulse is stable, and he's fine." Not long after, Mr. Tang woke up. Although he was still a little weak, he was conscious. At this point, the Tang family was naturally grateful to Wang Yao Qian. Among them, a young man about the same age as Wang Yao walked up to him. Seeing the other person's serious face, Wang Yao thought he was dissatisfied with something. What is unexpected is. The next second, the other party was about to kneel down in front of Wang Yao. Hey, no, no, no. Seeing this, Wang Yao grabbed the man. Afterwards, Tang Guoqiang said, "This is my second brother's eldest son, named Tang Jun. He has been close to the old man since he was a child." Don't be fooled by Jun's expressionless face. He was the saddest one when the old man was critically ill. Now that the old man was rescued by you, Xiao Yao, he is also the happiest and most excited one. Even so, Jun, you don't have to do such a big ceremony. After Wang Yao's dissuasion, the Tang army did not continue to insist. Seeing that the matter was settled, Wang Yao planned to leave with Marsi Yuan. Tang Jun insisted on seeing Wang Yao off. This time, Wang Yao of the Tang army had no choice but to agree. After coming out, it was time for dinner, so Tang Jun said he wanted to treat Wang Yao to a meal, hoping that the other party would not refuse. It's hard to refuse such a kind invitation. Wang Yao had no choice but to accept it. However, before that, Wang Yao took out his cell phone and called Zhou Simin to report. "Wang Yao, did you really cure Mr. Tang?" "It's absolutely true. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be relevant news in a couple of days." "Great. Wang Yao, thank you. Zhu, between you and me, there's no need to be so polite. It's not just me. I said that for everyone. You said that Mr. Tang's grandson wants to treat you to a meal to thank you." "Yes. I can't refuse, so I have no choice but to agree. I'm afraid you, Hanhhan, and Xinxin will be waiting for me at home and get anxious. So, I told you in advance because I'm afraid you'll worry about me." Who is worried about you?" Zhou Simin said one thing and meant another. Hearing this, even through the phone, Wang Yao seemed to be able to see Zhou Simin's shyness again. "Don't worry. Who was it that waited for me until the middle of the night last time?" Wang Yao said this in his heart, but in order to avoid Zhou Simin's breakdown, he didn't really say it out loud. Then, Zhou Simin said, "It's better to come back early." "Yeah, okay. Hang up the phone." Afterwards, Wang Yao and Tang Jun randomly found a restaurant that looked pretty good. As for Marsi Yuan, he was tactful and found an excuse to leave first. At the dinner table, Tang Jun couldn't help but drink a few glasses. Wang Yao didn't drink, because he still had to drive. Under the influence of alcohol, Tang Jun thanked Wang Yao while talking about his own affairs. Tang Jun's uncle Tang Guoqiang, as an outstanding representative of the second generation of the Tang family, chose to go into business. After decades of ups and downs, he made a name for himself in many industries such as real estate. In Shanghai, Tang Guoqiang was even nicknamed Tang Bancheng. This is of course an exaggeration, but it also shows its significance. As for the third generation, Tang Jun, he was influenced by Mr. Tang since he was a child. He himself entered the system. Now, although he is not yet 30 years old, he has already made a name for himself. It is worth mentioning that neither Tang Wuqiang nor Tang Jun, nor any other person in the Tang family, has ever received any care from old man Tang. Mr. Tang, who is upright by nature, hates using backdoors the most in his life. In other words, the Tang family has achieved what they have today thanks to themselves, or in other words, a good father will have a good son, and a general's family will have no weak soldiers. Just as Wang Yao and Tang Jun were eating and drinking. Outside the restaurant, a man in a suit holding a walkie-talkie said, "Boss, I found it." "Well, I'll put it in his car right away." After the meal, Wang Yao lent a hand and sent the slightly tipsy Tang Jun to his car. Then, Wang Yao sat in the driving seat, stepped on the accelerator and set off, intending to send Tang Jun home first. As a result, due to his professional sensitivity, Tang Jun sobered up halfway the moment he got on the car. He looked around and searched around, and then he found something incredible under the seat. Holding it in his hand, Wang Yao saw it through the rearview mirror and was also shocked. Without waiting for Wang Yao to say anything, Tang Jun said, "Brother Wang, it seems that you have offended someone, and someone wants to kill you. Who is it?" To be honest, Wang Yao has not offended many people, and there are even fewer people who can do such a thing. After a little thought, Wang Yao came up with his own answer. When Wang Yao drove to a remote area, 3 cars suddenly appeared from the left, right and front and forced him to stop. Wang Yao, who had anticipated this, got out of the car alone. At the same time, a total of 12 people got out of the 3 cars that stopped Wang Yao. The leader is Zhang-san. "Brother-san, what are you doing?" Pretending to know nothing, Wang Yao asked. "Do what?" With a sneer, Zhang-san said, "Today, I want you to spit out everything you ate. Kneel down and kowtow to me to admit your mistake, and maybe I will let you go." "Brother-san, it's not even daytime anymore, why are you still having this kind of dream?" I heard Wang Yao was still being sarcastic. Zhang-san was not angry. He laughed and said, "You don't agree? I put some good stuff in your car earlier. Now, I just need to make a phone call and you're done for." At this point, even though Zhang-san hasn't said it explicitly, his tone and actions are already very obvious. You are so despicable." For a moment, Wang Yao pretended to be frightened and angry. In response, Zhang-san laughed out loud and laughed wildly. But when Zhang-san was halfway laughing, Wang Yao took out his old mobile phone from his pocket and pressed the play button. Immediately, the conversation between the two of them came out from the phone. Not good. Faced with this sudden situation, Zhang-san signaled his men to prepare to besiege Wang Yao and snatch the property. Wang Yao gestured to wait and said, "You want it? Here you go." Having said that, he actually threw the phone with the recorded voice to Zhang-san. "Zhang-san?" Anyway, Zhang-san, who received the phone, was going to smash it and destroy it immediately, but Wang Yao said, "Brother-san, don't be in a hurry. In addition to this one, I have another phone in my car. To be honest, I set it up and turned on the camera before getting off the car. Recorded it." Hearing this, Zhang-san and his gang planned to get into the car and find the phone. It's not over yet. At this time, Wang Yao made a gesture to prohibit others and said, "Hey, I told you there's no rush. Brother-san, do you think I recorded it?" No, I didn't. I was broadcasting it live." Zhang-san. Chapter 20 Master, I understand. At this point, Zhang-san knew that he couldn't turn the situation around. And the amount of that thing, seriously speaking, is enough for Zhang-san to eat peanuts more than a dozen times. Desperate and angry, Zhang-san said viciously, "Brothers, come on. Kill these 2 guys and then we'll run away." Wang Yao? Regarding Zhang-san and his group's decision to go up instead of running away, Wang Yao only wanted to say, "You are so stupid." The result is, of course, beyond any doubt. With the joint efforts of Wang Yao and Tang Jun, it only took 1 or 2 minutes to knock down all of Zhang-san's men. Very normal. Not to mention Wang Yao's Tai Chi, as an existence within the system, Tang Jun's individual combat power is also extremely strong. In this way, when the two fight together, they are unstoppable. After dealing with them, Tang Jun immediately took out his cell phone and made a call. After a while, professional people came and handcuffed Xinxin and the others and took them away. Just like last time, I still had to take notes. Fortunately, with the Tang army here this time, the speed is much faster than last time. Even so, by the time Wang Yao returned to his Thompson Epine villa, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. After changing his shoes and entering the living room, Wang Yao looked up and saw Zhou Simin sitting on the sofa just like last time.
Are Hanhhan and Xinxin asleep? Wang Yao asked.
Yeah. Zhou Simin nodded.
That.
Just as Wang Yao was about to explain why he came back so late again, Zhou Simin interrupted Wang Yao and said, "No need to say, I know." Zhu, what's wrong with you? Live broadcasts can be recorded as videos. Your heroic deeds were spread by netizens immediately. Although the light was dim, I knew it was you by looking at your silhouette and hearing your voice.
Oh, I see.
Having said that, Zhou Simin jumped up from the sofa, barefoot without slippers, and walked slowly to Wang Yao. Then, before Wang Yao could react, he opened his arms and gave the other person a big hug.
Wang Yao!
You little girl, why are you sneaking up on me and hitting me with the ball?
Cough cough.
In any case, Wang Yao was enjoying it at this moment, and his big hands gently hugged Zhou Simin's back. In this way, the two hugged each other for a long time before separating. Afterwards, Zhou Simin lowered her head slightly, her face flushed again, and she raised her hand to tuck her long hair behind her ears. After doing this, she said, "Well, I just wanted to hug you, nothing else, don't think too much."
Yeah, okay.
On the surface, Wang Yao responded quickly.
In his heart, Wang Yao thought, maybe Zhou Simin's action was involuntary.
No matter what, through this close contact, the relationship between the two must have become one step closer. Take a shower and go to your room. Lying on the bed, Wang Yao opened the system interface and checked his gains for the day. Let us not talk about the black technology and that random minigame for now. In fact, before dealing with Xinxin, the system also issued a selection task to Wang Yao for this purpose. As a reward for successfully outwitting this lawless outlaw, Wang Yao was given 5 pharmaceutical production lines. The daily production capacity of each of them, if used to produce beauty pills, could easily exceed 10,000 boxes. Wang Yao was very satisfied with this. If Wang Yao were to take care of this personally, it would take at least 10 days or half a month.
Now, both time and money have been saved.
Now, the healthcare product production license and other qualifications have been completed in the past 2 days. This means that starting tomorrow, these drug production lines can be put into operation. Well, when the time comes, give Zhu a few boxes to try.
Wang Yao murmured.
After all, in public, Zhou Simin is the established product spokesperson, and in private, the other party is the mother of Wang Yao's 2 daughters and his future wife. Again, if you have an idea, just implement it. From the next day on, in addition to going to the company and interviewing people with Xinxin, Wang Yao also took time to do all of this. Everything is going according to plan. Time passed quickly and it was Saturday again. Around 10 o'clock in the morning. Outside Wang Yao's Tangchen Epine single-family villa, a bald man came here. After standing still, the other party said to himself, "This should be it. Tai Chi Grandmaster, you really made it difficult for me to find you." If Wang Yao saw him, he would definitely recognize at a glance that the other person was Han Yilong who had challenged him to a fight last time. Then, without waiting for Han Yilong to ring the doorbell. As luck would have it, Wang Yao's family of 4 just opened the door and came out. When Wang Yao saw the uninvited guest at the door, he frowned and asked, "Why are you here again?" Unlike last time, this time Han Yilong said sincerely, "Master of Tai Chi, I want to learn from you, not for fame. In fact, I challenge those people, on the one hand, to fight against fakes on the other hand, I also want to find a true master of Chinese martial arts. For my sincerity, I hope you can help me. Is that so?" After hearing this, Wang Yao's mentality changed slightly. At the same time, the system sounded again. Ding, facing Han Yilong's challenge, what choice should the host make? Choice 1, still refuse and threaten to call the police.
Reward, 100,000 yuan.
Option 2, agree and defeat the opponent.
Reward, 1 million.
Option 3, agree and defeat him, then wake him up. Reward, Chinese martial arts Bajikan, a can of 91st century Sprite. Be reasonable. The rewards of 1 and 2 are really a drop in the bucket for Wang Yao now. In addition, after hearing what Hanhhan said just now, Wang Yao felt that the other party was not a bad person, but if he continued to recruit people to fight like this, something would happen sooner or later. Therefore, Wang Yao chose option 3. Okay. Hanhhan, I promise you. Let's not waste time, let's do it now. The battle location will be in the yard inside my house, what do you think? Okay. I'll do whatever you say. Hanhhan was delighted to see that Wang Yao agreed. So, Wang Yao's family, who had originally planned to go out and play on the weekend, turned back with Hanhhan. When the group arrived at the yard, Wang Yao, Dad, Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin, one big and two small, one held Wang Yao's arm, and the other two held the corners of his clothes. It was obvious that the three of them didn't want Wang Yao to fight with Hanhhan. After all, the opponent came with a fierce momentum and a muscular body. He looked like someone who was not easy to deal with. Don't worry, it's okay. Wang Yao comforted Zhou Simin, her mother and daughter, and then he and Hanhhan came to the center of the yard. The battle begins. In an instant, Hanhhan rushed up directly, using his hands and feet, especially his turtle fist, which continuously bombarded Wang Yao. What kind of martial arts is this? Sorry, there is no way. As a free fighting athlete, Hanhhan does not have a fixed set of moves. In his opinion, as long as it can knock down the opponent, it is a good move. In the past, Hanhhan used this kind of random punches to defeat the old masters and defeated one scammer after another who disguised themselves as masters of traditional Chinese martial arts. It's a pity that his tried and tested tactics didn't work on Wang Yao. At the moment, Hanhhan is fast, but Wang Yao is even faster than him. After blocking all of Hanhhan's attacks, Wang Yao grabbed the opponent's hands, turned around and pressed down, causing the opponent to half kneel down and unable to move. No matter how Hanhhan struggled, he could not escape Wang Yao's control. I lost. After hearing Hanhhan admit defeat, Wang Yao let him go. Then, Hanhhan collapsed on the ground, a little dazed. He had thought he would lose, but not so quickly or so completely. Since Wang Yao subdued him so quickly, it would be even easier to knock him down. Seeing Hanhhan looking lost, Wang Yao asked, Hanhhan, what do you pursue in your life? I want to be a knight. Faced with Wang Yao's question, Hanhhan gave his answer almost without thinking, even though it sounded a little ridiculous. Alas! It's a pity that it's too difficult to do this in this era. What's so difficult about that? Wang Yao asked again, what is a hero? The greatest heroes serve their country and their people. To be honest, your skills are pretty good. In my opinion, you can continue to work hard in free fighting and see if you can win a championship and bring glory to your country. Or, since live streaming is so popular now, you can start a live streaming to teach people some kung fu or self-defense techniques. Then use the money earned from doing these to some charity activities, such as building Hope primary schools. In my opinion, they are all manifestations of chivalry. Isn't it more meaningful to do these things than to fight against those fake martial arts scammers in the past? An epiphany. After listening to Wang Yao's words, Hanhhan seemed to have suddenly become enlightened, with an expression that said, Master, I understand. Chapter 21 We have the legacy of Wei Wu. Thanks for the advice. Standing up, Hanhhan bowed to Wang Yao to express his gratitude. After that, Hanhhan left without looking back. Many years later, Hanhhan, who won 2 free fighting championships at different levels, often taught people, especially women, some self-defense skills through live broadcasts, and donated money to build more than 20 Hope primary schools, accepted an interview with the media. In front of the camera, Hanhhan said frankly, I can become a true modern knight. The person I want to thank most is the young Tai Chi master back then. It was he who taught me. Of course, all of this is in the past. Return to the present moment. After dealing with Hanhhan, Wang Yao and his family of 4 continued to go out and play. Unlike last time, Zhou Simin became a lot more lively. On the one hand, she had more time to rest since she had not been working for some time. On the other hand, with Wang Yao's acupuncture treatment and the beauty pills she was taking, Zhou Simin's body had really become much healthier. All right. Not only did my body get better, Zhou Simin's beauty has reached a new level. After Zhou Simin had taken the beauty pill for a full course of treatment, which was 1 week later, Wang Yao, Shu Chang, and his Xinxin Technology company's newly established advertising department found a professional and high-end filming team to shoot a video advertisement for the promotion. As a result, a few sample photos were taken 2 days ago. At first glance, everything seems pretty good. But it always feels a little weird, and it doesn't taste right. What's going on? Wang Yao and his friends couldn't explain why, they just felt something was wrong. What should we do then? Unexpectedly, at night, Wang Yao brought the sample films home to watch. Hanhhan and Xinxin, the two little cuties, came over to take a look out of curiosity. Huh? Why does the mother here look different? Xinxin said. Beside her, Hanhhan nodded her head and agreed, yeah, it's indeed different. One word can wake a dreamer up. At this point, Wang Yao finally realized where the problem lay. In these advertising samples, a beauty filter was added to Zhou Simin. To be honest, this is a very normal operation. After adding the beauty filter, more than 99% of the people in the camera will have their original appearance, but will be prettier. However, this is not true for Zhou Simin. Why? Because when she was in college, Zhou Simin was the recognized campus beauty goddess of Shanghai finance and economics. Her appearance was stunningly beautiful. Now, with the help of the beauty pill, Zhou Simin's beauty and temperament have risen again. It is not an exaggeration to say that she is a fairy who has descended to the earth. On this basis, the addition of the beauty filter. It cannot be said that it makes Zhou Simin uglier, it just looks unnatural and a little awkward and weird. Once you realize where the problem lies, you will naturally make corresponding corrections. The next day, when Wang Yao announced that no filters would be used and the filming team chose to do so, every advertising sample shot by Zhou Simin was perfect. We selected the 3 best ones and immediately started to release them on a large scale. In addition to traditional regular TV advertising, Wang Yao also posted it on major short video platforms using a company account he had registered long ago. As a result, within 2 days, it became popular on the short video rankings. The total number of views is in the tens of millions, and is almost breaking 100 million. There are also tens of thousands of comments. However, there are many comments that are a bit distorted. I'm going to tell my mom that I'm in love. Little sister, don't post about yourself online all the time. You should learn more and improve your knowledge. Come on, let me ask you a common sense question. What is your WeChat ID? My wife and I were walking down the street and shopping. When I saw this video, I smiled and clicked on the red heart. My wife asked me what I was doing. I said you've released a new video, so I'll give you a like. She asked me, how much do you love me? I said, about 3 grams. She laughed and said it was cliché. She knew that 3 grams represented the weight of the heart. But she didn't know that I was just a mouse, and 3 grams represented the weight of my whole body. Wang Yao and Zhou Simin looked at these funny comments together. Zhou Simin couldn't help but laugh, and she was shaking with laughter. Wang Yao, on the other hand, had a serious look on his face. Seeing this, Zhou Simin said, Wang Yao, what's wrong with you? You can't be. Zhou Simin guessed it halfway through the conversation. Yes, Wang Yao is jealous. But for the promotion of the beauty pill, and because the comments were not malicious, Wang Yao couldn't delete them. However, in order to curb this kind of comments, Wang Yao came up with a countermeasure. The company accounts on these short video platforms all posted a top message. In the company's newly released video advertisement, the heroine is already a mother of 2 children. To avoid causing negative impact, please use memes in moderation. As soon as this voice came out, a bunch of male animals cried out in the comment section. Wow tilde mom, I'm heartbroken again. The other person must have saved the world in his previous life to be able to marry such a beautiful wife. But as we were talking, the style of the painting became wrong. Isn't this better? Alas. You, including me, how are we different from that thief cow? No, I should say that we have the legacy of Wei Wu. Seeing this, Wang Yao suddenly felt a little regretful for letting Zhou Simin endorse this beauty pill. Of course, netizens can only talk about jokes online, and there is no possibility of any actual action. In addition, despite this popularity, there are still many female netizens who focus their attention on the advertisement itself. Beauty and skincare pills. 399 yuan a box. Speaking of this, it is worth mentioning. At the same time as the advertisement was launched, Wang Yao's company also put the beauty pills on sale online and offline. In the eyes of many adult women, 399 yuan is not even enough to buy any one of their cosmetics, such as concealer, liquid foundation, blush, lipstick, etc. The price is very cheap. If the effect could be as good as described in the advertisement, regardless of anything else, they thought that if they could be half or even 1/10 as beautiful as Zhou Simin after using it, it would be a great win. Based on this, the sales of beauty pills in the past few days were quite good. It's not over yet. This is just the beginning. After a week, the effects of the first course of treatment became apparent. The first group of female recipients who had tasted the benefits were naturally very happy and recommended it to their sisters who had not used it yet. In this way, with the help of this batch of tap water, the first product of Wang Yao's newly established Xinxin technology company, the beauty and skincare pill, was quickly sold out. Unexpected. Faced with this emergency, Wang Yao, Xinxin and the company's employees discussed and came up with a solution. On the one hand, they used the company's accounts on various platforms to apologize. On the other hand, they promised to add production lines as soon as possible and increase production capacity to ensure supply and demand. On the same day, at noon, Wang Yao, who was both sad and happy, saw his cell phone ringing. After taking a look at the incoming call information, Wang Yao answered it immediately. Putting the phone to his ear, Wang Yao smiled and said, "Hello, Mom." Chapter 22. Mom, you're a grandma now. Hey, son, have you had lunch yet? On the other end of the phone, Wang Yao's mother Du Lanwan asked. Not yet. How about you, Mom? I just ate. Xiao Yao, you have to work hard to start your own business, but you still have to eat on time and not starve yourself. Yes, Mom, I know. Do you have anything else to do? If not, I'll go eat now. After hearing this, Du Lanwan paused and said, Son, Mom wants to come to Shanghai to see you. Mom, your small supermarket is closed. Business has been slow recently, and I can't make much in a month. Fortunately, you have graduated and started your own business, so you can make money on your own and I don't have to worry about you anymore. So, I don't have any pressure. After a long time, I will just miss you. I heard Du Lanwan was thinking about me and wanted to come over to see me. To be honest, it is difficult to stop Wang Yao. First of all, it is natural for a mother to miss her son and want to see him. Secondly, Wang Yao's father died very early, and Du Lanwan raised him alone and with great difficulty since he was a child. From this point of view, she is more dependent on him than other mothers. However, once Du Lanwan comes, some things can no longer be hidden. Specifically, it is Zhou Simin and her mother and daughter. What to do? Ding, facing his mother Du Lanwan, he wants to come to the Magic City to see his request. Will the host agree? Option 1, find an excuse to reject the other party. Reward, title of unfilial son, where filial piety 1%. Option 2, agree and tell the truth. Reward, 0.1% of the shares of a random listed company. Once again, Wang Yao heard the voice of the system. Hearing this, Wang Yao couldn't help but grin. If he chooses the first option, Wang Yao will become an unfilial son. What else can he do? He can only choose the second option and let Du Lanwan come over. What's more, sooner or later, he would have to tell his mother about the ridiculous things Wang Yao did in his freshman year, so it would be better to do it today. So Wang Yao said, Mom, I want to tell you something. First of all, don't get too excited. What? Okay, son, just tell me. Mom can handle it. Okay, I told you. Mom, you're a grandmother now. Du Lanwan. Hearing this, Du Lanwan's mind buzzed for a while. After a while, she seemed to have thought of something, and said, Son, it's better for us to be honest. But, we can't take over. Ahem. Mom, what are you thinking? She is really my daughter, your granddaughter. Oh? So you've been dating a girlfriend in college without telling Mom? No. After giving a negative answer, Wang Yao said, this matter is a bit complicated. Next, Wang Yao told Du Lanwan on the other end of the phone the whole story in detail. Afterwards, Du Lanwan cursed, you bastard, bullying someone's daughter. Mom, I didn't mean it. Wang Yao argued. Okay. After a brief moment of anger, Du Lanwan on the other end of the phone smiled and said, Son, do you have photos of my daughter-in-law and 2 granddaughters on your phone? Come on, send them to me. Aren't you planning to come to the Magic City? Just a sneak peek. Okay, I'm scared of you. Having said that, Wang Yao did not hang up the phone. Instead, he went to the WeChat interface, found Hanhhan, and sent 9 photos in a row. Then, Wang Yao asked, "Mom, did you see it?" I see it. Oh, this girl is so pretty. Hanhhan and Xinxin are also very pretty. And their eyes, nose, and mouth are exactly like yours, carved from the same mold. Har har, as long as you are happy. Mom, how are you going to get here? Let's take the high-speed rail. Transportation is well developed now. It only takes more than 5 hours to get from Star City to Magic City. Okay. Then buy the ticket and remember to send me the time and train number. I'll pick you up then. No problem. After the mother and son talked to this point, Wang Yao hung up the phone. I glanced at the time and it was already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, past lunchtime. Wang Yao immediately pressed a button on his desk, then leaned over and said, "Secretary Zhou, please come in for a moment." Less than half a minute later, Zhou Simin, who was already Wang Yao's secretary, pushed the door open and said, "Boss Wang, are you looking for me?" My mom is coming over." Zhou Simin. Hearing this, Zhou Simin seemed a little embarrassed for a moment, as if an ugly daughter-in-law has to meet her parents-in-law. Seeing this, Wang Yao comforted her, "Don't be nervous. My mother is very kind and easy to get along with. I told you this so that you can be mentally prepared." "Okay, Secretary Zhou, you can go out now." "Yes, okay, Mr. Wang." The next day. It happens to be Saturday again. At around 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Yao drove his extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom, taking Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin to their high-speed rail station to pick up Hanhhan. The two sides met again. Hanhhan ignored Wang Yao and immediately walked over to Zhou Simin and said with a smile, "You are Xiao Zhu, right? That's great, that's great. Hello, auntie. Hey, call me mom, not aunt. I've always wanted a daughter, and today I finally got my wish. If my boy dares to treat you badly in the future, tell me and I'll teach him a lesson for you." Wang Yao. Seeing that Hanhhan was a little too enthusiastic, Wang Yao nudged her with his elbow. As the saying goes, mother and child are connected by heart. Hanhhan immediately responded, "I'm sorry, auntie, I'm too excited." "Xiao Zhu, I didn't scare you, did I?" "Well, you can call me whatever you want." Compared with Wang Yao and Zhou Simin, this is a seemingly true relationship. Hanhhan and Xinxin, the two little cuties, didn't have so many concerns. They looked at Hanhhan and said in unison, "Hello, Grandma." Good boy, so polite." Looking at her two granddaughters, Hanhhan's face was full of kindness. Since the people had already been picked up, they would not stay at the high-speed rail station for long. Wang Yao drove the whole family back to the single-family villa in Thompson Epine. Afterwards, Wang Yao cooked personally to welcome Hanhhan. Seeing this scene, Hanhhan was a little surprised and asked, "Son, when did you learn to cook?" Without waiting for Wang Yao to answer, Xinxin said, "Grandma, the meat and vegetables cooked by Dad are both delicious." As she spoke, Xinxin, who is a little foodie, had a look of anticipation on her face and almost drooled at the corners of her mouth. "Yeah." Hanhhan was a little unconvinced. After Wang Yao served a large table of dishes one by one, Hanhhan tasted them and raised her eyebrows and said, "Well, it's really great. It seems that Xiao Zhu has trained you well. You are a pretty good househusband." Next, Hanhhan picked up food for Zhou Simin, Hanhhan and Xinxin one after another. As for her biological son Wang Yao, he was completely ignored. Feeling a little jealous, Wang Yao asked, "Mom, am I your biological child?" "No, I picked it up," Hanhhan said. Wang Yao. With a body temperature of 37 degrees, how can you say such cold words? All right. Wang Yao knew that Hanhhan was joking, and although he was jealous, he was not envious. When it was workday again, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin both went to work, and Hanhhan, as a grandmother, stayed at home to take care of Hanhhan and Xinxin, the two little ones. Monday, early evening. It was time to get off work, and Wang Yao and Zhou Simin took the elevator down together, ready to go home together. Unexpectedly, at the downstairs entrance of Jingguang building, Wang Yao bumped into a person whom he had only met once. Mr. Sun. Seeing the other party, Wang Yao couldn't help but wonder. Chapter 23, Tool Apprentice. The other party was Sun Mingqing. That person a professor at Shanghai University of Traditional Chinese Medicine, a descendant of the ancient king of medicine. Come to find your own. Just as Wang Yao was thinking this, the next second, Sun Mingqing suddenly bent his knees and was about to kneel down towards Wang Yao. I'll go. Fortunately, Wang Yao was quick to act and immediately grabbed Sun Mingqing and asked, Old Sun, if you have something to say, please talk it over. Why are you doing this? Isn't it shortening my lifespan if you are being so polite to me? My dear Wang, last time I saw your superb medical skills at Old Tang's house, I was stunned for a moment. Afterwards, I regretted it. After many twists and turns, I found you today, and I want to become your disciple, hoping that you can teach me medical skills. Sun Mingqing said frankly. That's it? To be honest, Wang Yao's knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine all came from the Yellow Emperor's external classic. Well, even though it is just an ancient Chinese medical book, it is all-encompassing and covers the universe. From this point of view, Wang Yao can indeed teach Sun Mingqing a lesson, even though he is the top figure in the field of traditional Chinese medicine. But, why should Wang Yao teach Sun Mingqing? Moreover, if he accepted such a senior disciple and the news got out, how would others view him, Wang Yao? Seeing that Wang Yao did not answer, Sun Mingqing continued, My dear Wang, the international opinion that Chinese medicine is inferior to Western medicine has basically become a conclusion. If it were just that, it would be fine. In recent years, due to the actions of some scumbags, Chinese medicine has been regarded as a scam, and is said to be a pure trick. I want to change this situation, but it is difficult to do so with my medical skills alone. So, I hope that Mr. Wang can help me. Seeing Sun Mingqing's sincerity, Wang Yao was a little shaken. Zhou Simin, who was a spectator nearby, also roughly understood what was said. Wang Yao, just agree to Master Sun, right? At the same time, the system selection task came to Wang Yao's ears again. After hearing this, Wang Yao exclaimed in his heart, WTF? There is actually such an operation? Now, with Zhou Simin's persuasion and the reward for the mission, Wang Yao said, Okay, Master Sun, I promise to take you as my apprentice and teach you Chinese medicine. Hearing this, Sun Mingqing was overjoyed, but he did not stand up and still wanted to kneel down. In response, Wang Yao said, Mr. Sun, I've already promised you, why are you still doing this? Faced with this question, Sun Mingqing looked at Wang Yao seriously and said, Some rules cannot be broken. I saw that Sun Mingqing looked serious and persistent. In the end, Wang Yao stopped trying to stop him and let Sun Mingqing kneel down. Afterwards, Sun Mingqing ignored the looks from people passing by, knelt down in front of Wang Yao, put his hands on the ground, kowtowed his head 3 times, then stood up and repeated the above actions twice. This is 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows. It is the highest level of apprenticeship ceremony. When the ceremony was over, Sun Mingqing stood up and changed his address to Wang Yao from Wang Xiaoyu to Master. At first glance, it sounds really awkward. Mr. Sun. Master, just call me Mingqing. Okay. Mingqing, from now on, I will come to you at this time every week and teach you for 1 to 2 hours. How much you can learn depends on your luck. If you don't understand anything, you can ask me. Thank you, Master. Polite. At this point, Wang Yao's mind moved, and a piece of paper appeared in his right hand. Handing it to Sun Mingqing, Wang Yao said, Mingqing, take a look at this prescription. Taking it in one hand, Sun Mingqing thought that Wang Yao was examining him, so he looked at it very seriously. After a long time, Sun Mingqing said, Master, according to the medicinal properties of these herbs, I would like to ask if this prescription is used to remove toxins from the body and refresh the face. Yes. Wang Yao gave an affirmative answer. After all, as a leader in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, Sun Mingqing has some strength. The prescription that Wang Yao showed him was exactly the beauty-enhancing pill. To be honest, this is a beauty product from my company. I hope you can promote it and endorse it. As soon as these words came out, Zhou Simin couldn't help but roll her eyes behind Wang Yao. My goodness, are you recruiting apprentices? You are obviously recruiting tools. However, in the company, as Wang Yao's secretary, Zhou Simin also clearly knows the dilemma that the beauty pill is facing now. Although, before that, with the dual help of several advertisements shot by Zhou Simin and the tap water that naturally generated after personal use, Wang Yao's company's first flagship product was sold out. However, such extremely high sales volume has aroused the envy of some people and at the same time affected the cake of some people. In order to discredit this beauty pill, they did not hesitate to spread rumors and slander, not only saying that it had no effect, but also threatening that it would cause great harm to the human body after use. Even so, when this kind of thing just happened, Wang Yao's company took up legal weapons to fight back against these criminals. It's a pity that it takes only one mouth to spread a rumor, but it takes a lot of effort to refute it. There are still many women who, out of fear and worry, dare not buy and use this beauty pill. Let us get back to the present. Sun Mingqing did not refuse but agreed directly. However, after the promotional video recorded by Sun Mingqing was broadcast on various local TV stations and major short video platforms, at the beginning, it was met with a barrage of criticism. Many people commented under the video. "Oh my God! Another old man. He must be a liar, get out of here now. We've all heard the story of the sheep coming. Once or twice is fine, but why do they come again? Mongolian medicine for the heart and brain, Xiong's old prescription, and Sanchen Dingchuan, it's only been a few years. Do you really think the internet has no memory? It seems that you are planning to change from their 3 great doctors and 3-person landlord game to 4-person mahjong. To be honest, it's no wonder that netizens are so excited. Just like what Sun Mingqing said before. Just 4 or 5 years ago, several notorious miracle doctors appeared on television, advertising on a non-stop loop. They can be found not only on township-level TV stations, but also on city and provincial levels. Fortunately, the higher-ups soon noticed them and immediately, they severely rectified this unhealthy trend. Nowadays, it is not surprising that people feel that it is yesterday happening again. Fortunately, as a banner in the field of traditional Chinese medicine, and even the first person in it, Sun Mingqing's personal influence is still very great. On Weibo, many well-known influencers forwarded Sun Mingqing's video link. On Bihu, many people also wrote articles to clear the name of Mr. Sun Mingqing. After a while, everyone realized that Sun Mingqing was not a liar, but a truly outstanding old Chinese medicine doctor. With the trust and endorsement of this big boss, the sales of beauty and skincare pills have been raised to a higher level. Boss Wang, last month, the sales report for the beauty pills came out. Holding a document, Zhou Simin knocked on the door of Wang Yao's office and walked in. "Well, put it here." After putting down the report in his hand, Zhou Simin did not leave immediately. Noticing this, Wang Yao raised his head and said with a smile, "What's up, Secretary Zhou, do you have anything else to do?" "Boss Wang, aren't you curious?" After hearing what Zhou Simin said, Wang Yao opened the report. "I saw that the final sales amount was actually a 9-digit number starting with 8. More than 800 million. It's really good." However, Zhou Simin did not see much surprise on Wang Yao's face. Very normal. Just now, Tang Guiqian called Wang Yao. The other party told Wang Yao that he had been asked to sell the 0.1% of the company's shares, and it had been successfully sold. "Oh, you said 0.1% of the company's shares, how much is it worth? But what if the name of this company is Tesla?" Chapter 24: Lithium-Air Batteries and Fast Charging Technology. Let us not talk about Tesla's reputation in sheer country. At least, the current market value of this company, which focuses on electric vehicles and new energy, is indeed high. It is more than 900 billion, and the unit is Daol. Based on this, the 0.1% shares that Wang Yao had previously acquired were worth at least 4 billion yuan. Wang Yao had no intention of becoming a shareholder or getting dividends. Therefore, selling these shares and exchanging them for cash flow is naturally the best option. But, who should I sell it to? After a little thought, Marcy Yuan estimated that he might not be able to eat much. In the end, Wang Yao put this idea on Tang Guiqian. As a result, after a phone call, the other party agreed to put Wang Yao in touch with the seller even though he said he was not interested. Just like that, after more than half a month, it was finally done today. Therefore, after learning the news, Wang Yao couldn't help but say, "Sure enough, filial piety still has its benefits." It is said that there is no harm without comparison. Compared to this huge sum of money, the sales of beauty pills last month were a little disappointing. Come back. Wang Yao seemed very calm and it was clear that he was just pretending. Zhou Simin thought that her mentality was still a little lacking, and she was not as calm as Wang Yao in the face of honor and disgrace.
With this thought in mind, Zhou Simin said, "Boss Wang, you are really amazing."
Wang Yao? Even though Wang Yao didn't say anything to Zhou Simin, he still smiled and responded, "It's just so-so. Then I won't bother you anymore. I'll go out and get busy with work." "Go ahead." That night, Wang Yao was alone in his room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, he suddenly brought up the system backpack interface and took something out of it. Swish. With a sound, a reagent containing green liquid was grasped in Wang Yao's hand. This was Wang Yao's last god-level choice, the reward for making Sun Yinqing worship him as his master and asking him to help promote him. It was called Xinxin reagent. Once injected into the human body, it will slightly improve its own genetic properties. There is no danger to life at all, but you will suffer great pain in the process. Mumble. Swallowing his saliva, Wang Yao encouraged himself, "It just hurts, right? It won't kill you, so why should I be afraid?" After saying that, Wang Yao inserted the needle into his left shoulder and then injected the green liquid into it. After finishing it, Wang Yao only felt a slight pain in his left shoulder at first. "That's it," Wang Yao said disdainfully. Unexpectedly, in the next second, Wang Yao felt as if he had swallowed 25 mice, and his heart was in turmoil. It wasn't over yet. Afterwards, Wang Yao felt as if his skin was being bitten and gnawed by millions of ants. The extreme pain made Wang Yao break out in cold sweat, but he couldn't even scream. When the pain subsided by 70%, Wang Yao let out a scream. It took a long time before Wang Yao finally recovered. Boom 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 tilde tilde tilde. Just at this moment, there was a knock on the door. Wang Yao stood up and walked over to open the door. Opening the door, Zhou Simin asked with concern, "Wang Yao, are you okay?" As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Simin looked at Wang Yao's appearance, and combined with the previous shout, she had some bad thoughts. Could it be that Wang Yao was in the room, doing some traditional tricks? Cough cough. Let us be honest. We are all adults, it is normal to have needs. But, don't I still exist in this house? Even now, the relationship between you and I is still unclear. But you can take some action. I'm not that hard to chase. Not to mention, your mother, Hanhhan, and Xinxin are all helping you. Why do you think the three of them, a family of three, go out for a walk after dinner every day? Do we really want to practice take 100 steps after a meal, and you will live to be 99? Bullshit. Isn't it just to create an opportunity for the two of us to be alone? For a moment, Zhou Simin thought a lot in his mind. At that moment, Wang Yao looked at Zhou Simin's expression and probably guessed that she was thinking the wrong thing, so he quickly found an excuse and said, Zhou, I just had a stomachache. I thought I could just bear it, but it got worse and worse, and I couldn't hold it back any longer, so I cried out." As soon as these words came out, Zhou Simin put away those messy thoughts and was no longer angry. She asked with concern, "Stomachache? Have you not eaten on time these days?" "Wang Yao, wait a moment, I will come back soon." Then, Zhou Simin left for a short time. Not long after, Zhou Simin came over with a household medicine box. He opened the box, found the medicine for stomach problems, took out 2 pills and gave them to Wang Yao, then handed him a glass of warm water. In this situation, Wang Yao felt warm in his heart. Even though Wang Yao didn't have a stomach problem, he wouldn't die from taking 2 pills. In order not to reject Zhou Simin's kindness and concern, he still took them. Thank you, Zhou. Eat well in the future. Work is important, but health is more important. Faced with Zhou Simin's education, Wang Yao naturally nodded obediently. Another half an hour passed, and only after Zhou Simin heard Wang Yao say, "Much better," did she turn around and leave with peace of mind. Then, Wang Yao closed the door, closed his eyes, and felt himself. After learning Bajikan and drinking a can of 91st century Sprite, along with the injection of the Xinxin reagent just now, Wang Yao felt that he had become very strong. To be more specific, if the current Wang Yao were to deal with the self who bravely stood up for justice at the barbecue stall that night, it would be absolutely no problem for him to defeat 10 people at once. Afterwards, Wang Yao used the small game that he had saved for a long time. Ding, host, are you going to start the live-action version of Super Mario Generations? Yes. Lost consciousness briefly again. After recovering, Wang Yao went to the Super Mario world and turned into a plumber wearing a red hat, overalls and a mustache. Bring it on. After saying that, Wang Yao started to play the game. Speaking of Super Mario Generation 1, in your country it should be called Super Mario. It is also a household name and the memory of a generation. There are 84 and 32 levels in total. Of course, you don't have to follow the routine. Among them, there are some secret passages and mechanisms that can help you skip levels. Wang Yao was well aware of this. In addition, Wang Yao is different from the past. He has become stronger and his reaction speed is truly invincible. The mushroom monsters, turtle monsters, etc. along their way could not cause any obstacles to him. Keep going forward. Just like that, after a lot of hardships, Wang Yao defeated Bowser in less than 5 minutes and rescued Princess Peach Blossom. Oh my god. I'm afraid my performance has broken the world speed-running record, right? Wang Yao couldn't help but sigh. The challenge is over, back to reality. The system voice sounded in Wang Yao's ears again. Congratulations to their host for successfully passing the level and obtaining the fast charging technology that matches the lithium air battery. Chapter 25, Being a Star? Not interested. Previously, Wang Yao cured Mr. Tang and obtained the future black technology, which was the lithium air battery. After that, the random mini-game was the one Wang Yao had just played, the live-action version of Super Mario 1. The difference is that at the beginning of this mini-game, the system prompts Wang Yao that if he can beat Super Mario, his random reward will be a technology that supports lithium air batteries. Wang Yao had naturally expected this. However, Wang Yao's performance in several previous live-action mini-games was really unsatisfactory. Therefore, Wang Yao wanted to wait until he became strong enough before trying again. After injecting the X-gene reagent, Wang Yao felt that the time was ripe, and the result was smooth. Alright. Let us talk about these two technologies. Lithium air batteries have been under research, but there are still many difficulties that have not been overcome. Its advantages, compared with conventional lithium-ion batteries, are higher energy density, and its cathode is very light and mainly made of porous carbon, so oxygen can be obtained from the environment instead of being stored inside the battery. What's the meaning? Nowadays, new energy vehicles are vigorously promoted by various countries around the world. Here, the so-called new energy actually mainly refers to electricity. However, electric vehicles have many inconveniences compared to traditional fuel vehicles. Among them, the most important are 2 points. First, the battery life is too poor. At present, the theoretical driving distance of mainstream electric vehicles when fully charged is only about 3 kilometers. Due to actual conditions, there will be some losses, and at most it will be only more than 200 kilometers. Such a short distance is fine for short trips within the city, but once it becomes a long-distance trip, there is nothing you can do. But if the lithium air battery is fully developed, when used in new energy vehicles, its energy density is at least 6 to 7 times that of lithium-ion batteries, and its range is expected to reach more than 2,000 kilometers, which is enough to travel half of the country. Second, the charging time is too long. It takes 7 or 8 hours to charge an electric car today using slow charging. Even with fast charging, it takes more than an hour, has high losses, and is expensive. And the fast charging technology that Wang Yao just obtained. Wang Yao took a closer look and discovered that by using a special charging cable, the charging time could be shortened to 20 minutes, or even about 10 minutes. And the loss is pitifully small. The combination of the two almost eliminates the shortcomings of electric vehicles. In addition, electricity is cheaper than gasoline and even diesel. When lithium air batteries and fast charging technology are fully commercialized, fuel vehicles will almost be replaced by electric vehicles. Thinking of this, Wang Yao said happily, "It seems that electric cars and new energy will be the domain of Xinxin technology in the future. And this initial capital was obtained by selling my Tesla shares. Is this considered a kind of NT?" Halfway through his words, Wang Yao smiled. In the 1 or 2 months since Xinxin technology was founded, Wang Yao had basically spent most of the more than 300 million yuan he had earned from gambling on stones. Normal. Various publicity and promotion activities, the addition of drug production lines, and a series of expenses are not small. Fortunately, Wang Yao had more than 4 billion on hand. The next day, when Wang Yao called Xuchang to his office and told him that he wanted to conduct research and development in this area. "Boss Wang, is our company's cash flow sufficient?" "Quite adequate." "Then I suggest Mr. Wang to directly acquire a battery company. Unlike beauty pills, this kind of technology field requires too much energy and time to start from scratch. It's better to start a new business and use other companies to lay eggs." Hearing this, Wang Yao nodded, agreeing with Xu Chang's proposal. Okay. Then I'll leave this matter to you, Manager Xu. As for the purchase price, it's tentatively set at 2 billion. At this price, try to choose a suitable and reliable one. Okay, Mr. Wang. It has to be said that with Xu Chang, a senior professional manager, around, Wang Yao doesn't have to worry too much. Except for some major matters that require him to make the final decision, most of the time, he can be a hands-off boss. Time flies, and it's the weekend again. Wang Yao drove and took Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, Hanhhan, and Xinxin to a children's playground in Magic City. The two little guys were having a lot of fun on a slide. I've played it up and down several times, and I still don't get tired of it at all. On the side, Wang Yao, Zhou Simin and Hanhhan, who were watching the two of them, did not seem impatient at all and were all very happy. However, at this moment, a stranger came over. Excuse me, are you the heroine in this advertisement? The person who came was a woman. As she spoke, she took out her mobile phone and played a short video. It was an advertisement for a beauty pill, and the person in it was naturally Zhou Simin. Seeing this, Zhou Simin was a little confused, but still replied, "It's me." "Excuse me, what can I do for you?" Seeing Zhou Simin admit it, the other party became more excited and said, "Hello, let me introduce myself. My name is Tanjiala, and I'm a scout at Shindong Interactive Entertainment. To be honest, I've been looking for you for a long time. With your image and appearance, you are perfect for being a yin star." This. After hearing what Tanjiala said, Zhou Simin became even more confused. After a pause, Zhou Simin said, "I'm sorry, I don't want to be a yin star." Refuse, rejected. Tanjiala didn't expect that Zhou Simin would reject her outright. Tanjiala seemed to have thought of something and took out a card and said, "This is my business card. I'm not a liar. As long as you are willing to sign the contract, I can guarantee that you can get at least the second-tier resources from New Motion Entertainment. We can even talk about the first-tier resources." The conversation between Zhou Simin and Tanjiala attracted the attention of Wang Yao, Hanhhan, Hanhhan, and Xinxin. "Wow, Mom is going to be on TV and become a big star in the future," Xinxin said. Hanhhan said, "Then, from now on, Mom can't help Dad." As soon as these words came out. In addition, during this gap, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin exchanged glances. Seeing this, Tanjiala seemed to realize the key to the problem. She looked at Wang Yao and said, "Hello, I hope you won't become a stumbling block on your wife's road to success." "That's what I said." Wang Yao quickly waved his hands and said, No, I fully respect any decision Zhou makes. As long as she wants to be a yin star, I will not stop her and will fully support her." Well, what Wang Yao said was not just polite talk. In Wang Yao's opinion, when two people are together, they should not only tolerate and give up some things for the sake of the family, but also help each other realize their dreams if they have enough ability, which is the most correct thing to do. As for the secretary, we can just replace him when the time comes. Come back. After getting Wang Yao's assurance, Tanjiala looked at Zhou Simin with an expectant expression. Zhou Simin shrugged helplessly and said, "I'm sorry. I'm really not interested in being a yin star. Also, this is a rare weekend for our family, and we don't want outsiders to disturb us." Rejected again. In the end, Tanjiala completely gave up, said, "Sorry," and turned away. Wait until Tanjiala walks away. Out of curiosity, Wang Yao asked Zhou Simin, Zhou, "Do you really not want to be a yin star, to act, sing, or something, to be the center of attention?" Shaking his head, Zhou Simin said, "I like my life now. Besides, it is important for people to know themselves. I am not from a professional school, nor am I that kind of person. Just relying on my looks to be a vase or a traffic star. Why bother?" "All right." Hearing this, Wang Yao nodded. However, at the end Zhou Simin muttered again, "If there is a chance, it would be nice to try it out." Wang Yao. Women are so fickle. In his heart, Wang Yao complained, but he also remembered it. Time flies. The days passed one by one, and soon an important festival arrived. Chapter 26, Unforgettable Chinese Valentine's Day, Successful Confession. The 7th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar is the Chinese Valentine's Day, also known as the Chichie Festival. Through the development of history, the Chinese Valentine's Day has been endowed with the beautiful love legend of cowherd and weaver girl, and has become a unique Valentine's Day in the Xia dynasty. When this day came, Zhou Simin was looking forward to it from the bottom of her heart. However, unfortunately, this year's Chinese Valentine's Day falls on a weekday. So, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin spent their whole day at work. All right. Work is still important, and Zhou Simin can understand that. Unexpectedly, when Wang Yao and Zhou Simin returned home and finished dinner with Hanhhan, Hanhhan, and Xinxin, the other party still did not express any opinion. Unable to hold back, Zhou Simin chose to speak. Wang Yao. Well, what's wrong, Zhou? No, nothing. On the surface, Zhou Simin said this, but in her heart she was very angry. In Zhou Simin's opinion, life needs a sense of ritual. We don't have to celebrate every festival, but at some key moments, even if we don't give them surprises, we should at least express our gratitude, right? Although, as I said before, the relationship between Wang Yao and Zhou Simin is still unclear. But, the matter has already been settled. Can't you get on the bus first and buy the ticket later? Especially, days like Chinese Valentine's Day are a great time to take our relationship to the next level. However, as a girl, she still needs to be reserved. Zhou Simin cannot express her thoughts directly. At this time, Zhou Simin, who was a little angry, complained to Wang Yao in her heart, "What a straight man." After a while, Zhou Simin's cell phone rang. After taking a look at the caller ID, Zhou Simin answered the call and said, "Hello, Manager Xu. Secretary Zhu, do you still have the USB drive from this morning?" "Yes, what's the matter?" "I need the information inside urgently." "Excuse me, Secretary Zhu, could you please bring it to me now?" "Yes, please." "Okay. Send me the address via WeChat and I'll come as soon as possible." At this point in the conversation, Zhou Simin hung up the phone. After telling Wang Yao about it, Xuchang called him to ask for the USB flash drive. "Oh. Then Zhu, you go. Be careful on the road and go early and come back early." Hearing Wang Yao say this, Zhou Simin turned around and glanced at Wang Yao. I thought to myself, even if the other person is your senior and fellow villager, you let a girl go there so late to meet him, and you aren't worried at all. Fortunately, Zhou Simin took a look and found that the location sent by Xuchang on WeChat was not at the other party's home, but on the street or in a public place. Only then did she feel completely relieved. Then, Zhou Simin, who was sulking, walked out without looking back. After Zhou Simin left, Wang Yao immediately jumped up from the sofa with a smile. "Come on, Dad. Come on, son." At the same time, Hanhhan, Xinxin and Hanhhan, the three generations of grandparents and grandchildren, all cheered Wang Yao on. "Mom, my dear daughters, don't worry, I will succeed tonight." Half an hour later, Zhou Simin arrived at the place where Xuchang sent her the location. As a result, here, Zhou Simin did not see Xuchang, but instead saw a familiar figure from behind. Wang Yao," Zhou Simin said in a surprised tone. Wang Yao turned around and smiled. Zhu, it's me. My senior looking for you was just a cover. I was the one who really asked you out, just to give you a surprise. You're not scared, are you?" Hearing this, Zhou Simin also laughed, childish. Although she said this, Zhou Simin was still very happy in her heart. Afterwards, Wang Yao naturally took Zhou Simin's hand and said, "Come on, I'll take you to a good place." "A good place? You should know that there is a restaurant near here." "Disney?" Before Wang Yao could finish, Zhou Simin responded immediately. "Songyin. But Disney should be closed at this time, right?" "Who said that? I want it to open, and it has to open." As he spoke, Wang Yao snapped his fingers, as if it was a signal. Not far from him and Zhou Simin, the lights in Disneyland, which had been dimmed, were lit up again. Looking up, Zhou Simin saw this scene and her eyes turned into crescent shapes. To achieve this, Wang Yao naturally used his cash power. Of course, as the saying goes, love is more valuable than money. In Wang Yao's opinion, as long as Zhou Simin can be happy, it's all worth it. After Wang Yao and Zhou Simin entered the park, they first tried some exciting rides such as the roller coaster, pirate ship, and bungee jumping machine. Wang Yao was quite excited about this and enjoyed it quite a bit. Unexpectedly, Zhou Simin, on the other hand, covered his chest with one hand, showing some signs of nausea and retching. Seeing this, Wang Yao said embarrassedly, "Sorry, Zhu." I thought girls liked these. Did I choose the wrong place? Hearing this, Zhou Simin said, I don't blame you. Wang Yao, there is actually a project here that I quite like. Really? Which one? Zhou Simin did not give a direct answer to Wang Yao's question, but pulled him in the opposite direction and rushed over. Carousel. An amusement ride with seats decorated like wooden horses that move up and down on a large rotating platform for tourists to ride. Logically speaking, Wang Yao felt that it was boring, but Zhou Simin liked it so much that the two of them played it again, and they played it for 5 rounds in a row before they stopped. After it was over, Zhou Simin skipped and walked in front of Wang Yao, still smiling, looking very happy. Seeing this, Wang Yao smiled and said, Zhou, is it so fun? It's just fun. Respond with one sentence. Just at this moment, Zhou Simin walked to a stall selling headwear. The stall owner was of course not there. Zhou Simin asked, Wang Yao, can I take these? Can. After getting a positive answer, Zhou Simin immediately became happy, picked up a headband with white rabbit ears and put it on her head. Then, Zhou Simin asked Wang Yao, does it look good? Nice. Then, Zhou Simin took out an identical one and wanted to put it on Wang Yao. At first, Wang Yao resisted and said, no. Come on, don't be shy. Unable to overcome Zhou Simin's insistence, Wang Yao had no choice but to agree. Next, after having fun for half a day, Zhou Simin felt a little hungry, so Wang Yao took her to the castle in Disneyland to enjoy delicious food. When the appetizers were finished and the steak was served, Wang Yao was very considerate and cut it into small pieces with a knife and fork. He then handed this piece to Zhou Simin and took hers. Thanks. After saying that, Zhou Simin forked up a piece and put it into her mouth. She chewed it gently, and the unique aroma and juice of the Wagyu beef burst out instantly. She couldn't help but sighed, it's delicious. Do you like it? If you like it, I can do it for you every day in the future. Wang Yao, did you do this? I just found some time to go to the kitchen and took over their chef's job. Har, we spend money to enjoy the service, so why do you serve yourself? I feel honored to be able to cook for the one I love, and I never get tired of it. After hearing this, Zhou Simin blushed again. After dinner, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin came to the balcony of the castle. At the same time, gorgeous fireworks exploded all over the sky, creating a beautiful scene. Wang Yao, did you arrange this? Yes. Thank you for letting me be a fairy tale princess for a day. As long as you're happy, everything is fine. After playing, eating and watching, seeing that it was getting late, Wang Yao drove his extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom and took Zhou Simin home. Before entering the door, Wang Yao asked Zhou Simin to wait for a moment. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Wang Yao took out a large furry teddy bear from the trunk and handed it to Zhou Simin. Zhou Simin was very happy to receive the teddy bear. 2 or 3 seconds later, Zhou Simin discovered that the teddy bear was holding a small box in both hands. Any more surprises? Seeing Zhou Simin noticed, Wang Yao opened the box, and inside was a platinum necklace inlaid with many gemstones. It's beautiful. Shall I put it on for you? Okay. With Zhou Simin's consent, Wang Yao took out the necklace, went behind her and helped her put it on. After that, Wang Yao looked at Zhou Simin and said sincerely, it's really beautiful. Well, I'm not talking about the necklace, but you, Simin. Change of name. The next second, Wang Yao said, Simin, will you be my girlfriend? After all the foreshadowing, Wang Yao's confession now can be described as plain, simple and straightforward. Zhou Simin didn't say anything, just nodded shyly. Seeing the other person's shy appearance, Wang Yao couldn't help but kiss her directly. Chapter 27, Winning the Argument. After a long time, the two separated. After a pause, Wang Yao said, Simin, let Hanhhan, Xinxin and my mother sleep tonight. Hearing this, Zhou Simin naturally knew the meaning behind these words. But she still shyly agreed in a low voice, okay. Just like that, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin both grew up a lot that night. The next day. It's weekend again, Saturday. Wang Yao and Zhou Simin slept until noon. After washing up, Hanhhan, who had gotten up earlier, had already prepared food and invited them, as well as Hanhhan and Xinxin to come and eat. At the dinner table, out of curiosity, Hanhhan asked, Dad, Mom, are you officially together? Yes. In response to this, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin both gave affirmative answers. Yeah. At this time, Xinxin on the side seemed very excited. Then, Xinxin asked, Dad, Mom, will you be like this in the future? As she spoke, Xinxin used her left thumb and index finger to fiddle with her left index finger back and forth. Seeing this, Zhou Simin instantly had a bad association. While blushing, he immediately scolded, Xiaobao, you are not allowed to do this kind of action. Why? Xinxin was puzzled. Without waiting for Zhou Simin to scold him again, Wang Yao interrupted and asked gently, Xinxin, what are you doing? Dad, Mom, you are together now, are you going to get married in the future? If you get married, do you need to have a wedding? At the wedding, do you need to wear rings? Xinxin, right. After Xinxin's explanation, Zhou Simin realized that she had made a big misunderstanding and her face turned even redder. At that time, Wang Yao glanced at Zhou Simin, but didn't say anything immediately. In the evening, after dinner and a shower, they both returned to the master bedroom. In the room, Wang Yao said, Simin, our Xinxin is just a little baby who is over 13 years old, and she is still a cute little foodie. How could she have any bad intentions? You shouldn't judge others by your own standards. Do you think that your little daughter is just like you, with a head full of dirty thoughts? To be honest, Wang Yao did need to talk to Zhou Simin about what happened during the day. However, the tone shouldn't be so harsh. If it were in the past, Zhou Simin would not have been affected. However, after last night, Wang Yao and her had become so familiar and intimate, and everything became different. At that moment, after listening to Wang Yao's instruction, Zhou Simin did not choose to admit his mistake. Instead, it was a pair of eyes that looked at Wang Yao coldly. There is murderous intent. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Wang Yao smiled awkwardly and said, Simin, didn't your parents name you after the idiom, quick thinking? Then why aren't you called Zhu Caijie? Originally, Wang Yao wanted to change the subject. Unfortunately, his mouth couldn't keep up with his brain, and Wang Yao accidentally stepped on a landmine. Hearing this, Zhou Simin sneered and said, Humph. Wang Yao, do you think you are humorous? After asking this question, nothing happened next. After waiting for 20 minutes, Wang Yao set up a tent in his yard, apparently planning to spend the night there. Coincidentally, Wang Yao's yard is adjacent to the yard of the detached villa next door. An old man and an old woman lived opposite. Since Wang Yao moved in, the two families have met several times. Wang Yao was setting up a tent in the yard when he was seen by an elderly couple from next door who were taking a walk in his yard to stretch their legs after dinner. The old man among them laughed and said, kicked out. No, I just want to experience a different life. Wang Yao argued. The old couple did not choose to expose this poor excuse. Wait until you return to the villa from the yard. The old lady spoke first. In my opinion, the couple across the street are probably having an argument. Yeah. And, 99% of the time, the young man won the argument. It's so real that I won the argument. That's right. If I lose the argument, I probably won to be kicked out. After a while, the old lady asked again, we have so many rooms in our villa. Why doesn't he change one? Why does he have to sleep on the floor in the yard? You don't understand. He did this to gain sympathy. So that other people in the family can help him beg for mercy. Oh, then he is quite a bit of a cunt. As expected. Wang Yao had been in the tent for less than half an hour when Hanhhan came over with a spoon and half a watermelon. Dad, it's hot. Eat some watermelon to cool down. Thank you, baby. You're welcome. Watching Wang Yao eat a few bites of watermelon, Hanhhan asked, Dad, are you sleeping here tonight? Yes. You're not going in to accompany your mother. All right. It's getting late, Hanhhan, you should go in and get some rest. Seeing that Wang Yao was unmoved and had an attitude of, a dead pig is not afraid of boiling water, Hanhhan said, okay. You can eat slowly. I won't accompany you anymore. After saying that, Hanhhan went back. 12 o'clock midnight. At this time, Wang Yao was sure that his mother Dulanwan and the two little ones must have gone to bed. Therefore, Wang Yao came out of the tent in his yard and trotted back to their master bedroom he and Zhou Simin shared. After entering the room, Wang Yao saw Zhou Simin lying on her side on the bed covered with an air-conditioning quilt, and seemed to have fallen asleep. However, Wang Yao knew that the other party must not have slept, so he said, Simin, I was wrong. What's wrong with you? That's too harsh. I was wrong too. I shouldn't have thought that. Okay, I forgive you. As the old saying goes, the arm cannot twist the thigh. In the relationship between men and women, if the man takes the initiative to apologize, it does not mean he is a henpecked man or is dominated by his wife, but rather a strategy. Of course, we still cannot spoil the other person and let her feel that she can do whatever she wants. We must also make her aware of the problem. Regarding the matter of Wang Yao and Zhou Simin, Zhou Simin must have realized her mistake, and Wang Yao had indeed gone too far. The two of them took a step back and let the matter go, which was a happy ending for everyone. It is worth mentioning. Hanhhan seemed to be sending watermelons to Wang Yao to cool him down, but in fact she was acting as a lobbyist for Zhou Simin. Then why didn't Wang Yao come in at that time, and had to wait until now? It's very simple. As a man, you still have to save face. In addition, the system also gave Wang Yao a selection task for the first time in a long time. Come back. After hearing what Zhou Simin said, Wang Yao got on the bed and leaned over. To be honest, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin just confirmed their relationship yesterday. Now, they are still in the honeymoon period. The conflict has been resolved, so they are naturally entangled again. The next day, when there was a break, Wang Yao took out the reward he received yesterday after completing the task and taking advantage of no one apologizing. To be more specific, it is a script, an animated film script. When he opened it, the first two words that caught Wang Yao's eye were Nezer. Chapter 28, New Wine in Old Bottles, Burning Money to Meet Deadlines. Talking about the fame of ancient Chinese mythological figures. The first one should be Sun Wukong from Journey to the West. There is almost no controversy and no doubt about it. Nezer from The Investiture of the Gods would probably be ranked second. As he thought about this, Wang Yao subconsciously read out the title of the animated film script, Nezer, the Devil Child Comes into the World. Just looking at the name, Wang Yao frowned, thinking it was some messed up modification. After Wang Yao finished reading the entire script from beginning to end, he said happily, "This is an excellent mythology fanfiction. There are some innovations, but the basics remain the same. It tells some truths, but they are very simple and not profound. The characters are novel and likable. Overall, it is still new wine in old bottles. If it is really filmed, I estimate that it will be a 99% success and make a lot of money." After saying this, Wang Yao closed the script. After a while, Hanhhan and Xinxin, the two little cuties, came running over and asked him what he was doing. In response, Wang Yao said gently, "Nothing." Dabao, Xiaobao, do you like Nezer? Like. Faced with this question, Hanhhan gave an affirmative answer without hesitation. On the other hand, Xinxin scratched her head, as if she didn't know who the Nezer Wang Yao was talking about. Seeing this, Wang Yao took out his mobile phone, did a quick search, and found a corresponding picture. Afterwards, Wang Yao showed Xinxin this lotus incarnation, which had 3 heads and 6 arms, holding a fire spear and a qinquan ring, with a hun qian ling wrapped around his body and a wind fire wheel under his feet, a very classic image of Nezer. "Oh, it's this young lady. Xinxin likes her very much." Hearing this, Wang Yao couldn't help but laugh. However, it is not surprising that Xinxin would get Nezer's gender wrong. Because, according to the earliest records, Nezer can be considered to be a male with female appearance to a large extent. Based on this, looking back, there are many TV dramas and movies where the actors who play Nezer are actresses playing the role of a female. "What are you three, father and daughter, whispering about?" At this time, Zhou Simin also came over. Wang Yao replied, "Oh, nothing much. It's just Simin. Next, I plan to make an animated film with Nezer as the protagonist. Nezer conquers the Dragon King." "Yes, but not completely." "Well, at most it's just a little bit related." As he spoke, Wang Yao handed the script of Nezer, the Devil Child Comes into the World, to Zhou Simin. After Zhou Simin finished reading it, his eyes also lit up. However, Zhou Simin quickly lost his temper and said, "Wang Yao, does the company have sufficient funds? Didn't you ask your senior to acquire a battery company and enter this field not long ago? Now, you want to make animation again? You know, a high-quality animated film is very expensive. If you pursue precision enough, it is possible to spend hundreds of millions or even millions." Seeing Zhou Simin worried about the funding, Wang Yao comforted her, "Don't worry. I know that if you take too big a step, you'll easily get into trouble, ahem." Fortunately, I still have a little bit of money left to complete the filming and release of this animated film. There will be absolutely no problem. Zhou Simin felt relieved after hearing what Wang Yao said. Then, Wang Yao reached out his hand, touched Hanhhan and Xinxin's heads one after another and said, "Not to mention, our two good daughters both like the image of Nezher. Let's not talk about the vulgar things like making money. This animated film is purely a gift from me as a father to my daughters, which is also good." Seeing Wang Yao's fatherly and kind appearance, Zhou Simin laughed and complained, "Virtue. In my opinion, there is another important reason. The Li Jing in your script is considered the best image in all the movies and TV series of all time." Hit the nail on the head. Wang Yao did not respond to Zhou Simin's argument, but just smiled and remained non-committal. Indeed, no matter which version, Nezher's biological father, Li Jing, the general of Xinxin, is not very competent as a father. Among them, the worst one should be the version of Investiture of the Gods, filmed in Hong Kong about 20 years ago. Although, the two parts of Loyalty and Difficulty are very good and interesting as a whole, they should be one of the childhood memories of many people. However, Li Jing in the story, and even Li Jing's family, can be said to be the best in the world, a fighter among weirdos. That's going too far. Speaking of the script that Wang Yao has on hand, it not only includes dialogues and various storyboards, but also original drawings of the characters and scenes. It can be said that to film it, one only needs to copy it. That's what I said. But when Wang Yao found the largest animation production company in Shanghai and planned to outsource the animated film Nezher, the Devil Child comes into the world, the deadline given by the other party was 3 to 5 years. So long. Wang Yao was very surprised. He thought that if everything was ready, it should be able to be produced in about a year. Unexpectedly, the reality seemed to be quite different from Wang Yao's imagination. In response, the person in charge of the other party explained to Wang Yao, "Mr. Wang, you don't know. The maximum number of images that the human eye can distinguish in 1 second is 24. In other words, it is 24 frames. Of course, most people can only distinguish 18 to 20 frames, so it's not impossible if you want to do less. However, I see that the original drawings provided by Mr. Wang are all very beautiful and exquisite, and most of them are made into 24 frames to avoid a bad viewing experience for some viewers. On this basis, if Mr. Wang doesn't want to be lazy and use some rendering to 3D to avoid abrupt scenes, that is, pure 3D, then the workload will be huge. Our mainstream rendering machine can only complete a dozen to dozens of images a day. And these are converted into animation performance in just 1 or 2 seconds, or even less than 1 second. After hearing this, Wang Yao probably understood. After a pause, Wang Yao said, "Then why not add a few more rendering machines?" After hearing what Wang Yao said, the person in charge shook his head and said, "Boss Wang, we don't have many rendering machines. We have quite a few, but we have to complete tasks for other companies, so we are very tight. Moreover, this kind of machine has a low output and is expensive. It is difficult for us to buy more." Is that so? At that time, just as Wang Yao was thinking, the system's voice sounded again in his ears. Ding, facing the long production period of Nezher, the Devil Child comes into the world, how should the host choose? Option 1, wait patiently for 3 to 5 years. Reward, none. Option 2, reduce the frame rate from 24 to 18 to shorten the construction period. Reward, 10 million, title of Merchant Face, and plus 1% of the level of valuing profit over separation. Option 3, purchase a rendering machine on your own and spend money to shorten the construction period to less than half a year. Reward, top voice actor talent and a treasure map. Without hesitation, Wang Yaoxian chose option 3. Then, Wang Yao asked the person in charge, "If you buy a large number of the rendering machines you mentioned, how much does one cost?" This. Seeing that Wang Yao was asking seriously and didn't seem to be joking, the person in charge said, "The market price is about 80 million. Due to supply and demand, if Mr. Wang wants to buy more, he will probably have to pay a premium of 5% to 10%. How many more units do we need to shorten the construction period to 3 to 5 months? 10. Will 10 be enough? That's enough. If multiple machines work together on an animation project, the efficiency of a single machine will be improved invisibly. Okay, then I'll transfer 900 million to you and sign a contract. The extra tens of millions will be considered as overtime pay for you working overtime on this project. Okay, Mr. Wang. With almost no hesitation, the person in charge nodded and agreed to the generous conditions offered by Wang Yao. After the contract was signed and the transfer was completed, the other party was still a little elated and couldn't believe it. Too rich. You know, Wang Yao's Nezha animation has not started production yet, let alone being released, so we don't even know whether it will make money or lose money. Even if you can make money, how much you can make is still a problem. And right now, Wang Yao has invested nearly 1 billion yuan. As the person involved, Wang Yao didn't care at all. On the one hand, Wang Yao is very confident that the animation Nezha, the devil child comes into the world, will be able to make money when it is released in the future. On the other hand, 3 to 5 years is too long. Previously, Wang Yaozhu said that this animated film was a gift to Hanhhan and Xinxin. Now, the two little ones haven't started kindergarten yet. Wang Yao is really foolish to wait. His promise can only be fulfilled after they start elementary school. Speaking of this, with the weather getting cooler, it is now the end of August. Chapter 29, Going to Kindergarten. At this point in time, kindergartens in Shanghai start classes. The two little ones, Hanhhan and Xinxin, are both over 3 years old, and it's time for them to go to school. If it was a few months ago, it was not easy for Zhou Simin to raise the two of them alone. After all, kindergartens in Shanghai charge high annual fees, and there is a shortage of students, so it is difficult to get a spot. Fortunately, with the appearance of Wang Yao, these are no longer a problem. After careful selection, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin found a kindergarten that they both liked, called Sunshine Kindergarten. Waited until September 1st. As it was the first day of kindergarten, Wang Yao, Zhou Simin, and their grandmother Du Lanhuan all came to see Hanhhan and Xinxin off. However, when they were sent to the kindergarten teacher, suddenly, the style of painting changed suddenly. Dad, Mom, Grandma, don't you want Xinxin anymore? Looking at the backs of Wang Yao and the other two as they left, Xinxin cried so hard that her heart was broken. If the kindergarten teacher hadn't held her back, she would have run away. Hearing this, Zhou Simin turned around and saw Xinxin's pitiful appearance. As a mother, she felt a little bit reluctant. Beside him, Wang Yao smiled and said, "It's okay. Xinxin will get used to it in a few days." Seeing this, Du Lanhuan said, "Don't laugh, little brat. When I first sent you to kindergarten, you were even more exaggerated than this." Wang Yao. Mom, do you need to tell your future daughter-in-law about your son's dark history? In his heart, Wang Yao complained like this, but on the surface, he dared not say anything. To be honest, before coming to kindergarten, Wang Yao, Zhou Simin and Du Lanhuan explained to Hanhhan and Xinxin that they had been tricked over and over again. The two of them only go to school, eat, and play games with their friends here during the day. They will come to pick them up in the evening. Hanhhan understood Yinbai's meaning after listening to it once. But some children, like Xinxin, who is cute and adorable by nature, really cannot be understood at this age. Only at this moment, he would be alone performing the tragic drama of separation of flesh and blood, parting of life and death. Hanhhan, who was standing nearby, glanced at her sister. Her eyes seemed to say, "Why are you so dramatic?" It was not until Wang Yao and the other two were completely gone and Xinxin could no longer see them that she slowly stopped crying, but she was still sobbing. Turning around, Xinxin looked at Hanhhan and said, "Sister, Xinxin only has you from now on." Hanhhan. Hearing this, Hanhhan really wanted to take a step back and pretend that she didn't know this little fool. But seeing that the other person looked so pitiful, he still stepped forward to comfort her. "Okay, Xinxin, don't cry. Dad, Mom, and Grandma will come to pick us up in the evening. Now, all we have to do is enjoy life in kindergarten." Enjoy? Yes. After you've been in kindergarten for a few days, you may not want to go home. Yeah? I don't believe it. At this moment, Xinxin didn't believe what Hanhhan said from the bottom of her heart. A few days later, after dinner, Xinxin started talking non-stop again, telling Wang Yao and the others what happened in the kindergarten that day. Dad, Mom, Xinxin, my sister, and some friends had fish at noon. It was delicious, but teacher Ouyang said the fish was called something like duck. Yellow duck calls. Wang Yao showed his support at the right time. Yes, that's the name. In the afternoon, we drew a picture together about our family. As she spoke, Xinxin showed her work to Wang Yao, Zhou Simin and Du Lanhuan. Snap, snap, snap tilde tilde tilde. Applause immediately. Wang Yao and the other three adults said quickly, Xiaobao is great, the painting is really good. Afterwards, Xinxin continued to talk incessantly, talking about what new friends she had made, what games they had played together, what new knowledge she had learned in class, etc. It took a full half-hour before the noise finally stopped. Next, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin returned to their master bedroom, took a shower one after another, and then both went to bed. At this time, Zhou Simin stretched. Seeing this, Wang Yao asked, "What's wrong? Are you tired?" "A little bit. It's okay at work, but when I come back, I have to listen to Xinxin's chatter, which is quite tiring. If Xinxin heard you say that, she would probably be very sad." At this point, Zhou Simin rolled her eyes at Wang Yao and said, "You have unlimited energy. You can work hard at work and work hard after get off work, ahem. You can also be very enthusiastic and act as a supporting role for Xinxin. Unlike me, I am a weak woman after all. Hey hey." With two strange laughs, Wang Yao said, "Simin, seeing how hard you've been working, I'll give you a break tonight. But starting from the cloudy day, you have to go somewhere with me and do something." "Where are you going? What are you doing?" "Don't worry, you'll know when the time comes. I'll keep it a secret for now." The next day, in the afternoon, Wang Yao took Zhou Simin to a professional recording studio. At this point, Zhou Simin, who knew what to do, said, "Wang Yao, the work you're talking about is dubbing." "Yes. Or is it for Nezer, the devil child comes into the world?" "That's right. You are worthy of Li Jing, and I am worthy of Madame Yin." "Correct. Is that okay?" "Don't worry, Simin, you can do it with me here," Wang Yao assured. To be honest, Wang Yao asked Zhou Simin to do this not to save money. Nearly 1 billion had been spent before, so why would he care about such a small amount of money? The main reason was that Wang Yao remembered that Zhou Simin wanted to try his hand in film, television and singing. This dubbing can be considered a form and an opportunity. Sure enough, under Wang Yao's persuasion, Zhou Simin began to try. It's a pity that Zhou Simin is not a professional, and she had a lot of trouble at first. Fortunately, there was Wang Yao, and the top voice actor talent he had acquired by completing system tasks came into play at this time. Under Wang Yao's guidance, Zhou Simin's dubbing work gradually became regular. In addition, Mrs. Yin did not have many lines. At the same time, Zhou Simin herself was a mother, so she could empathize with the role. As a result, she and Wang Yao took 1 to 2 hours every day and worked for a week to get the matter done. That's all. Hanhhan and Xinxin have been in kindergarten for almost half a month and have completely integrated into it. In addition, with Hanhhan helping him and Zhou Simin share the responsibility of raising the baby, Wang Yao finally decided to move on to the next thing. On this evening, Wang Yao was lying on the bed, looking at something in his hand. Out of curiosity, Zhou Simin came over and asked, "Wang Yao, what are you looking at?" "Treasure map." Wang Yao answered truthfully. In fact, what Wang Yao was holding in his hand was a wrinkled and yellowed A4 paper. On the front of the paper, there was a rather sloppy map drawn in black ballpoint pen, and in the upper left corner was a doggerel poem, "Stone Gate facing Stone Tiger, 25,000 gold and silver, whoever can decipher it can buy Jingguan City." Chapter 30, Husband and wife are of one mind, their strength is invincible. To be honest, both Wang Yao and Zhou Simin had heard of this doggerel. Although the words of the poem may differ slightly when passed down orally, the meaning is basically the same. In a nutshell, this poem records the treasure of Zhang Xinzhong, the leader of the peasant army in Yinmor. According to historical records, during the late Qing dynasty and early Qing dynasty, there were two major peasant army leaders, Li Zicheng and Zhang Xinzhong. One of them went north and the other went south. Before Zhang Zizhong headed south and entered Bashu, he robbed all the local tyrants, wealthy families, officials, and royal relatives along the way. As a result, he accumulated a huge amount of wealth. Later, the Qing army entered the pass, and Zhang Xinzhong and his army were defeated, destroyed and killed. However, before this, Zhang Xinzhong, knowing that the situation was hopeless, sank all this huge wealth into the bottom of the river. This is the famous Zhang Xinzhong's sunken silver. But at that time, Zhou Simin said, "Wang Yao, I remember that in recent years, the relevant departments have carried out in-depth salvage of the old site of the sunken silver. It is said that the harvest is not small. The treasure in your treasure map is probably gone long ago." Wang Yao smiled and said to Zhou Simin, "That's right. Besides, even if there are some left, they are cultural relics. I cannot claim them as my own. So this thing is a piece of waste paper. Of course not. Shaking his head, Wang Yao said, Simin, why are you so stupid? This treasure map was drawn with a black ballpoint pen and is on an A4 paper. It is very obvious that it is a product of recent years, or even recently. Therefore, in my opinion, the poem in the upper left corner may be a cover. No, that's not right. I think the key lies in the place name in it, Jingguan City. In my opinion, it refers to the current Jingguan City in Bashu province of our Xia Kingdom. This is the real key. Combined with this sketch, and the two questions behind it, this is the correct way to decipher it. After a pause, Wang Yao said, Simin, I'm going to take a day off on a cloudy day and not go to work. I plan to go to Jingguan City to take a look and see if you can find the treasure. Are you serious? Do I look like I'm kidding? Okay, you're the boss, do whatever you want. How about I go with you? That's fine. Anyway, Hanhhan and Xinxin are both in kindergarten. I'd like to ask my mom to look after them for the rest of the time I'm at home. The next day. At noon, at the Magic City Airport. Mom, Hanhhan, Xinxin, thank you for your concern. No problem. I will take good care of my two granddaughters. You are on a business trip, please be safe, Tilda. Yes. To their family members, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin told the same story, that they were on a business trip. After knowing this, Du Lanwan naturally didn't mind the trouble. Firstly, Du Lanwan can spend more time with Hanhhan and Xinxin. Secondly, in her eyes, working on business trips with Wang Yao and Zhou Simin is no different from a honeymoon, and maybe after they come back, she can have another grandson. Dad, Mom, Hanhhan, Xinxin will miss you. The two little guys said this. Afterwards, Hanhhan and Xinxin gave Wang Yao and Zhou Simin each a parting kiss. Then, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin boarded the flight to Jingguan City. After more than 2 hours, the two arrived at their destination. After getting off the plane and leaving the airport, Wang Yao took Zhou Simin to book a hotel room. After all, they didn't know when they would be able to return after this trip. After coming out of the hotel, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin directly called a taxi. After getting in the car, Wang Yao did not take out the treasure map. Instead, he described it based on the pattern on it. Master, do you know such a place? There is a construction bank there, and there is a barber shop called Yongqi on the side, and there is a hotel called Junyu in the diagonal direction. In addition, without waiting for Wang Yao to finish his words, the driver said impatiently, Young man, are you here to tease me? If you really want to take a ride, tell me the place and location. Otherwise, you'd better get off the bus with me and don't interfere with my business. Seeing that Wang Yao had hit a snag, Zhou Simin was speechless and embarrassed. However, when you think about it carefully, there is nothing wrong with the driver's behavior. In response, Wang Yao smiled and said, Master, you are not familiar with Jingguan City, right? Hey, you idiot, what nonsense are you talking about? I, your uncle, have been driving for nearly 20 years, and I've been working as a taxi driver for more than 10 years. I'm not kidding you, I know everything about Jingguan City, from every street to every nook and cranny. That's fine. Master, I'll give you 5,000 for this trip. Your mission today is to accompany me until I find the place I want to go. Really? Young man, don't lie to me, uncle. How about this? Master, I'll transfer 2,000 to you first, and when we get there, I'll pay the remaining 3,000. As he was speaking, Wang Yao scanned the QR code using WeChat and transferred money to the driver. Seeing that he had really received the money, the driver said happily, Young man, you and your good boy, please sit tight. Don't worry, as long as the place you mentioned is really in Jingguan City, I will definitely find it for you. After saying that, he stepped on the accelerator. Zhou Simin, who saw all this, was a little surprised. As the old saying goes, money makes the world go round. This is really true. An experienced driver is an experienced driver. About an hour and a half later, according to Wang Yao's description, the other party found a location that perfectly matched his description. How is it? Handsome guy, is this the place? It should be. Thank you, master. After comparing it with the map, Wang Yao confirmed it, paid the balance, and got off the car with Zhou Simin. Finally, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin came to an abandoned house. The treasure is inside. Most likely. Simin, wait outside. I'll go in and take a look first. Okay, be careful. After Zhou Simin gave Wang Yao some instructions, he entered the abandoned house. The reason why Wang Yao and Zhou Simin were so cautious was that they both felt that there was probably something fishy going on in this house, or even danger. As expected. After Wang Yao went in for a quick exploration, he came out again. He said solemnly, "There are a few burly men in there, and about a dozen children." Hearing this, Zhou Simin immediately responded, "Are those children were abducted?" "Most likely." "Then, let's report it quickly." "Well, you take care of the contact, I'll go in again." "Why?" "I'm afraid that once people arrive, the criminals inside will become desperate. I have to go in and ensure the safety of those children." Seeing Zhou Simin's worried look, Wang Yao comforted her, "Don't worry, Simin. You don't know my strength yet. It's no problem. This time, you will be in charge of the outside, and I will be in charge of the inside. We are a couple and will succeed perfectly to rescue these innocent children." "Bar, who is your wife? We haven't even gotten married yet." At that moment, Zhou Simin stuck out her tongue and acted shy, which eased the originally tense atmosphere a lot. Smiling to himself, Wang Yao said, "Then I'll go in." "Well, you must protect yourself." "I will." Chapter 31 Treasure at Hand. There is no time to lose. Wang Yao went in again. At the same time, Zhou Simin took out his cell phone and dialed 110. Going into the abandoned house, Wang Yao found some blind spots, avoided the criminal site, and successfully went from the first floor to the cellar. This place was originally used to store vegetables and meat. At this moment, after Wang Yao entered the cellar, he looked around and saw a dozen skinny children with pale faces. When they saw Wang Yao coming, they all looked very scared and they couldn't help but step back a little, their small bodies curled up even more. Seeing this, Wang Yao said softly, "Don't be afraid, kids. Uncle is not a bad person. He is here to save you. Besides you, are there other children trapped somewhere else?" Perhaps because of the saying "once bitten by a snake, one becomes afraid of ropes for 10 years, they did not believe what Wang Yao said. Only a little girl, about 5 or 6 years old, answered, "Uncle, it's us, no one else." "Okay, thank you. Let's wait a little longer, a large force will arrive soon to rescue you all." Just as Wang Yao finished speaking, the entrance to the cellar was opened again. It's a pity that the person who came in was one of the human traffickers outside. "Ha! Who are you?" Seeing Wang Yao, the big man frowned. However, before he could make a move, Wang Yao took the first step. Then, the sound of fighting attracted his accomplices, and they came together to beat Wang Yao. 10 minutes later. By the time Zhou Simin brought his men over, Wang Yao had already knocked all the criminals to the ground, making them unable to get up again. Joke. Mastering the 2 great Chinese martial arts of Tai Chi and Bajikan, drinking 2 cans of beverages from 7,000 years ago, and injecting a shot of X-gene reagent, Wang Yao's current combat power is unmatched. Based on this, when dealing with these scums, even though they are tall and strong, Wang Yao beats them like beating up children, 1 punch each and every one of them. Previously, Zhou Simin had also asked Wang Yao to protect himself. It seemed that he was worrying about the wrong person. Cough cough. We've gone off topic, let's get back to the topic. Seeing this, everyone was a little confused. What's going on? Zhou Simin said at the right time, "That's my boyfriend, the one lying on the ground is the bad guy." As soon as these words came out, only then did everyone take action and arrest all the human traffickers. Afterwards, Zhou Simin saw those pale children. As a mother, she felt very distressed. Immediately, Zhou Simin said viciously, "These people deserve to die." Wang Yao poured cold water on this and said, "Although, Simin, most of these people will not die." Hearing this, Zhou Simin said again, "Then the sentence for them is really too light." No. Wang Yao corrected him, "The crime of human trafficking is probably in the top 10 in terms of sentencing. And if there is an aggravating circumstance, the maximum penalty is death penalty. Well, there is none here. In addition, in our country, the problem is actually much less serious than the media makes it out to be. If you look at the statistics, it is much lower than you can imagine. Of course, in our eyes, it is just a number, but behind the numbers, each one is a specific family, an irreparable tragedy and trauma." To be honest, what Wang Yao said makes sense. But, at this moment, Zhou Simin still said unhappily, Wang Yao, why do you always argue with me? Simin, I'm not arguing with you. If this kind of question is posted online, 99% of netizens will only have two extremes, not guilty or capital punishment. This kind of diode thinking is unacceptable. Professional matters should be left to professionals. All right. At this point, Zhou Simin was convinced. After a pause, Zhou Simin took the initiative to change the subject and said, Wang Yao, where is the treasure that your treasure map points to? Fuck, I almost forgot about the main thing. After Zhou Simin's reminder, Wang Yao walked in front of the children. Comrade, can I have a word with these little guys? Okay, don't take too long. Okay. After getting the permission, without waiting for Wang Yao to speak again, the 11 children in front of him said in unison, Thank you, uncle. It's just a small matter, you're welcome. Seeing these little cuties being so polite, Wang Yao smiled and said, Children, how about I play a quiz game with you? Good. Once again, a unified answer. Then, Wang Yao asked, Question, how to defend against nuclear submarines? Children. Faced with this question, only the little girl who had summoned up the courage to talk to Wang Yao earlier opened her mouth and said, Grow kelp. Hearing this answer, Wang Yao smiled and said, Correct. Okay, now it's your turn. Question, how is Brother San's aircraft carrier? As long as it doesn't catch fire. Code, connection successful. Then, the little girl looked at Wang Yao with expectant eyes and said happily, Uncle, are you my father's best friend before he died? Hearing this, Wang Yao was slightly stunned, but still said with a stiff upper lip, Yes. Little boy, what's your name? Fu Yingying. Yingying, what a nice name. So should you. Wang Yao stopped talking halfway. Fu Yingying did not hesitate. She untied the hair tie from her ponytail and took out a USB flash drive. Seeing this scene, Wang Yao thought, is the treasure in the USB flash drive? In any case, Wang Yaoxian took the USB flash drive from Fu Yingying. After completing the relevant records with Zhou Simin, Wang Yao took her back to their hotel where she was staying and plugged the USB drive into the USB port of the computer. After reading successfully, there is only one video in it. Double-click to open the video, the content is a confession of a middle-aged man. The other party claimed to be Fu Dingxin, a double agent and Fu Yingying's father. While doing this dangerous job, his identity was eventually exposed, which led to the murder of his lover. He was also targeted and ultimately unable to escape. Fortunately, he had already hidden Fu Yingying before that. Yeah, that's right. What Fu Dingxing meant by hiding was to let her daughter be kidnapped. Seeing this, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin thought, this Fu Dingxing is really brave. Of course, given the other party's situation, this may be the only way to survive from a desperate situation. Finally, Fu Dingxing said that if someone could successfully rescue Fu Yingying based on the treasure map and answer the questions correctly, they would be able to obtain virtual currency worth about 2 billion yuan that he stored somewhere on the internet before his death. Obviously, Wang Yao did it. At this time, Wang Yao finally knew what the treasure was. In addition, the two questions and answers between Wang Yao and Fu Yingying seemed nonsensical, but they were actually jokes and memes from the bureau chief's show. If you can understand them, you can say that they are fans of each other. Such people are 99% not bad people, and most of them are very patriotic. At this point, the treasure is in hand. The next day, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin flew back to the magic city from Jingguan. On the plane, Zhou Simin suddenly said, Wang Yao, do you think we should just adopt that little girl Fu Yingying? Chapter 32 was released 3 days ago and it opened with a bang. Hearing this, Wang Yao was stunned at first, then he smiled and said, Why, Simin, your maternal love is overflowing. Hate. With a coquettish sound, Zhou Simin punched Wang Yao in the chest again, and then said, Look, although you saved Fu Yingying and those children, you also received an excess return from the legacy of her father. In addition, the other party's parents are gone now. If he has no other immediate relatives, he will most likely be sent to a children's welfare home. I'm not saying that place is bad, but if a child wants to grow up healthy and happy, a complete family is almost indispensable. Yeah, that makes sense. Nodding, Wang Yao said, Then let's wait for some time and go to consult. If Yingying is still homeless by then we will do it. In the afternoon, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin arrived home. In the evening, when she saw Wang Yao and the others coming back, Xinxin said happily, Dad, Mom, you're back. So Hanhhan and sister, will they have a brother or sister in the future? Wang Yao? Zhou Simin. Hearing this, Wang Yao and Zhou Simin wanted to complain for a moment, saying that Xinxin had changed and became as naughty as Hanhhan. At this time, Du Lanwan interrupted and said, Xinxin, forget it. They left quickly and came back even faster. Not to mention you, even for a grandmother like me, I'm afraid it's impossible to upgrade. All right. Judging from the situation, it was most likely Du Lanwan who taught bad things to the two little ones. Time passed quickly, and another month went by. During this period, Wang Yao contacted and inquired about Fu Yingyin's recent situation. As a result, the person in charge there told him and Zhou Simin that Fu Yingying had been adopted by a kind-hearted family. Zhou Simin was a little depressed when he heard the news. In fact, Wang Yao also has a little bit, but it's still okay. Seeing that Zhou Simin was unhappy, Wang Yao said, Simin, how about we go and snatch Fu Yingying from the other party? Hearing this, Zhou Simin gave Wang Yao a fierce look. If looks could kill, Wang Yao would have been chopped into pieces. What the hell? Wang Yao, don't joke around. Hey hey. With two strange laughs, Wang Yao walked behind Zhou Simin, hugged her and said, Simin, if you still want children, we can be self-sufficient. Anyway, the policy has been open to second children, and we are following the call of the times to have a child. In response to Wang Yao's teasing, Zhou Simin only said one word, get lost. Okay, right away. Having said that, Wang Yao slipped away, and after his nonsense, Zhou Simin's mood really improved a lot. In addition to this matter, Wang Yao also asked someone. Specifically, he found Tang Guoqiang again, wanting to ask him to transfer the 2 billion virtual currencies he obtained from Fu Dingxin. Tang Guoqiang said to Wang Yao on the phone, Xiao Wang, I'll give you my son Tang Yin's contact information. You two are both young people, so it will be easier for you to communicate. Since Tang Guoqiang said so, Wang Yao turned to contact Tang Yin. After listening to Wang Yao's request, Tang Yin found an expert who specializes in virtual currency transactions for Wang Yao. After collecting 1% commission from Wang Yao, it took some time to successfully exchange the virtual currency into cash. Why did Wang Yao have to sell this treasure? To answer this question, first of all, we need to understand what virtual currency is. In short, this is decentralization, using blockchain technology, a piece of code that exists at a certain address on the internet. Because there is no country support behind it, the price cannot be guaranteed and it cannot create any value. The reason why the current mainstream ones are so expensive is purely because they have some uses and are tools that some criminals use. To sum up, even after Fu Ding's death, the proportion of his virtual currency has not only not decreased, but has increased a little bit. Wang Yao still wants to sell it all. In the end, Wang Yao got nearly 2.1 billion. In this regard, Wang Yao only wants to say two words, comfortable. Of course, in addition to making money for himself, Wang Yao felt that he troubled Tang Guoqiang and Tang Yin father and son every time without the other party getting any substantial benefits. Even though he had saved old Tang in the past, he felt a little embarrassed after doing it again and again. With this mentality, Wang Yao wanted to make up for it. As for the method, in a tea house, Wang Yao, Zhou Simin and Tang Yin are all here. After taking a sip of tea, Wang Yaozai said, Brother Yin, as far as I know, your Tang family has quite a few movie theaters, right? Yes. There are 57 in Shanghai, and 649 outside Shanghai if we only talk about directly operated stores. If we include franchise stores, there should be more than 1,000 stores. Mumble Tilder. Good job. Hearing this, even though Zhou Simin knew that the Tang family had strong business strength, she was still shocked when she heard this answer and couldn't help swallowing. In fact, Wang Yao was also surprised, but he smiled calmly and said, very good. Brother Yin, I have a sample clip of an animated film here, take a look. As he spoke, Wang Yao used an iPad to play part of Nezer, the devil child comes into the world. Yes. With Wang Yao's lavish spending and inhumane support, the production of this animated film has already passed the halfway point. From beginning to end, Tang Yin watched the whole thing with a very interesting expression. Tang Yin's intuition told him that this animated film would be a huge hit. Seeing this, Wang Yao said happily, this animated film is being produced by my company. It will be edited and submitted for review in about a month. When the time comes, I will release it online in your Tang family's theater as soon as possible. In this way, we can share the profits together, isn't it wonderful? Har har. Thank you very much, Brother Wang. In recent years, the movie theater business has been sluggish. Your animated film can also help the Tang family's business recover. Brother Yin, you're welcome. The last few times, I was the one who got away with it for free, and I felt bad. This time, it's the first time we've achieved mutual benefit and a win-win cooperation. When Wang Yao and Tang Yin were excited, they replaced wine with tea and clinked their glasses to drink together. With this channel of Tang Yin. After another month or so, Nezher, The Devil Child Comes into the World, was officially released. Even though the National Day Golden Week had long passed, consumption in the film industry was in a low season. The box office on the first day was statistically around 30 million, which was definitely not a low starting point. It's not over yet. This is just the beginning. 3 days later, when those who had watched Nezher, The Devil Child Comes into the World, in the cinema began to spread the word and promote it to their relatives and friends. From the fourth day, the single-day box office of Nezher, The Devil Child Comes into the World, exceeded 100 million yuan. The subsequent highest single-day box office reached a staggering 338 million, which was a complete explosion and caused a sensation. Chapter 33. Actually, I didn't think that much. Very normal. When a movie has a very good reputation and is attractive enough to the audience, rather than being a highbrow literary and artistic one. In this way, more audiences will be attracted to the cinema to watch. Afterwards, the cinema owners were not fools. When they realize that a movie has a very high attendance rate and is in short supply, and that many people want to watch it but cannot, they will naturally increase the number of screenings. In this way, the cycle repeats itself, forming a positive feedback. Nezher, The Devil Child Comes into the World, obviously did it. It is not surprising that it became a double winner in terms of word of mouth and box office. Come back. On Saturday, Wang Yao immediately took Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin to the cinema to watch the Nezher movie released and produced by his own company. Well, Dulanwan didn't he go? Firstly, Dulanwan doesn't he like going to places like movie theaters? Secondly, she was very tactful and knew that Wang Yao and Zhou Simin would feel uncomfortable with her round, so she decided not to be at light bulb. Wait until the movie is finished. After coming out, Xinxin, who was held by Wang Yao's hand, jumped and said happily, "Dad, Mom, this cartoon is so good. I just found out today that Nezher is not a little sister but a little brother." Well, although his smoky makeup when he appeared was quite ugly, he is really handsome after the transformation. Hanhhan, who was being led by Zhou Simin, agreed, indeed. However, the Nezher at the beginning can't be said to be ugly, it's just that some people are not used to it. After watching for a long time, it's a bit ugly and cute. Of course, he is really handsome after the transformation. Especially the sentence "my fate is in my own hands, whether I am a human or a demon is up to me." It's simply invincible. Wang Yao was naturally happy to hear that the two little ones, Hanhhan and Xinxin, both liked and were satisfied with the animated film. As for Nezher's original look in the movie, Wang Yao got the original script and it was like that, so he didn't think much about it and just copied it. Of course, after Wang Yao saw what was happening and heard what Hanhhan and Xinxin said, he felt that it was for the purpose of comparison. After all, the contrast between how ugly Nezher was before and how handsome he became after his transformation made the impact on the audience even stronger. In addition, as Hanhhan said, it is not just ugly. After looking at it for a long time, you will find it a little cute tilde. Just like that, the movie was finished and Wang Yao's family finished watching it. Word of mouth and box office. Sorry, Wang Yao doesn't really care. All right. Said he didn't care. At night, Wang Yao could see content and discussions related to Nezher, The Devil Child Comes into the World, when he was surfing the internet, playing with his mobile phone, or watching short videos. No way. It's really because this animated film has been so popular and phenomenal recently. Out of curiosity, and partly because he had no choice but to avoid it, Wang Yao read some related discussions. Among them, more than 90% were compliments. But there are few who sing a different tune. For example, a veteran actor once said, "Adaptation is not random editing, and parody is not nonsense." In response to this, netizens said that as long as the adaptation or parody is positive and promotes positive energy, there will be no problem at all. Obviously, Nezzer, the devil child comes into the world, is a perfect fit. They also dug up the old actor's past scandal of zero sugar cereal, causing the other party to stop directly. In addition, some people say that, why do our sheer country's movies always like to use myths and legends as a pretext for stories and characters? Can't we come up with something new and create an original story? Look at how excited you all are. In my opinion, the overall level of Nezzer can only be considered above average. Whether in terms of production or core, it is still far behind those top foreign animated films that are best selling around the world. Regarding the two objections mentioned above, a film critic wrote an article and made a video to refute this. The general content is, in my opinion, Nezzer, the devil child comes into the world is indeed new wine in old bottles, using many mythological characters and elements. But what's wrong with that? You know, it is very difficult to create something original. To establish a systematic worldview and tell a story that most people like is not as difficult as ascending to heaven, but at least it is not easy. However, if you use mythology, it will be much easier. You just need to make some modifications based on the work of your predecessors. And the sense of substitution is very strong. Ask us Chinese people, who doesn't know Sun Wukong, Nezzer, and Bai Suzhen. Based on this, the past, the return of the great sage, White Snake, origin, and the current, Nezzer, the devil child comes into the world, can become box office dark horses, not by chance, but inevitable. Besides, is there anything really original? Let us not talk about the distant past, let us talk about the recent past, the Japanese manga and anime Naruto and One Piece, which also contain their mythological elements, as well as the deeds of historical figures, etc. It's not just a little bit, but a lot. Besides, the production level and effort put into this animated film, in my opinion, is not inferior even when compared with those big-name animated films that are popular all over the world. Have you noticed that the fighting scenes in the movie are exceptionally smooth? That's because Nezzer, the devil child comes into the world, is pure 3D and uses 30 frames of technology. If you follow their official accounts, such as Weibo and short videos, you will find that since the release of the movie, they have released many original paintings, each of which is extremely detailed and exquisite. Finally, let me say something off topic. Do you know why Nezzer is so powerful in fighting and has such a high box office? Is it all due to the contrast with its peers? Admittedly, this is partly the reason. The quality of other movies released at the same time is too poor, and there is not a single one that can compete with it. Besides that, more importantly, this is a family-friendly animated film. What does it mean? Literally. It means that adults and children like it and love to watch it. The core element of the movie is family education. While being funny, it also has passion and enthusiasm. After telling the story, it also tells a little truth. It is not a rigid preaching, but very easy to understand. Therefore, parents are willing to bring their children to the cinema together. If there are 3 people in a family, then there are 3 movie tickets. Not to mention that now that the 2-child policy has been implemented, there are many families of 4. Based on this, it would be strange if the box office is not high. Coincidentally, Wang Yao also saw this article and video. After Wang Yao finished reading it, he felt as if he had suddenly become enlightened. I see. Wang Yao said to himself. To be honest, when Wang Yao first got the script, he just thought it was good and would be a big hit. As for the deeper reasons, he didn't know or understand them. At the same time, the system's voice sounded in Wang Yao's ears again. Ding, as the nominal screenwriter of Nezzer, the devil child comes into the world, how should the host respond to this film critic's profound analysis? Option 1, comment on what the other person said, which is what you think. Reward, 1 million, title of pretentious king, after wearing it, the desire to pretend is increased by 1%. Choice 2, tell the truth. Reward, world-class magician talent. Without hesitation, Wang Yao chose option 2. Later, Wang Yao responded to the critic on the official accounts of Nezzer, the devil child comes into the world, as a screenwriter, actually, I didn't think that much. Seeing this answer, Zhou Simin said to him, Wang Yao, you are too honest. At the same time, netizens were also amused by this. Someone else gave a classic comment, the screenwriter is just a lousy script writer. He knows nothing about Nezzer, the devil child comes into the world. JPG. Chapter 34 Performing Magic for the Family. After experiencing this little episode, out of curiosity about Wang Yao, the honest screenwriter, some viewers went to the cinema to watch Nezzer, the devil child comes into the world. As the saying goes, when the time comes, heaven and earth will work together. With the promotion of relevant departments, the release time of this animated film has been extended a lot, in order to achieve higher box office and see if it can set a record. The cinema has no objection to this. After all, if you have the money and don't make it, you're a bastard. Back to Wang Yao, to be honest, his attention is no longer on this. Wow tilde. As a result of completing this selection task, as soon as the reward was distributed, a large amount of knowledge and techniques about magicians were instilled into Wang Yao's mind. After it was over, at this moment, Wang Yao felt that his current magic skills were not inferior to those of world-class magicians such as David Turberfield and Liu Qian. Thinking of this, Wang Yao felt a little itchy. The next day was the weekend, Saturday. However, this time, on this day, Wang Yao did not take his whole family out to play. Instead, I went out early in the morning and bought some things. After Wang Yao came back, he prepared breakfast for the whole family. Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, Hanhhan, and Xinxin all had their fill. At this time, Wang Yao said, "Mom, Simin, Hanhhan, Xinxin, how about I perform a few magic tricks for you?" Hearing this, Zhou Simin, Hanhhan and Hanhhan were all stunned, not knowing what Wang Yao was talking about. Only Xinxin immediately clapped her hands and said, "Great, Dad is performing magic. Xinxin is looking forward to it." All right. Things have come to this, and Zhou Simin and the others can only watch Wang Yao's performance obediently. But, before that, Zhou Simin, Hanhhan and Hanhhan thought that the magic tricks Wang Yao was going to perform were very childish, entry-level ones that relied on props. As a result, the actual situation was far beyond their expectations. The first magic trick. Wang Yao first rolled up his sleeves and showed his hands to everyone. There was nothing on the front or back. Then, Wang Yao shook his right hand and produced a few playing cards, which he threw to the ground. He then shook his left hand and a few more playing cards appeared, which he also produced, unfolded, and threw to the ground. Afterwards, Wang Yao shot left and right continuously, and in a short while, there was a pile of scattered cards on the ground. Before that, his hands were empty. The second magic trick. Wang Yao still showed his hands first, then made a gesture of taking something out, and a lively, flying white pigeon appeared and was handed to Hanhhan. Then, Wang Yao took out a piece of red silk from his trouser pocket, made a fist with his left hand leaving a gap, and stuffed the silk into his pocket little by little, leaving only the tip outside. Then he took out a lighter from his pocket and lit the silk left outside. When the fire was about to start, Wang Yao shook his hands again, the silk disappeared, and a red rose appeared. Afterwards, he presented it to Zhou Simin in an extremely gentlemanly manner. "Thanks," Zhou Simin said as she was about to take the flower. Unexpectedly, Wang Yao waved his hand again, and the red rose immediately turned into a white rose. He said to Zhou Simin, "White roses represent nobility, elegance, and purity, which is more suitable for you, Simin. Such a good talker, such a good flirter." At that moment, Zhou Simin blushed and took the flowers. Afterwards, starting with Xinxin, then Zhou Simin, Hanhhan and Hanhhan, all gave Wang Yao's performance a warm round of applause. Seeing this, Wang Yao's vanity was slightly satisfied. After a pause, out of curiosity, Hanhhan asked, "Dad, how do you perform these magic tricks?" To transform into playing cards, you must first have playing cards. Similarly, white doves, red roses, and white roses all need to be prepared one by one in advance. Other than that, it is pure technique, without any auxiliary props. Pure technique. At that time, Zhou Simin asked these three short words in a questioning tone. Obviously he didn't believe it. In order to prove the truth, Wang Yao took out a brand new, unopened deck of playing cards from his pocket. After opening the package, Wang Yao showed the cards to Zhou Simin. "Simin, look at this deck of cards. It's very neat. Starting from the jokers, the four suits are arranged from A to K, right?" While listening to Wang Yao's words, Zhou Simin looked carefully and found that it was indeed the case, so he nodded. "Close the deck of cards." Wang Yao began to shuffle the cards, including cross-shuffling and cutting them continuously, doing this for 5 times in a row. After shuffling, Wang Yao asked, "Simin, this new deck of cards should be messed up now, right?" "Of course." It was as if he was waiting for Zhou Simin's answer. At that moment, Wang Yao turned over the cards, and a shocking scene appeared. The order of the entire deck of cards was exactly the same as at the beginning, without any change. Seeing Zhou Simin's jaw-dropping expression, Wang Yao said with satisfaction, "This magic. No, that's not right. This technique should be called fake shuffling. Next, Wang Yao performed a two-card show for Zhou Simin and others. It seems like the cards are being dealt normally, but in fact, Wang Yao always deals the second card, and the first card is always in his hand. After watching all of this, Zhou Simin finally believed that Wang Yao's previous magic performances were just simple tricks. At the same time, Hanhhan said bluntly, "Son, if those who are addicted to gambling see your performance, it will probably make them quit gambling." Wang Yao initially thought this made sense, but then he shook his head and laughed. "Mom, that's not necessarily true. Who knows? They might want to learn from me so they can make a comeback. If they can't change their mindset and correctly understand that gambling is harmful and has no benefits, they shouldn't touch it. No matter what you say or do, it's useless." Well, you're right. Just like that, Wang Yao's showing off this weekend was a perfect success. The next day, Sunday. Just as Wang Yao and his family were strolling in the mall, Hanhhan called Wang Yao and said, "Brother Wang, the industry generally believes that your movie Nezzer, The Devil Child Comes into the World will eventually reach a box office of more than 5 billion. However, it is estimated that it will not exceed Wolf Warrior 2. I don't want to surpass you." Wang Yao said, "Although Wolf Warrior 2 was criticized by some people, most audiences still like it very much. For example, in my opinion, this movie is a combination of patriotism and action. Even so, Brother Wang's film has set a record. It is second to none in the category of animated films. Thank you very much. Brother Yin, what's the matter that made you call me?" Wang Yao asked this, and Hanhhan got down to business. "Oh, it's like this. Our cinema has discussed with other cinemas and plans to calculate your total revenue based on the 5 billion box office, which is about 1.7 billion. Of course, you can also choose to wait until the movie is officially released, and then you may be able to get a few tens of millions to more than 100 million. But the cycle is too long, and there are risks." Yo. Wang Yao was delighted to hear this number. "After deducting the cost, I can still make 700 to 800 million. Well, strictly speaking, it's much more than that. Those 10 animation rendering machines still belong to Wang Yao and are considered fixed assets. He can choose to sell them at a discount or rent them out. Come back." "Okay. Since you've spoken, Brother Yin, I'll do as you say." Okay. Then my accountant will calculate a specific number and have the finance department transfer it to your company's account. Thank you." After saying that, Wang Yao hung up the phone. Not long after, Wang Yao contacted Xuchang and said that his Xingyao technology company had indeed received a large transfer on its books, the amount being 1.7132 billion. Confirmed, Wang Yao's mood can be described in 2 words, comfortable. At the same time, Xinxin pulled Wang Yao's pants with her little hands and said, "Dad, that princess doll is so pretty, Xinxin wants it." Chapter 35. Studying is the fairest thing. Be reasonable. Wang Yao had just made such a large sum of money. As his youngest daughter, Xinxin should be allowed to buy 10 or 100 toys, let alone just one. As a result, Wang Yao squatted down, touched Xinxin's little head and said, "Xinxin, didn't we agree before we came out? You and Hanhhan can only buy 1 toy each. Before this, you have already bought a Kirby doll, so you don't want this one, okay? But, Xinxin wants it. Dad, can you just buy it for me, please?" As she spoke, Xinxin pulled Wang Yao's sleeves and shook her little body. Wang Yao almost couldn't handle it. Fortunately, Wang Yao finally held back and patted Xinxin's forehead with his big hand and said, "It's no use being cute. If you want to buy it, you can only do it next time." Wang Yao and Xinxin's conversation attracted Zhou Simin, Hanhhan and Hanhhan. Seeing Xinxin covering her head with both hands, Hanhhan asked with concern, "What's wrong? What's wrong? Xinxin, what's wrong with your forehead?" "Grandma, Dad bullies me." Wang Yao. Hearing Xinxin say this, Wang Yao was a little speechless. Fortunately, Hanhhan, Hanhhan and Xinxin, the 3 generations of grandparents and grandchildren, are very close to each other, but they are not yet to the extent of spoiling each other. Afterwards, Zhou Simin and Hanhhan looked towards Wang Yao. Then, after Wang Yao explained, the two realized that the main problem still lay with Xinxin. Even so, Du Lanhuan said, even so, you shouldn't hit a child. Not to mention a light touch, you are an adult, you didn't hit her lightly. You think it's light, but maybe Xinxin is in pain. That makes sense. In response, Wang Yao said, I'm sorry, Xinxin, Dad shouldn't have hit you on the forehead. But, you still can't buy toys again, you can only put it off until next time. As soon as these words came out, Xinxin immediately turned into a bitter face again and looked up at Zhou Simin, hoping that she, as a mother, could help. For a moment, Zhou Simin was a little confused. In her heart, she agreed with Wang Yao. If there were no rules, Xinxin would be able to get whatever she wanted. Once she showed signs of this, it would be difficult to lead her in the future. But, seeing Xinxin's pitiful appearance, Zhou Simin, as a mother, always felt a little bit reluctant. Therefore, Zhou Simin looked at Wang Yao. Although she did not open her mouth to speak, her eyes seemed to be saying, can you be flexible this time? Well. Sighing, Wang Yao said, Xinxin, if you want to buy another toy, it's not impossible. Real. Hearing this, Xinxin's eyes immediately lit up. But you have to memorize 2 Tang poems. After you memorize them, Dad will buy it for you. Reciting a poem. What? Are you scared and don't want to? Then let's go. Don't go. Xinxin will carry you on her back. As he spoke, Wang Yao selected 2 Tang poems. One was Quiet Night Thoughts, by Li Bai, and the other was Climbing the Stork Tower, by Wang Zhihuan, and began to teach Xinxin carefully, hoping that she could recite them. To be honest, excluding the titles of the poems and the authors, the 2 poems together only have 40 words. It's a pity that Xinxin is so cute and naive. After studying for half an hour, she could only recite the first song haltingly. After a while, Xinxin burst into tears. Woo tilde, this is too difficult. Xinxin, I can't learn it and I can't recite it. If you can't hold on, give up and let's go home. No. Xinxin wants the princess doll. Seeing Wang Yao like this, Du Lanhuan said, why are you so impatient? Go away. Xinxin, come here, let grandma teach you. It's just 2 Tang poems, it's very easy. Being driven away by my own mother like this. Wang Yao had no choice but to go and stay aside alone. After a while, Zhou Simin came over. Why bother? Wang Yao, at Xinxin's age, is it meaningful to recite 2 children's Tang poems? Of course. First give a positive answer, Wang Yao then said, when I was in college, in a classmate asked our advanced mathematics teacher. If you don't work in related fields in the future, what's the point of learning advanced mathematics? It's so complicated and difficult that you will forget it sooner or later. In this regard, the advanced mathematics teacher told us that it is like using a basket to fetch water from the river to bring home. Going back and forth again and again, the water leaks out on the way, as if it is a useless work. But at least. At this point, Wang Yao paused and asked Zhou Simin, guess what the advanced mathematics teacher said? The dripping water nourishes the earth, and flowers and plants grow along their way. Shaking his head, Wang Yao denied Zhou Simin's guess and gave the correct answer, the basket has become clean. Zhou Simin. When Zhou Simin heard Wang Yao's words, he immediately made an expression similar to the black question mark. Har. Seeing this, Wang Yao laughed and said, at that time, I also thought that the advanced mathematics teacher was joking. But when I think about it carefully, he is telling the truth. The same is true for Xinxin. She recited 2 Tang poems today. It seems useless, but in a subtle way, it is always useful, even if it is very small. Admittedly, what Wang Yao said made sense, but Zhou Simin still didn't agree with it. Next, Wang Yao asked, Simin, have you watched a video recently? What video? It's a video of just over 40 seconds. The video is about a father who works as a farmer digging lotus roots. His wife ran away from home when his daughter was 2 months old because she couldn't stand the hardship. Since then, as a single father, he has raised his daughter alone. Now, his daughter is 11 years old. She wants to drop out of school because she can't get along well with teachers and classmates. For this reason, he asked his daughter to experience his work with him. After waiting in the mud pond and digging lotus roots for 4 hours, his daughter broke down and cried loudly, calling for her mother whom she had never seen before. At this point, Wang Yao suddenly said angrily, When this video was posted online, a group of people criticized this father for not understanding education at all and being too cruel to his daughter. Bar. A bunch of keyboard warriors, talking without any hesitation. Yes, the father didn't know how to educate his children. But his approach was the best he could think of. If his daughter would rather get up early and work late every day to dig lotus roots than go to school, he would probably accept it. If she couldn't eat or didn't want to eat, then she could go back to school. Some people may say that it is still difficult to find a job after graduating from college. If you are unlucky or not capable enough, you may only make a few thousand yuan a month. But even if that is the case, it is much better. Compared with her father, a hard-working farmer, she is much more relaxed and happy. Speaking of this, Wang Yao's eyes became red. Seeing this scene, Zhou Simin handed a tissue to Wang Yao. After wiping it, Wang Yao continued, "Yes, I am different from that father. With my current ability, I can leave a lot of wealth to Hanhhan and Xinxin in the future. However, if I don't have the ability, can they keep it? I'm not too worried about Hanhhan, she's very smart and clever. But Xinxin? In my opinion, studying is the fairest thing in this world. Even if you are born with less talent or a little dumber, as long as you work hard, you will learn, right?" "Yes, Wang Yao, you are right." Nearly an hour later, Xinxin came skipping in front of Wang Yao and recited quiet night thoughts, and climbing the stork tower very fluently. Afterwards, Wang Yao gave Xinxin a thumbs up and said, "Xiaobao is awesome." Then, Wang Yao went to buy the princess doll and gave it to Xinxin. "Thank you, Dad." At this time, Zhou Simin reminded, "Xinxin, you can't hate your father just because he asked you to recite Tang poetry. No. Xinxin knows that Dad is doing this for my own good, hee. Well, it seems that I was worrying for no reason." Zhou Simin thought. One more day. On Monday, while at work, Wang Yao received another call from Tang Yin. "Hey, brother Yin. Oh, I forgot to tell you yesterday. There will be a party this Saturday night. Some of the most important people in the business world of Magic City will be there. Brother Wang, are you willing to come?" Chapter 36. Simin is my girlfriend. Of course I do. Without hesitation, Wang Yao agreed. To be honest, Wang Yao's own Xingyao technology has achieved quite good development in the past 6 months with beauty pills as its main product. But, after all, it was established too recently and lacks foundation. It is a great opportunity for Wang Yao and his company to get to know some bigwigs from all sides and expand his network through a party. Based on this, how could Wang Yao refuse? Come back. After hearing Wang Yao's agreement, Tang Yindao on the other end of the phone said, "That's good. Brother Wang, don't be too nervous. Just dress formally on a cloudy day. Oh, and you can bring your relatives with you. Can you bring your family along?" "Yeah. As I said, it's just a relaxing party. Having fun is the main thing, and chatting and exchanging feelings is just a sideline." "Well, okay, brother Yin, I get it." After that, Wang Yao and Tang Yin chatted for a while and then hung up the phone. Then, on WeChat, Tang Yin sent Wang Yao an admission ticket and a coordinate location. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. On Saturday evening, Wang Yao drove his extended version of Rolls-Royce Phantom, carrying Zhou Simin, Hanhhan, and Xinxin, to an independent villa on the mountain in the suburbs of Magic City. It is worth mentioning. As Tang Yin reminded, Wang Yao was dressed in a suit and tie today, while Zhou Simin was wearing a light blue evening dress, which matched with hair accessories and jewelry, looking generous and decent. Even Hanhhan and Xinxin wore white dresses and pretty shoes, looking even more beautiful than usual. It took about 50 minutes to drive. Wang Yao and his family finally arrived at their destination. At the gate, Wang Yao showed his electronic invitation to the guard standing at the gate. The other party made a please gesture and let Wang Yao and his family of 4 in. Arrived at the party hall. Looking around, Wang Yao couldn't find Tang Yin, but someone patted him on the shoulder. Turning back, Wang Yao said, "Brother Mar." "Yes, it's Marcy Yuan again." Looking at Wang Yao, Marcy Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Wang, you have been hooking up with the Tang family recently, and you don't pay much attention to me." Wang Yao could only ignore Marcy Yuan's words and did not give a direct answer. Afterwards, Hanhhan and Xinxin said in unison, "Hello, Uncle Mar." "Nannan, hello to you too." After greeting Wang Yao's 2 daughters, Marcy Yuan looked at Zhou Simin and said, "This should be my sister-in-law, right?" She is indeed stunningly beautiful. Brother Wang, you are so lucky. You're too kind. Brother Mar, thank you for your support to Wang Yao all along. Zhou Simin responded. You're welcome. After a pause, Mar Siyuan continued, originally, I wanted to contact Brother Wang and ask you to come to this party. But then I thought, the organizer this time is the Tang family, so why should I do this? This party was initiated by Brother Yin. Oh, you're calling me so intimately. Yes, the Tang family is a well-known leader in the business sector of Shanghai, so they have the qualifications and strength to do this. Well, it's time for dinner now, and I'm hungry, so I'll go find something to eat first. Brother Wang, go shopping by yourself, I'll go first, so you don't have to feed me dog food later. After saying that, Mar Siyuan left. Watching the other person walk away, Wang Yao shook his head. After he said that, Xinxin felt her stomach rumbling too. Even though, on the way, Wang Yao fed Xinxin some food as a base, the power of a foodie is infinite. Fortunately, at a gathering of this level, there is no shortage of food. There were all kinds of dishes, snacks, wine and drinks everywhere for people to help themselves. Seeing these, Xinxin was very hungry and ate several desserts in a row, including cream, chocolate, and fruit. The result was in front of the wash basin in the bathroom. Wang Yao was cleaning the dirt on Xinxin's white dress. Yes, due to carelessness, Xinxin didn't hold the dessert in her hand firmly, and it fell on her skirt, getting it dirty. Wang Yao had no choice but to bring Xinxin here to clean up. In addition, in order to appease the emotions of this little foodie, Hanhhan also came along. That's right. At this moment, there were traces of tears in the corners of Xinxin's eyes, obviously she had been crying. And Xinxin cried, not because Wang Yao or Zhou Simin scolded her for this incident, nor was she sad because her white dress was soiled, but simply because she felt sorry for the dessert. Wang Yao and Hanhhan were both helpless about this. On this side, Wang Yao, his daughter and his 2 children gathered together. On the other side, Zhou Simin, who was alone in the party hall, found a sofa and planned to sit and wait for the 3 of them to come back. However, during this period, because Zhou Simin was too beautiful, she attracted the attention of some people, and some people tried to chat with her. Just then, a man who looked decent and modest said to Zhou Simin with a smile, "This beautiful lady, can I buy you a drink?" "Sorry, I don't drink." "Oh, that's a pity. Would you be so kind as to dance with me?" Just when Zhou Simin was about to refuse for the second time, the other party said first, "Just now, you have already rejected me once. Now, I invite you to dance with me. You won't refuse and hurt my heart again, right?" Difficult. Just when Zhou Simin was in a dilemma, a hand quietly wrapped around Zhou Simin's waist and said, "Sorry, Simin is my girlfriend. Even if you want to dance, you can only dance with me." Needless to say, the person coming was Wang Yao. After saying this claim of sovereignty, Wang Yao pulled Zhou Simin and walked towards the dance floor on his own. "Wow, Dad is so handsome. Sparrows eat crickets." At this moment, Hanhhan and Xinxin, who saw this scene, spoke one after another. Seeing all this, the man knew that he had asked for trouble, and left angrily. A few minutes passed. Wang Yao and Zhou Simin returned from the dance floor. During the process, Zhou Simin glared at Wang Yao fiercely. It was simple. Wang Yao was really a layman when it came to dancing. He stepped on Zhou Simin several times during the dance. Sitting back on the sofa, Wang Yao said, "Simin, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Without waiting for Zhou Simin to accept Wang Yao's apology, the man who had been defeated earlier came over again, led by a man in a white suit. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Huang Chao. This is Dawn Can. I think there was some misunderstanding just now. What's your name?" "Wang Yao." "Oh, it's Master Wang. What does Master Wang do? What business does he have?" "I'm not some second-generation rich kid. I started from scratch and opened a small company called Xingyao Technology." As soon as these words came out, Wang Chao and Dawn Can understood. In their opinion, Wang Yao had no background, but the huge sales of the beauty pills should have allowed him to accumulate some wealth. With this thought in mind, Wang Chao and Dawn Can exchanged glances and became more determined to set up this plan. So, the man in the white suit, Wang Chao, smiled and said, "I wonder if Mr. Wang likes playing landlord." Chapter 37, can you defeat me in 1 second with just 17 cards? I like it very much. Wang Yao said, speaking of which, landlord and mahjong are almost becoming the essence of Chinese culture, right? Now, I occasionally play a few games of Happy Landlord online. Then Master Wang, do you want to play a few rounds with me and Master Dong? Wow, the fox's tail is exposed. Hearing this, Wang Yao sneered in his heart and roughly guessed what Wang Chao and Dong Can wanted to do. Under normal circumstances, Wang Yao really wouldn't mind teaching these two a lesson, but now Hanhhan and Xinxin are here, and as the saying goes, what goes up must come down, and he doesn't want to teach his two daughters bad lessons. What to do? At this moment, the system voice sounded in Wang Yao's ears. Faced with Wang Chao and Dong Can's invitation to play landlord, what choice should the host make? Option 1, refuse to participate and do not play. Reward, Lucky Wheel X1. Option 2, agree to participate. Reward, none. Option 3, agree to participate, and after winning, donate all the winnings. Reward, spell soul contract primary, can be improved. After listening, Wang Yao immediately chose option 3. Let us not talk about the rewards for now, just this operation alone is the best of both worlds. Afterwards, Wang Yao said, okay. Since you guys want to play, I'll play along. However, to avoid gambling, I suggest that no matter who wins in the end, we should donate all our earnings in one go. Hearing this, Wang Chao and Dong Can were stunned. After a few seconds, he said, okay. No problem. However, before the three of them could start, the commotion here attracted Tang Ming over. Brother Ming. Brother Wang. In response, Wang Yao naturally greeted Tang Ming. On the other hand, Wang Chao and Dong Can were like mice seeing a cat, and they couldn't help but shrink their necks. Uncle Ming. Uncle Ming. Oh, it's you two juniors. Tang Ming responded casually. Wang Yao. Why is the generation level being lowered? Actually, this is normal. In terms of family wealth and background, the Tang family is much stronger than the Huang family and the Dong family behind them. In addition, although Tang Ming is only in his 30s, he has basically taken charge of all business matters, big and small, of the Tang family. His father, Tang Wuqian, is already in semi-retired status. In short, Tang Ming is now the de facto head of the Tang family. He is on the same level as the fathers of Wang Chao and Dong Can. So, even though Tang Ming is not much older than the two of them, they still have to call him uncle. Come back. After listening to what people around him said, Tang Ming, who was as shrewd as a man, roughly knew what Wang Chao and Dong Can were going to do. At the same time, Wang Chao and Dong Can also felt a little timid. Previously, they both thought that Wang Yao was just the boss of a small startup company, but now it seems that is not the case. At least, his relationship with Tang Ming seems to be very unusual. However, just as Tang Ming was about to speak up to stop all this, Wang Yao smiled and said, Brother Ming, it's okay. I'm just playing with them casually, don't take it seriously. Tang Ming? Although Tang Ming didn't know what Wang Yao was trying to say, after hearing what he said, he decided to wait and see. Wang Chao and Dong Can saw that the cooked duck had come back on its own, so they gritted their teeth and made up their minds immediately. No matter whether Wang Yao had any hidden background, they had to go ahead with this plan. Just like that, Wang Yao, Wang Chao and Dong Can found a large round table and sat down one by one. The three parties agreed to take turns to be the landlord, starting with Wang Yao, and the bottom share would be 1 million. The double bonus for can be extended for up to 1 round. In other words, the maximum base score is 8 million. Apart from this, the bonuses for spring, anti-spring and bomb will also be doubled with no upper limit. Initially, count with chips. At the end, when the game is over, calculate the total wins and losses. After the rules were set, the 3-person game of landlord officially began. About 10 minutes later, 9 rounds passed, and during this process, Wang Yao only won 2 rounds, and that was as a farmer. Judging from the chips, he lost a total of 320,000. Beside, Zhou Simin frowned and said, Wang Yao, how about we stop playing? Yes, I lost a lot of small amounts of money. Dad, can you please stop playing? Xinxin also agreed. Among the 3 mother and daughters, only Hanhhan did not say anything. Let us talk about Tang Ming. As the saying goes, a bystander sees more clearly. He saw that Wang Chao and Dong did not use the obvious and easily caught methods of cheating such as stealing cards, changing cards, or shuffling cards. Instead, they communicated through some actions about how to cooperate in playing each game. Tang Ming didn't know what to say about this. At the moment, Wang Yao, who had lost tens of millions, remained calm. He smiled and said, "It doesn't matter. It's all for charity. But since Simin and Xinxin have said so, let's play one last round. Do you have any objections?" After hearing what Wang Yao said, a hint of regret flashed across Wang Chao and Dong Can's eyes. Why? Because, in their original plan, they had to win at least a few hundred million from Wang Yao. As for donating it? How is that possible? Once the money is in their pockets, they have the final say on how to use and spend it. However, since Wang Yao said so, Dong Can and Wang Chao did not refuse. Wang Chao said, "Okay, I'll listen to Master Wang and play the last round. Next, it's still a matter of shuffling and drawing cards. And according to the order, this is the 10th hand, and it is Wang Yao's turn to be called the landlord first." As soon as he drew up all 17 cards, Dong Can showed a smug smile on his face. Seeing this, Wang Yao smiled and said, "It seems that your cards should be good. Do you have a bomb? So what? Ask a question in return." It is obvious that Dong Can does have a bomb, and not just one, but two. Based on this, Dong Can challenged, "Master Wang, do you still dare to call this landlord?" "I dare you, why not? I call you landlord." "Rob the landlord." "I'll grab it." "I'll grab it again." "Good job." As soon as Wang Yao finished speaking, the voices of Wang Chao and Dong Can sounded one after another. In the end, Wang Yao was not to be outdone and simply tried to grab more, raising the initial base score of the 10th and final hand to the highest of 8 million. Wang Yao stretched out his right hand and picked up his 3 whole cards on the table, turning them over, and they were 7, J, and Q. Frowning slightly, Wang Yao said, "Oh, my cards don't seem to be very good. I'll just play the 3 first. Idiot." Seeing Wang Yao play a 3, Dong Can felt contempt in his heart. Then, Wang Chao played a 6, Dong Can played an A, and Wang Yao played a 2. At this point, Wang Chao chose to endure, Dong Can played a small king, and Wang Yao played a big king. Strike when the time is right. Seeing that the single card has reached the maximum, Wang Chao said, "For bombs." Pass. Don't want. Neither team wanted it, so Wang Chao then played 3 KS and 3 As with a single carry airplane. At this point, Wang Chao remained calm, reached out his hand, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a small sip. "This is a signal." "What's the meaning?" "Count the cards." As a farmer, the number of starting cards is 17. Before this, Wang Chao played a single card, a pair, a bomb, and an 8-card airplane. The remaining cards were 17. 1 2 4 8 is equal to 4. Obviously, what Wang Chao has left in his hand is still 1 bomb, 8 bombs. Compared to Dong Can, Wang Chao was much more low-key. He also had 2 bombs, but he had not shown them until now. His action of drinking tea was equivalent to saying to Dong Can, "I only have 1 bomb left, if you have any bombs, hurry up and use them out." I understand. There were no surprises. Dong Can understood the move and fired 2 consecutive bombs, 9 bombs and 10 bombs. At this point, Wang Yao suddenly said, "Oh my, it looks like I'm going to lose again, and by a lot." Seeing Wang Yao ridiculing himself, Dong Can said sarcastically, "Who said it wasn't true? Let me count." The landlord starts with 20 cards, and Wang Chao has only played 3 single cards, so there are 17 cards left. How, with 17 cards, can you kill me in 1 second? Can you kill both of us in 1 second? No. A short 2-word rhetorical question. At this juncture, Wang Yao took advantage of the situation and used J-bomb and Q-bomb. Wang Chao. Dong Can? At this point, Wang Chao and Dong Can panicked, but when they counted the cards, they found 17 8 is equal to 9. 2 consecutive planes, either 8 or 10 cards. As for the straight, there are so many bombs that there must be a break in the middle. As long as Wang Yao can't play them all in one breath, the 2 of them can win. Yeah? You missed a possibility. With a slight smile, Wang Yao played his last hand, 9 cards, 3 5s, 3 6, and 3 7s. The ultimate counterattack. Heaven and hell are just a thought away. Wang Chao and Dong Can were so shocked by this sudden scene that they were stunned. Wang Yao started to count the money. You two, this time, the base score is 80,000. The three of us have a total of 5 bombs, 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 times 2 is equal to 32 times. 80,000 times 32, each person gets 256 million. Excluding the 320,000 that I lost before, the two of you together still owe me 480 million. Chapter 38. Donate as you wish, get the Chilean. At this point, Hanhhan turned to look at Zhou Simin and Xinxin, and spread his hands and shrugged his shoulders. His whole action and expression seemed to say, look, it's a reversal, right? I knew that Dad was playing the long game. You two were just worrying about nothing. Seeing this, Xinxin didn't understand what he meant. Zhou Simin understood it, stretched out her finger, poked Hanhhan's forehead and said happily, look how proud you are. Okay, you are the best. Let us get back to the present. Wang Yao's comeback shocked everyone present. Apart from himself, Zhou Simin, her mother and daughter were naturally the happiest. Xinxin realized it later and suddenly smiled and clapped her hands, saying, wow, Dad is so great. He turned the tide and defeated these two bad uncles. Standing behind this family, Tang Yin felt more and more that Wang Yao was really extraordinary. You know, if you think about it carefully, Wang Yao is their formula card for 3 companies of planes and 2 bombs. However, Wang Yao did not play according to the conventional routine, but played it like this, and this operation made him win 4 times more money. What's going on? In this regard, Tang Yin felt that unless it was Wang Yao, he would know the cards held by the other 2 companies from the very beginning. This is indeed the case. Do you remember Wang Yao's talent as a world-class magician in the past? In this process, in addition to exquisite techniques, the requirement for memory is also extremely high. Through observation of the first 9 hands, Wang Yao had already memorized the position of each card. In addition, it is worth mentioning. Except for the 10th hand, when Wang Yao reached out and cut the cards, he never touched the cards again from beginning to end. This deck of cards was brought by Huang Chao and Dong Can. Based on this, even though Huang Chao and Dong Can thought there was something fishy going on, they did not have a single bit of evidence. What to do? At this point, Huang Chao and Dong Can were thinking of defaulting on their debt. But firstly, there were so many people watching at the scene. Secondly, Wang Yao's identity was a mystery, and he was very close to Tang Yin. After thinking about it, they couldn't get away with this. As for taking out nearly 500 million in one go, what kind of joke is this? It is true that Huang Chao and Dong Can are both top 2nd generation rich people in Shanghai, but that is status and net worth, not cash flow. Logically speaking, their family can definitely afford this amount of money alone. However, whether it is the Huang family or the Dong family, the struggle for family inheritance rights exists. Once the gambling debt is left to the family to clean up, the two of them will completely lose the qualifications to compete for the heir. Think about it. After a slight struggle, Huang Chao looked at Tang Yindo. Uncle Yin, can I have a word with you? Okay. After agreeing, Huang Chao dragged Tang Yin and Dong Can to one side, seemingly discussing something. Huang Chao, if you have anything to say, just say it. Uncle Yin, Dong Can and I jointly bought a building in Yeyu community in Magic City. What? As soon as these words came out, Dong Can said excitedly, Mr. Wang, the value of that building is more than 500 million. If the two of us operate properly and drive up the price of the house, we can sell it for 700 to 800 million, or even 1 billion. Hearing this, Huang Chao glared at the other party and said, do you have any other better ideas? After being criticized like this, Dong Can immediately wilted. At this point, Tang Yin finally understood that Huang Chao and Dong Can wanted to sell a residential building to him in order to cash out. Next, Tang Yin looked at the general structure of the entire building. There are 27 floors in total, with 4 households on each floor. The area of each household ranges from 1 to 120 square meters. Even though Yeyu community is not located in the city center of Shanghai, the starting price of a fully furnished apartment in this area is at least 60,000 renminbi per square meter. A rough calculation shows that this residential building is worth at least 700 to 800 million yuan. If you buy it in full, there will definitely be some discounts, but if you buy it with less than 500 million in cash, it is still quite cost effective. Okay, I'll help you. Tang Yin said this with a slight smile. Then, Tang Yin added, you two are really bold. With Brother Wang's ability, not to mention you, even the Huang family and the Dong family behind you can't afford to offend you. This is so awesome. Hearing Tang Yin say this, Wang Chao said in fear, Uncle Yin, please apologize to young Master Wang for both of us. We will leave first. Go ahead, go ahead. Waving his hand, Tang Yin signaled Wang Chao and Dong Can to leave. After the two men left, Tang Yin returned to Wang Yao. At this time, Xinxin frowned again and said, Dad, those two bad uncles ran away. Are they trying to default on their debt? Wow, Xiaobao is quite caring. Of course, Zhou Simin and Hanhhan on the side did not have such worries. Har har. Tang Yindao laughed twice and said, Brother Wang, your little princess is really cute. Don't worry, those two juniors sold me a residential building to pay off the debt. But, do you want the building or cash? Nothing hidden. Tang Yin gave the initiative of choice to Wang Yao. Let's just talk about money. But I don't even bother to use the ill-gotten gains from gambling. Just like I said before, Brother Yin, please help me find a reliable charity and donate all the money to it for good deeds. Brother Wang, are you serious? Tang Yin was startled. My goodness, even if there was a verbal promise, it is only 500 million after all. How come it sounds like 5 yuan in your mouth, and you can donate it just like that? Do I look like I'm kidding? Ask a question in return. Then, Wang Yao reached out his hand, touched the heads of the two little guys one after another and said, Hanhhan, Xinxin, gambling is a bad behavior. Don't get involved and stay away from it. Daddy is here today just to teach those two bad uncles a lesson. Do you remember? Remember that. Hanhhan and Xinxin gave affirmative answers in unison in their cute voices. Okay, that's it, this matter has come to an end. Unexpectedly, at this moment, when everyone had dispersed, a strange middle-aged man appeared in front of Wang Yao and stretched out his right hand with a smile. Hello. Hello. The two of them simply shook hands. Afterwards, the strange middle-aged man introduced himself, Mr. Wang, I am Liao Jie, the chairman of Korean Battery. Oh, nice to meet you. After hearing Liao Jie introduce himself, Wang Yao suddenly understood. Do you remember that Wang Yao asked Xuchang to acquire a battery company? After some contact, Wang Yao and Xuchang jointly locked onto the target Modu Korean Battery. It's a pity that the entire acquisition process was not very smooth. Among them, the biggest obstacle is Liao Jie, who strongly opposes the acquisition of Xingyao technology. Fortunately, although Liao Jie has shares and is the largest shareholder of Korean Battery, he does not have an absolute controlling stake. After a few months, with other shareholders defecting one after another, the entire acquisition work has actually come to an end. At this moment, Liao Jie paused and said, I would like to apologize to Mr. Wang here. The reason why I have always opposed the acquisition of Xingyao technology is that you are a new startup company and have no experience in making batteries in the past. Subjectively, I judge that you are just messing around with your wealth. Now, I have changed my mind. As the saying goes, a company is like a person. Today, I have seen what you have done and I admire it very much. With a leader like Mr. Wang, I believe that the development prospects of Xingyao technology will be bright. Thank you. Mr. Wang, do you mind telling me how you plan to operate after acquiring Korean Battery? Okay. Going forward, Wang Yao and Liao Jie roughly talked about how lithium-air batteries and fast-charging technology would be the next key research and development direction of his Xingyao technology. After listening, Liao Jie said excitedly, what a great idea, very courageous. Mr. Wang, to be honest, my son and one of his seniors are pretty good talents in this area. Can you let them join in? With pleasure. Thank you very much, Mr. Wang. No, I should be the one thanking Mr. Liao. After all, in this era, talent is the most valuable. The chat between Wang Yao and Liao Jie was an unexpected surprise. After this banquet, a week later, Wang Yao's Xingyao technology completely incorporated Korean Battery, and on the same day, Liao Jie's son Liao Shuochao and his senior Liu Yuxuan also joined. Prior to this, Wang Yao learned through various channels that Liao Jie's evaluation of Liao Shuochao and Liu Yuxuan as not bad was completely modest. In the field of batteries, although the two of them are not very old, they are already top talents in the industry. It is not an exaggeration to call them unicorn talents.